You know,
here. What's up?
I was thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
I was thinking about it's become so automated, right?
What's happening?
We just ride the wave.
Yeah, and I wondered why does it matter?
We're about to find out.
Holy shit! Ready?
Just kidding.
Welcome to Earth, Mind, and Matter. We said, fuck it, let's talk about albums. We said, let's talk about some movies. This week in the universe, across the internet.
So what's up, Javi?
What's going on, Frankie?
You're
Oh my god.
nice.
Look at that nuclear ponytail.
Nuclear ponytail
That's a callback to Where's Mind and Matter, episode 16.
in a comic book shop. Yeah.
Well, you know what?
What's up?
I didn't remember it was a comic book shop. I just threw out a number.
Yeah, I think it was episode 10 to be.
It was
I don't even
10.
know.
The comic book
It was
one
10?
is 10. That one's easy to remember.
That's when we talked about Putin's beautiful ponytail. Really fun times. Really
Man,
fun times.
I fucked that up. Oof.
Yeah, OD.
What was episode 16, if you can remember?
Let's see if we can guess. Fucking.
Like, let's think about it. Like, episode 10, I hosted that. So that have to have...
It was comics, so then it was album, movie, it was another comic book, right?
I guess so.
Right? Because it was in bi-weekly threes.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I can't really tell you, to be honest with you. After we did the Sandman, and then I picked one afterwards, right? So I probably picked One Piece. I'm assuming One Piece was after that.
You think
Yeah,
so?
I would just throw it out
Nah,
there.
that sounds... I feel like One Piece is more recent. I think after Sandman, I think we did American Splendor.
Oh, it might have been that, actually. So then you had to pick the next one, and then you probably picked... Probably Mr. Miracle.
You think that was Mr. You know
that
what?
sounds right,
that
right?
sounds about right,
Right?
actually.
Hold on, let me see.
I think episode 16 is our Mr. Miracle episode.
All right, we'll see who's right. Oh, there's an earthmindandmatter.com. Oh, it's EMM.com. And we definitely do not have the rights to that website.
Shit.
Yeah,
we'll buy it off
It's
them.
for a fucking digital catalog. Fucking whack ass shit.
We'll buy it off
We'll
them.
buy it off them. 10 mil. 10 mil? I
Nah.
like 10 mil.
$5 and a sandwich.
All right, number 19, right?
16.
16? All right. If I'm right, you give $1 to somebody that follows us on Instagram.
Okay.
And if you're right, just, damn, it's crazy. No, I'll do the opposite. I'll do the opposite. All right, so episode 16. Let's see. It's popping up. Damn, we got a lot of episodes. Hold on. I'm scrolling. Fuck yeah. Oh, it's okay, so episode 16 was Starbucks. We talked about Starbucks.
Oh, man.
No, wait, we did Passion of the Christ, bro.
Bruh. Bruh.
I really thought it was gonna be a comic book. After that was 17 was Mr. Miracle.
Okay,
And the
so
bonus
you know
episode,
what? We kind of
yeah.
had it right in the right order, but you know what it is? It's probably
No.
because after episode 10, one of our backup episodes probably came out,
Probably.
and that probably like messed up the order.
So I was right.
Nah,
So we both got to send $1 to people.
we both had to give each other $1.
I like that. Fucking, well, give me some knuckles. All right, so just, back, we're on the show. It's what are we doing right now? What are we doing? It's been a bit.
What are we doing? Let me think about it. You know what? What are we doing? We're sitting down. We're drinking some beers. Got some headphones on. Some microphones going. Some news and entertainment. I think when you have all that together, you're talking about what's going on in the earth.
You get an anomaly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
of what's going on in the earth.
What's happening in our minds?
And this is why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter. We are back.
We're back.
Back in business.
Like we had a week off now.
Something like that. It feels like we had a year off.
Yeah, we tried to sort of, I'm gonna just say like, we tried to maybe make some big claims of like, oh, we're back, boom, bitches,
We
double
live.
episodes and everything like that. We got a little overzealous. It happens.
It's because they say when you're at the top, it gets cold up there.
It gets so cold.
Even though heat rises.
It gets so cold.
This is what I'm saying. So we were at the top. We got a little chilly. We bought some new jackets. And now that we have our new jackets, and now as the winter's coming, we're all set to go. And
if you live in a place that doesn't have a cold
Jackets.
season or jacket season, then go fuck yourself. I
Honestly
don't know.
speaking, you live in a whack ass place. Yeah, why would you want to live somewhere warm all year round?
But come on, that shit's crazy.
Only sounds nice as fuck. To be honest with you. So hold up. All right, back after some technical difficulties. That's how it goes. You know, on For My Matter, anything can happen. And today is the 17th of October. It's a pretty crazy day.
You know, another promise that we made, which we haven't upheld, is that we said that we were gonna make it a spoopy month because it's October and stuff.
It's been pretty vanilla.
Yeah, it's just been like, you know, we're just so not festive, man.
Honestly, we got no pumpkins in here anywhere. We don't got a bat. What the fuck?
Like,
man?
it's fuck, man. Yeah, honestly, there was
the scariest thing in here are these beers. That's the scariest.
Ooh, carbohydrates.
Ooh, drunk driving. Ooh, inferno syndrome. You know, whatever. When they make the baby's eyes smaller.
But honestly, in retrospect, like I won't spoil the comic for today's episode, but there's a comic of this character that's actually Halloween themed, and when I thought about it in retrospect, I fucking slammed my forehead and I said I should have had a V8. I was like, God damn it.
Yeah,
like I missed it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a shitload of comic books that we could have picked. I mean, you chose this comic book. What did we do last week? We did a movie. We did Fear and Loathing, which isn't spoopy at all.
Not spoopy at all.
It's a little spoopy if you're like, see the monsters as spoopy.
If you're a closed off like Christian.
Honestly speaking, the whole world offends you. But, yeah, we've liked spoopy, and I think moving this forward, boom, you know, like we can actually do some spooky shit. So, well, from here on out, it'll be scarier.
You know, and it's the 17th. We still got like what, 2-3 weeks left?
We got about 14 days left. So 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got this episode will come out Friday.
Damn. Like now that you pointed out, I feel like we slacked on spooky, man.
I know, man.
Oh, wow. The one chance we get at being fucking terrifying.
I know.
We're just laughing it up like it's a fucking comedy. Like life is a comedy.
Well, listen, we can still make up for it because think about it. Our episode is going to come out on Halloween.
You know how we do? You know how we avenge ourselves in spookiness?
What?
Double suicide.
Oh. Okay. I mean, like, we could do that, or we could both kill each other at the same time.
That's more actiony. That's more like, what's it called? That's more like 4th of July.
You think that's 4th of July, though?
Super John Wick. I feel like, okay, maybe not double suicide because, you know, you want to respect people, you know? So how about we just commit a terrible crime?
How about we give out free candy
with razor blades in them,
with dildos in them?
Why is my Snickers extremely large?
There's just like a fucking like 12-inch like purple double-sided dildo that's like adjacent inside the Snickers bar. It looks like a fucking T.
I never had this Snickers before. By the way, my jelly bean is as long as my arm. Somebody's like, yo, my pop rocks are vibrating.
You know, there was one time, this isn't spoopy, but there was one time, depends who you are.
Okay.
When I was leaving work back at Ben & Jerry's on St. Mark's.
Okay.
And Josh and I were leaving, walking to the train, and we just Josh just starts dying. Yeah. And I'm like, what? Because I was looking at my phone. And he makes me look over at the ground, and it's a fucking purple like 12-inch dildo just planted on the sidewalk. Yeah, just like stuck upwards,
completely out of context. Like, what are you doing here?
Just chilling and grilling, and I just started dying. I was like, yo, what the fuck?
And nobody took it home.
No one took it. No one touched it or anything. And it's so funny because you have to think someone really just like took a dildo and just said,
like right here, this is where you go.
Put it right there and just walked away.
You never know. You never know. You never know when a homeless person's gonna need a dildo. You get me?
Oh man,
kids in Africa, everybody, bro. Everybody needs something. I'm not saying kids in Africa need dildos.
I don't know if kids should use dildos.
No. Like, you know, like because it's reduced for use recycle. So like you carve the inside of the dildo and you fill it with water, and it's a water bottle. It's for children. You get me? It's not the outside that counts. It's the inside. You feel me?
That's what she said.
That's what the African said. So I'm just trying to be innovative, and help the world and honestly just quench the thirst of small children, not only in Africa, but in London as well.
Whose slogan is it? Quench the thirst? Who's
Gatorade?
That's Gatorade.
Yeah, you remember the commercial when they drank Gatorade and colored sweat bullets. You know, you remember that?
I don't know.
How come nobody remembers this? This was a commercial on TV where, like, say you drink a red Gatorade, you would sweat red.
Mandela effect.
Yeah, something. But I'd be terrified if I drink a red Gatorade and I start sweating red. I'm going to the emergency room. I'm not gonna be athletic, sweating blood.
I mean, you've been watching a lot of MCU movies. I feel like you'd get excited thinking like, oh, is this it? Am I finally getting my superpower?
Hell no, bro. I think I have hypoglycemia or something, bro. I just finished Doctor Strange, meaning I'm up to Thor Ragnarok, right?
Okay.
I don't like the beginning of it at all. I actually don't. Wow. I'm not the biggest fan. Who directed that movie and the Love and Thunder?
Taika Waititi.
He makes too much jokes in his movies.
That's who he is. He's a comedian.
There's a lot of jokes.
Like, not a comedian, but he's a comedy director.
I feel like he makes too much jokes for a Thor movie and stuff like that. I feel like he could be less funny. You know.
I mean,
that's my opinion.
That's fair enough. Like. All I can really say is that like Thor Ragnarok is a lot of people's favorite Thor movie. Yeah. Like out of the four of them, like people say that Ragnarok is probably like peak Thor, which is why a lot of people were upset with Love and Thunder because like for a lot of people Ragnarok kind of set a bar where they were like, yo, this is amazing. Gotcha. And it is a massive departure from Thor's character. Like in the comics, Thor isn't much of a comedic character whatsoever. Yeah. So it's a massive departure from his character. But from what you've seen with the first two Thor movies, maybe that more like gritty, dark, or like
just a little more serious.
That more serious stuff doesn't work for it on screen. Like
for me, I don't know. It's just Thor is such like he's a god, right? So they have like godlike tendencies, and I just feel like with the humor they put in Thor, like everybody's making jokes. It doesn't, and then I think Jeff Goldblum is in it too, and I feel like that was so random for him to be in it because like he didn't have to be in it, and he also acts like he knows he's Jeff Goldblum. Like there's no effort put by him. He just like just fight, and it just doesn't seem like he's trying hard to be in a movie. I feel like he's just Jeff Goldblum, and they could. I don't know. I'm up to halfway through the movie and stuff, and I'm like, yo, I'm not liking this, and I was watching it at work like in intervals because people kept coming in and stuff. But still, man, I don't know. I was just this is some of the movies I haven't seen. So far I've been disappointed. But I'm gonna wait till I finish it. You know, I just seen Black Panther for the second time.
Okay.
But the first time I fell asleep in the theater because I was mad drunk. So this time I watched it. It was really good, man. It was really good. It was really like just nice to see Chadwick Boseman and stuff. But also a lot of jokes. A lot of jokes that were like, chill the fuck out, lady.
Yeah. What's it called? And my only issue with Black Panther is
Whoa.
I know.
Whoa.
I know.
It's 2022, Javi. You sure you want to say anything's wrong?
I'm gonna say loud and proud.
Okay.
Loud.
Let me get my
emphasis
torch.
On proud.
Let me get my torch.
But my only issue with that movie is the CGI. And like
too dark for you?
No, stop. Like, because I don't know if you've seen Creed.
Creed, like the boxing movie? Like Michael B. Jordan's in it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if you've seen it, but the director of it, Ryan Coogler, is the guy who directed Black Panther.
Okay.
And I think I saw Creed after I saw Black Panther. And like when I watched Creed, it just confirmed my ideas of like the CGI and stuff in Black Panther of just that Ryan Coogler just doesn't know how to implement good CGI.
Okay.
Because there's a
yeah, I feel you. I'm fucking full of shit.
There's a shot in Creed when like near the end when he's having his big fight and he walks into the arena and it's like a full arena and the arena is CGI. Like the whole background is CGI. So
there's
no
real people and everything.
Yeah, and
whack.
It you can tell like it doesn't look amazing or anything like that. It doesn't look good. And it's at a certain point, it's just kind of like, how could you not afford to just rent out a theater or a stadium? I mean,
or just hire extras or something.
But that's
like
what
that.
I mean. How could you not afford to just do that?
Yeah, I know for 42 for Jackie Robinson, they just got extras for one portion of the stadium, and then they just kind of replicated it throughout the rest of the stadium. So it was all the same people, just interchanged and like spread out throughout the stadium. So I mean, they sound like they're just being cheap. You feel me? But
and if you were to look at the shot, maybe I'll try to find it when I'm making the supplementary list for this. But like Ryan Coogler just can't do CGI well.
He's a piece of shit at it.
Like
just goddamn garbage.
Like it's just that's just kind of on him. It seems that's just kind of what his style is to CGI
Trash.
or whatever it is. Like that rhino looks so fake in Black Panther.
I forgot about the rhino and everything. Yeah.
That rhino looks so fake.
I forgot about that shit. Nah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was a good movie. Fucking just mad inspirational and shit. You feel me? I was just like, damn, bro, if I was black. Nah, I'm kidding. Nah, it was awesome. It was a really good movie. I fell asleep, but I can't wait to watch the second one.
Yeah.
Super excited.
When I saw the first Black Panther in theaters and stuff, there was at the time, I think it was called A Wrinkle in Time, some Disney movie based on a book. It was live action and it was directed by a black woman, and they had like a little clip about it with her talking about it, like a little reel, and the theater started like cheering and like clapping and stuff. And at the time, I was like, the fuck? Why is everyone like clapping and stuff?
Yeah.
I was so confused, and my ex is like, because she's black, she's a woman. I was like, oh, I mean, yeah,
but why is he clapping though? Okay, you've described her, but now what's the joyous occasion? What the hell? Everybody clap for her vagina. Everybody clap for her darkened vagina.
I'm
confused.
It's definitely like a moment of like, yeah, I definitely missed the representation aspect of it, but at the same time, I was also just kind of like, yeah, she's making a movie, and that's that. I didn't like put much like emphasis on it past that.
Like if it was the first black woman to ever make a movie, or say like to ever touch a Disney movie or this and that because of terrible things in the past, then I would get that. But I also feel that when people do that, it's not. I don't think it's to celebrate the person they're applauding. I think it's to make themselves feel better, like give them a boost of, oh yeah, like I'm clearly expressing how much it matters to me that this person is this and that. Which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I'm just saying but what are you celebrating? And why?
I also think like the political climate, the year that Black Panther came out, has a big factor to that and stuff, and just people who are going to watch Black Panther and the sort of political.
Wait, you said she directed the Black Panther, or she directed the Wrinkle in Time movie?
Wrinkle in Time.
So okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, why are you referring to Black Panther right now?
Because that trailer thing showed up for Black Panther, so it's like I'm saying like the people who went to go see Black Panther and things like that are kind of like possibly in that same mentality of that just really try to super represent these type of things and whatever. So they got extra excited when they saw that.
But now I'm confused. The director directed Wrinkle of Time. But they applauded at the end of that movie, Wrinkle of Time, or when the trailer for Black Panther came out?
No. So I went to go see Black Panther, like the whole movie.
And then
they applauded to the trailer and reel to A Wrinkle in Time.
Okay, I thought you went to go watch Wrinkle of Time. Either way, it's regardless of anything. I mean, there's a whole bunch of directors that are, like this Latino or like Jewish or like anything. And if you're gonna clap for like a black woman, because she's a black woman, I mean like. Where else do you clap for anything? You get me? Like when do you clap for like a white woman who survived
we clap for Lucas peeing in the street.
Oh yeah, but he deserved that. Because he can. No, or like a woman from North Korea. Do we applaud for her for escaping North Korea or Ukraine? Who do we stop clapping to, and who doesn't deserve claps? Claps is so funny. Claps. I mean, there's no argument for anything. I just think that there's no significance to it either. It's only a personal significance you feel towards yourself, which is a lot of your ego tooting its own horn.
All she gets from me is a one hand clap. She doesn't get both my hands.
She gets 72 cents for my dollar. I don't care. Okay.
Did you know that I could one hand clap? Have I ever shown you this?
No, we could do that thing where you flap.
Yeah.
That's mad funny. Oh, here. Not anymore, bitch.
I taught myself how to do that because I saw it on like Jackass once when I was younger, and I was like, I want to learn how to do that. And so one day I just started just fucking flapping my hand, and eventually I just got it.
There was some kid from my middle school. His name was Patrick Zundojczyk. He's Polish motherfucker, and he would clap with two hands, but he was so skinny. So it just looked like he would break his hands, bro. Any moment, any given moment, just crack. Just no more Polish hands. But he was cool guy. He was cool guy. I was a little MAGA. It's all good though. Oh, yeah, man.
Hey, man. I think we did a good little intro.
Good little intro.
I think we did a good little intro. Just shooting the shit. Oh, you know what?
What's
also,
up?
Since last episode, we went to a concert together.
We went to a concert and it was crazy. It was raining. Yeah. And who do we see?
We went to go see Turnstile
in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn Mirage.
Brooklyn Mirage, yeah. And that shit was crazy.
Hell yeah.
That shit was dumb crazy. We saw, what was the first act? Something Pumpkins?
Snail Mail.
Oh, I thought it was something Pumpkins. Snail Mail, who sounded great.
Yeah, they sounded pretty good.
We saw JPEG Mafia, who I was excited to see, who fucking burst of energy, that motherfucker and shit.
Oh, yeah. The crowd went crazy for him.
Yeah, man. I went to the side because I couldn't find you guys, and I was like, yeah, where the fuck these guys at? So I went to like all the way to the side to see a little bit closer. But it was cool, man. He really got down to the crowd and everything. And yeah, he was going off. I mean, I think that's the whole point of him. Just his energy is fucking awesome.
Yeah,
you know?
And it's the first time that I've ever witnessed like moshing and pits and stuff to rap music firsthand.
I was seeing that because I didn't get to see that mostly. Where I was pretty vanilla. That's my turn for the day.
Well, no, I was a little far from it, but like I definitely saw people like moving in. They're like, yo, let's get in this shit. Man. And I was like, nice.
Yeah, man. Honestly.
But like, yeah, it was the first time I've witnessed it firsthand because, you know, I understand that people do mosh and get into pits with rap music and whatever. Like,
I mean, like Astroworld, people died, you know?
Yeah, like Travis Scott.
Which is not to celebrate. I'm just saying, like, chick got crazy over there. And
yeah,
you know?
like, I know that they do it for Travis Scott, Tyler, the Creator, and things like that.
Probably a whole bunch of people, I think so. Just also, where is that thing that they do in City Field? It's called Rolling Loud, like Rolling Loud and stuff like that, to like Lil Uzi and stuff. And for me, I think it makes more sense with rock, but I just feel like if it's any music that's just really huge and energetic and like, you know, a little rage and stuff like that in it too, you know, not like, you know, violence, just like energy. You get me? Like, fuck it, let it out. But I'm assuming older Tyler, the Creator, did that more and shit. Now it's more like everybody just putting lip gloss on and fucking dyeing their hair blue.
Yeah, that was such a dope show. Like I mentioned earlier, I think it's probably one of the best shows I've been to this year, bro. Because it was rainy, and it's outdoors, and like I was tripping,
bro.
And I was just like, this is like a movie. I'm like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah, the main singer, what's his name? The singer, the lead singer of Turnstile.
Something. I forget his name.
He had his shirt off the whole time. I'm like, bro, you're not cold? I was like,
oh, yeah.
But it was cool to just see everything happening in the rain. Like, you completely forgot it was raining. And again, like, one thing that I always say, because this was a little more crazy than the last time I've been to a concert, the only other time, which was the Menzingers. But just the happy shock of every time somebody almost falls, like, people will pick you up. Like, if you go and tie your shoe, they make a little space for you. Like, there's just so much kindness happening in this midst of just fucking harsh pushing all over the place, man. Like, and I had my shoe almost fall off. That's the only time when you're kind of fucked. Like, somebody really got to help you out with your shoe. But it was so cool, man. Like, every time I almost fell, somebody just pushed me up from behind and shit. It just, what I don't get used to is these motherfuckers crowd surfing and just landing on your neck, bro. Oh my God, my neck is always so sore after these fucking concerts.
That's the nature of them.
Yeah, man. I gotta wear a helmet next time or something.
I'm pretty lucky when it comes to crowd surfing because, like, since I'm shorter and stuff, like, they usually hit other people before they reach me.
Yeah. So you just got there like, yeah. Nah, bro, some ladies fucking Doc Martens spiked my whole cheek, bro.
Yeah, no, I've said it before.
Bitch.
I've said it before, but if you're wearing Doc Martens, don't crowd surf.
Yeah, you piece of shit. Like, what the fuck you doing, bro?
Like that, you're trying to kill someone.
Yeah, you're wearing cinder blocks at the bottom of your heels and you're trying to put your shit on my face, bro. Nah, man. That shit was petrifying. It hurt, bro. I probably got a big ass cheek stain. I mean, shoe stain.
Cheek stain. I got a cheek stain on my cheek. Can you tell?
It's my Doc Marten. Nah, but super, super fun. Like, the concert went by so fast because it was so crazy. I'm telling you, bro, like, I was so high during the concert that I only took one hit of weed. I just don't smoke like that. So when I was looking, I was just staring up at the concert the whole time, just fucking getting crushed from my right side, left side. It was fucking awesome though, man.
Yeah, definitely. There was like something that I realized is that there was like this
that I realized.
Nice. There was this almost massive gap in the front of the stage. Mm-hmm. Well, not in front of the stage, but in the front
like separating
area,
the crowd and the
like not the barriers, but within the crowd, there was like a massive gap in the very front that separated like the very front of the crowd to the rest of it. and I realized it, and it was almost like a pit where it's like it was just this super long pit, and I saw people just running up and down it, and I was like, "Yo, man, this is crazy."
You know, it was super funny to me, man, because again, I was pretty stoned. Like I was so stoned that I didn't push nobody back. I was just like, y'all can push me, go ahead. I'm just gonna choose peace today, you know. But I kept looking, and then I looked at the security in the front. Right, I was so awed by everything. So at one point, when everybody crowd surfs to the front, the security guard kind of brings them in, right? But it just, from my perspective, it looks so funny because it looked like he was just grabbing kids and just throwing them in his little pit of doom, and they would never see it again. So for like 10 minutes, I was staring, and there was this one kid. I'm like, no, and he's crowd surfing. The security guard just grabs him and just throws him to the dungeon. And I'm in the middle just watching this whole thing, and I started laughing, bro. It was so funny. It looked like he was abducting fucking crowd surfers.
There was this one dude near me that kept trying to crowd surf to go to the back of the crowd, and so he'd get up there and he'd start doing the swimming motion and pointing of like, take me that way, take me that way, and they'd always take him the other way. He kept coming back, and he kept trying to go back up into the crowd, and they just kept bringing him back. And I was like, dude, I don't know why you're trying to get to the back so bad, but you should just walk, honestly.
He finally gets to the back and the show's over or some shit like that. I don't know. That's mad funny.
There's a moment when like the pit, one pit started opening up, and I was like, oh shit. I started backing up, whatever. It was right in front of me. And then fucking, I don't feel anyone behind me. Yeah. So I turned around to see how far the person is behind me. But when I turn around, I see that there's another pit opening up behind me. And I was like, I like out loud, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, there's two pits? Like, it was two pits that just turned into one mega pit.
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro.
And I was like, I was... Oh, awesome.
When I was in a pit, I was astonished, bro. I was like, get me out of this bitch, bro. I didn't wanted nothing to do, bro, because I'm high as fuck. So I'm in the middle. I'm like, no. Like, I can't lean back to nobody. So I'm like going backwards and stuff. And I just heave into a bunch of people behind me. And I just let myself get taken into the crowd. I was like, I'm not doing this right now, bro. Like, I look people in the eye with the fucking, they had the mentality that they were like, I'm going to kill somebody right now. And I knew they weren't, but it was petrifying to me, bro. Nope, I'm not doing that.
It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but it was a good ass show, man. The Megan is coming back, by the way. I seen that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But I definitely like to me, going to those like mosh pits and stuff for those type of concerts is like roller coasters. Like, I always get like, oh my god, it's gonna be fucking crazy. Roller coasters are scarier, but then when you're doing it, you're like, this is pretty fucking fun, you know? Just tie your shoes, bro. Just tie your shoes.
Like I tried telling you, just wear high tops.
Yeah, bro.
Just wear high tops.
Next time I'm gonna wear a onesie, bro, or something like that. I don't want to lose my shoes, bro. I would have been so mad. It was raining, bro. I would have been stepping in puddles.
That would have been bad. Yeah. You would have had a wet, dirty sock.
Yeah. Ugh. It was either walk home with a wet, dirty sock or like a $600 Uber or some shit. Fuck it. I'd rather choose the latter. I'm using it right. Yeah. And last thing, I found my wallet.
Yeah.
Fucking not as interesting of a story, but I lost my shit like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Long story short. I tell my mom, I tell my girlfriend Beatrice, and they're like, oh, just go to the store you were last at. And so yesterday I go to I'm like walking home, and I'm like, I should probably stop by the store. I go in, I'm like, hey, you found the wallet by any chance? He's like, as a matter of fact, I did. And I'm like, no way. He's like, yeah. So,
did you?
Did I? Just fucking, yeah, so I got my shit back, and that's fucking a great feeling. Because the whole time I was walking there, I was like, there's no way they're going to have it. Like, I'm 99% sure they're not going to have it. You know, setting myself up, you know, whatever Mary Jane said in No Way Home, like, don't set yourself up or whatever for success. Some depressing shit. And I have my wallet now, so I'm hyped.
Nice, man.
So now I have 2 pairs of IDs and a passport.
Yeah, because I remember when we went out the other night and you pulled out your passport, I was like, this motherfucker, did he lose his ID again?
Bro, my passport was my only form of identification aside the blood and fingerprints I was born with for so long, man. And having your passport is cool and all, but it's just more intense of a feeling if you lose that compared to an ID. And I don't know why. What information is on a passport that isn't on an ID?
Countries you've been to?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck that's gonna do? This motherfucker been to Paris.
You ass, motherfucker. Did I not deliver?
Yeah. I guess I should have said like sensitive information difference. Countries I've been to, bro. Just go to my Instagram.
I don't know. Is your social on your passport? I can't remember.
Nah. That's on your social security card.
Then,
Did I not deliver? Did I not deliver? But yeah, I found my shit, and it's a good ass fucking feeling, bro.
Nice,
so shout out to the liquor store that I left my wallet at, which wasn't for me. It was a gift. I'll take a buy a gift. You bitches.
Don't listen to them, guys. You're not bitches. I love you guys.
You guys are disgusting freaks.
You're beautiful people. Especially you.
Especially you. You know who you are. Little wink. Give a little wing action.
Ding.
Nice. But now we are at the show. You know.
I'm hosting this week.
Let's see. Welcome to the news. CNN News.
CNN News.
Oh yeah, I forget. That's our old intro. Shout out to our sponsor, Nair.
Nair.
You know what Nair is?
The hair product?
Yeah.
Nice.
The Nair is sponsoring us this week. If you got hairy balls, Nair, well to them.
Nair will be there.
Nair will be there for your testicles. Or vag.
Nair will be there for your thersicles.
Yeah, there we go. Nair will be there. Fair. Yeah. 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 Shout out to a welfare in it, but then it didn't work. Shout out to if you don't know where Nair is, go Google it. Nair. Yeah. Nerd ass, bitch ass, you fucking freak ass pieces of shit. What? I don't know what that was, bro. That was Brian.
I could hear the glasses.
Me too.
So
funny. Okay.
I got tree things.
Let's go.
Tree things as we do. As we do.
Tree.
First thing I want to talk about, pastor and son who allegedly scammed a 71-year-old woman and her disabled son out of $20,000.
Damn, let me get $20,000.
It's a bit of a shorter story. It's a bit of a quickie.
Okay.
A wham bam, thank you ma'am kind of story.
It's like the Bible, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then next story, nurse killed 7 babies in malevolent poison plot.
Damn, bro, malevolent.
Fucking Angelina Jolie's in this shit.
Really?
Nah.
Oh, the movie Malevolent. I see what you did there. I see.
And then for the third story, it's actually going to be a table reading again.
Because we're at a table.
At a table.
And my middle name is Reed.
Your middle name is Joseph.
Joseph Reed. Nice.
And the title of that table reading is going to be called A Death of a Family.
Ooh, okay.
So,
yeah, I had some quick topics, but I never write them down. I always know they're gonna be good, and I'm like, let me write them down in 5 minutes, and I don't know what the fuck I have. I fucking slack on that, bro.
How could you?
Quick topics are so fun. They just lead to so much funny things. I can't think of nothing this week. Like, what's happened this week? Quick topics.
Fuck. Actually, I honestly was having the same thing now that you mention it, because I was like, I noticed some things as I was doing my research, and I was like, these are definitely worth some quickies.
Yeah, just some little poofs, but they don't. I always want to write them down, but let me check the news real quick because I gotta check the news. Come on, it's 2022. We don't gotta go in, this whole little Earth Mind Matter, but we could look up. So Russia's going off on Ukraine right now, and vice versa.
Yeah,
but fuck that shit, Whatever. Oh, Alex Jones, $950 billion. What is it? Oh no, almost $1 billion.
Yeah,
bro, that's kind of crazy, man. Like. First of all, I don't really care for Alex Jones like that. Like, I think he's an interesting person, as we all are. How do you sentence somebody to pay or make them pay almost $1 billion, $950 million exactly? Like
in this economy,
this anything, bro. Bro, honestly speaking, I'm not really sorry for the Sandy Hook victims and stuff like that. What the fuck they gonna do with $1 billion, bro? Just wipe their tears or something? That's a lot of money, man. That's like death. That's a death penalty.
Hey man, that's America.
Fuck that.
Like fucking just pay people off.
But that's so much money, man. I don't think it's warranted. I think it's way too much money for some people that are just sad. Honestly speaking.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know how you could gauge something like that. Yeah, me neither. Realistically, I don't know what could be the right number, if any. It just seemes like such a touchy subject. And I'm just like,
and 100%. And again, like obviously, I feel terrible for the people that are how can I say, just affected by what Alex Jones did to them and stuff. And there's arguments for both things, but at the end of the day, I just feel it's just way too much money for one person to pay back. And I don't know the depth of the details. He made a lot of money with InfoWars, his like whole thing and everything. They're bankrupt now. It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. So yeah, bro, that was the one thing I could remember.
Oh, the Parkland shooter didn't.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at you! Nice. Oh, this seems like more. These are more intense, quick topics. These are like heavy, quick topics. Yeah, man, he should have got death penalty. I think he should have got death penalty.
He got 17 years, right?
No, he got life in prison.
He got life in prison?
So he's getting life in prison for sure. They decided to not give him the death penalty. And I remember I have a friend that hit me up that day. Shout out to Nick, Mr. 365, Mr. Worldwide. There you go. Man, I didn't really, when I was watching the trial and stuff like that, because it lasted forever, so I didn't watch the whole thing. I was going both ways. I was like, I could see the death penalty. I could see not the death penalty, like life for sure, as long as he's getting punished. But as soon as I saw that he's not going to get a death penalty, I was like, nah, man. Like, that's when I realized how much I wanted this guy to experience death. You get me? Just because he sucks, man. He killed a whole bunch of people and staff, and maliciously with a whole bunch of evidence in the past showing so that he wanted to do it, that he planned it out. And it's just like, bro, he gets to live for the rest of his life. He gets to communicate with his brother, who loves him very much. And you know who doesn't get to communicate with their brother or sister or father or mother they lost? The victims. You get me? So I just think that he 100% deserved it. I don't care how old he is. He's like 24 now and stuff like that. But fuck that guy, man. He definitely deserved the death penalty. I think so.
Man, yeah. Not for me, but
but you think life in prison is fair and that's what he should get and everything. Yeah, fuck that guy, man. He's a piece of shit.
Like, either way, I agree with that. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, man. Oh, here's a little quick topic. Hearing aids are now available over the counter at Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS.
Ooh, I'm about to get hearing aids.
I'm like, what? I can't hear you. Quick shit to CVS. Now I can.
I'm going to be like, what? I can't hear you because I turned off my hearing aids.
That I chopped off my ear. But yeah, the quick topics are getting less spicy. So let's move on.
So, first topic that I got for you again. Father and son who allegedly scammed 71-year-old woman and her disabled son out of $20K.
That's crazy money.
So this happened in Broward County in Florida.
Nice.
And the police have the former pastor who's in the title in custody. And it has left 71-year-old Pauline Bryce devastated.
Damn.
She's lost her life savings thinking she was buying her dream house for her 47-year-old son who suffers from epilepsy. She says, I put it down because I wanted a place for me and my son. I didn't want him on the streets. I haven't heard from him in 4 weeks. I don't know where he is. And from that, there's a lot of speculation of whether her son could be alive or dead at the moment.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, because she hasn't heard from him in a while. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn. He has epilepsy?
Uh-huh.
That's it? That's all he has?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And
but that just means he like gets seizures from lights.
No. It's like he has a like a form of Down syndrome.
But he said he's epileptic?
I from what I saw in the comments to this, someone had mentioned about like his like Down syndrome or something like that.
Oh, okay. Because epilepsy, like, because Beatrice has like a slight form of epilepsy when she was younger, and that's just like if you ever seen
with
like
lights and the like, strobing and stuff.
Yeah. I have a little joke that I'm pretty sure this is not funny you mentioned that. It's basically like, oh yeah, I went on the first day on Tinder, right? And I saw some girl, and we took her out and stuff. So we went out, and I was like, hey, you ever been to a rave? And she's like, no, I've never been to a rave. So they're like, oh, let's go to one, right? And so we go out, we get little hand stamps on our stuff. We go out to drink. And I'm like, hey, what do you want to drink? And she's like, oh, this and that, but let me get this and Pepsi, like a Coke, Jack and Pepsi, right? And I'm like, all right. So I got her Jack and Pepsi. And then I get like a little beer, and then we go out and the rave starts. We're having fun. And she's dancing crazy. She dances awesome. Like she's like going off. I'm like, you go, right? And then like, then I see like the lights go crazy, and then they're getting really crazy. Then I see the ambulance pull up, and it turns out that she was seizing. Because she didn't say she like, she didn't say I like Jack and Pepsi. She has, I have epilepsy.
Oh, man.
I see, I got to do that way better. But that's pretty much the joke.
It's a sad joke.
She didn't die or nothing. She just had a rave with epilepsy. But I thought she liked Pepsi. But yeah, but he probably has Down syndrome. Mm-hmm. Not at a rave.
Yeah.
Just crickets.
But,
it's not easy, folks.
So the story that I got this from, it's a local news channel from Florida. And their sources say that Gary Suffren was a pastor who served time for a multi-million-dollar money laundering scam.
Of course.
So Gary Suffren is a pastor in question, and from that, people are saying like he's had a criminal past. Yeah. So how could he ever become a pastor if he's had a past? So, but what he's being sorry.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
This fucking blue moons, man.
Yeah, I know, bro. I mean, I thought I was gonna be on the gas one today because I ate so much fucking food for no reason, bro. I just smoked way too much weed today that I don't really smoke. So I'm just eating, bro. Munchies are real, man. It's stupid real, bro. Yeah.
But what he's being accused of doing with his son Jamal Suffren is downright evil. Miramar police say there is still an active search underway for Jamal.
Damn.
And Pauline Bryce, the 71-year-old woman, she says people like this shouldn't be on the streets.
Yeah.
And when asked what kind of people would do something so awful, Detective Ernest Woods replied, people who need to be brought to justice.
I like how everybody's saying everything so like vague, and I like how she uses the term "in the streets" a lot. Yeah, she used that for her son and the priest. Not bad.
Wait, did she?
Yeah, she was like she doesn't want her son to be in the streets,
yeah,
and then she's like, I don't think this guy should be in the streets either. I feel like her conversation is always that, like, so what do you think about this food? It belongs in the streets. What do you think about that billboard? It doesn't belong in the streets. That's all you get from what's her name, Betty?
Pauline Bryce.
Whoops. What happened to the son?
There's
the son of the preacher man.
Oh, of the pastor?
Yeah. So
the son was in cahoots with the father doing this whole scam from the beginning. Authorities say that the father and son convinced Pauline Bryce that they had a property in Plantation, which is an area in Florida, which I didn't know.
Area in Florida? Like Aryan, like Nazis? It's crazy.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, thanks.
And they said that they would need a $20,000 deposit for her to get a contract. And Bryce gave the money, but never got it back, and she never got the house either.
That's success.
And Bryce had a message for the son. She said, Jamal, you have a baby. Let me tell you something. Why go to prison because of lying and stealing of your father? How could you just deceive your daughter like that? You called me grandma, and this is what you did to me. This is what you did to me. It hurts, but you will pay.
In the streets.
In the streets.
Wait, but who should write that to? The son of the priest?
Son of the pastor.
Of the pastor. I keep saying my bad. So she wrote it to the son saying like, hey, don't do this. Like, you don't be a fuck up like your father.
Pretty much.
In the streets.
In the streets. Don't be like your father.
In the streets.
But
he's like, but he's a traffic cop.
But he's a construction worker.
He teaches the Bible on the streets. Tell him to do it on the sidewalk.
But Bryce herself, she's a woman of faith and is now living with her daughter in Miramar, where she filed a police report. And this is just another kind of generic quote thing where she just says, if I am a pastor, I wouldn't do that to anyone. It's not nice. It's not kind. It's low down and it's dirty.
Man, we got a real Edgar Allan Poe over here. Real Hunter S. Thompson wordsmith over here.
I know, man.
This bad. Could be better. Meanwhile, house.
In the streets.
In the streets. Fuck, man.
But
the job for reflex, man. It's fucking just waiting.
But Father Suffren, the pastor, was picked up and detained on Friday, the 7th of October. And investigators are hoping anyone with information about Jamal's whereabouts will contact Crime Stoppers. And the number to that, if you live in the Florida area, is 954...
The streets. No, stop.
954-493-8477.
Gotcha.
So, if you live in Florida and if you see this motherfucker Jamal...
Fuck that kid.
Which we'll put up in the supplementary.
Oh, a picture of him?
But this is him.
Damn.
If I could zoom in a little more.
So who the father is the blue shirt and the son is the red shirt, or vice versa?
Son is on the left, father is on the right.
Okay, because they both look pretty old. I thought Jamal was a young kid.
You know what's crazy? Jamal,
he's 16.
Born in 97. He's my age.
Oh, what the fuck? He tall as shit, probably. Or he got a big ass head. He's big, bro. He barely fit in the square. So we're looking at 2 arrest warrant posters right here. That's mad funny. It's a fly on your computer screen. I thought it was the mouse. I was like, why are you scrolling over the Yeah, well, they're smiling. They're smiling in the photos. I guess they don't give a fuck. You heard about that pastor who had like fucking, I would say, like, let's just say more than $10,000 worth of jewelry on him?
No.
It was a Brooklyn pastor. He had, let's just say 10,000, which seems like a little bit. He had about $10,000 worth of jewelry on him, and they robbed him while he was like preaching. Crazy, bro. And apparently he was in debt. I don't know, man, but this motherfucker was fucking gold everywhere, bro. Like if he sneezed, like there would be follicles of gold dust in his sneeze. Like it was crazy. And he got robbed. And yeah, but apparently he was doing some scheme shit too, man. So I don't know.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. You ever seen the preacher who's like, coronavirus? I blow on you. And then
you've told me about this.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. And there's one last guy who I think schemed so much as a priest or pastor or whatever that they found money inside the walls of the church that he built, the Mega Million Church. Like a scumbag he is, bro. Piece of shit. Speaking of scumbags, shout out to CFO Slime's YouTube channel. It's Scutia Runs. It's ESCUITIA Runs, like correr, like RUNS. If you like FIFA, if you like playing Ultimate Team, I guarantee you cannot beat him in FIFA. So check out his YouTube channel. If you think you could beat him, message us or him, because y'all suck at FIFA and he's the best. Yeah.
I've never really watched people play FIFA, so it'd be cool to watch Slime play.
FIFA is one of those games where, like, even if you're not into sports games, it's just super fun to play. Like it's I would say it's one of the few sports games that everybody can have fun with. That and boxing. But it's pretty fun, honestly speaking. And he's nice at it, though. He's actually nice at it. If you beat Jonathan in FIFA for 5 people, I'll do this for. I'll actually give you $10. Seriously. So I'll cash app you $10 if you genuinely beat Jonathan at FIFA. So if you want to do that challenge, you hit me up and we'll set it up and everything. Nice. But you gotta subscribe to his channel. That's the only.
Never mind.
Don't you think I'm gonna do this shit for free, bro? Shout out to Slime. All right, so there's 2 arrest warrants for the father and son duo that is suffering.
Yeah. And that's, like I said, it's a quickie, so that's all I got for you with this story.
So they just scammed this lady?
They just completely scammed the shit out of this old lady.
I thought it was gonna be more details, some twists or some shit like that.
It's an ongoing story, so who knows? Like maybe we'll find out about father's sufferance past.
I just feel like they're just scumbags. That's all it is.
It's pretty like
pretty vanilla.
Yeah, it's just it's pretty tame.
Okay,
but it's it's still pretty crazy because I feel bad for this lady.
Fuck that lady. If your story is more interesting, I would feel bad, but not you, her. Fucking. I mean, I'm sure it sucks to lose $20,000, but sounds like you should have did your research. But I'm so confused. So her son is still on the streets.
Yeah,
and so are they. So everybody's in the streets except this lady.
Well, who do you mean? Who's everyone?
Like the pastor, the son, and her son.
Well, the pastor is in jail.
Oh, and then his son is on the streets.
His son is somewhere out in the streets.
Okay, so their children. So they sound like just bad parents. They both just sound like bad parents. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's definitely a shitty situation, and I was intrigued by this, and I was just kind of like, you know what, I'll bring this up.
Okay,
but like I said, it's a bit of a quickie.
Gotcha.
I knew it, and I did it anyways. Okay. I'm a fucking criminal. That's what I do.
Do you, bro? Do you? All right.
But next one is a bit more juicier. So, as I said before, Nurse killed 7 babies in malevolent poison plot.
Yeah.
So this story is pretty fucked up. I read this and I was like, this is just awful. Yeah. Like, this is just awful every which way.
I believe it.
But to get into it, a neonatal nurse was charged with murdering 7 babies and attempting to kill 10 others, and was accused in court of injecting newborns with air and feeding them insulin at a hospital in the United Kingdom.
It's crazy.
So, prosecutors accuse a Lucy Letby, who is 32, of being a quote-unquote constant malevolent presence at the hospital in northwest England. In a years-long case that has sparked horror and fascination in the country. Letby has pleaded not guilty at the moment. And so, the hospital that she works at, Countess of Chester Hospital, saw a significant rise in deaths and a catastrophic collapses, quote-unquote, in its neonatal unit during 2015 and 2016.
Okay.
They say, babies who had not been unstable at all suddenly deteriorated. Sometimes babies who had been sick but then been on the mend suddenly deteriorated for no apparent reason. A poisoner was at work. And Letby is accused of trying several times in some instances to kill one child. A premature baby who was killed in June of 2015, one day after he was born, is believed to be Letby's first victim.
Damn.
Like, that's just, it's so fucked up. No, like, Jesus Christ.
One day after the baby was born.
Yes.
Trash.
So the doctors noticed that child A, as he was identified in court for privacy reasons, had an quote-unquote odd discoloration on his skin. An autopsy couldn't determine cause of death, but one expert says the most likely cause was air injected into the bloodstream by quote-unquote by someone who knew it would cause significant harm. And this is where it gets kind of crazy. So child A's twin sister, child B, also suffered from dangerously low oxygen levels some 28 hours after her brother died. Mm-hmm. Employees resuscitated her and she survived. And they say, quote unquote, these were no accidents. What's crazy is that they weren't just twins. They were triplets.
Oh, damn. So she killed 3 kids?
She killed 1 out of 3 kids and she tried to kill 2 out of 3 and only killed 1.
Damn.
And in the comments and stuff, people were just kind of saying, like, imagine being like a triplet and like having both of your like other siblings die at birth like that.
That's
or
such
like
an empty way to live your life, you know, like not to have had a chance. And then to find out that they were murdered is even worse too. You feel
like there was a triplet that responded and they were like, fuck, I'm a triplet. And I couldn't ever imagine that. Like, holy shit.
They don't know which order they are, so they're lost forever. Like, I'm my oldest, youngest, like, middle.
That shit's crazy, man.
Yeah. It's not Malcolm in the middle, it's just Malcolm.
It's just Malcolm. It's just
they were triplets.
It's just straight up Malcolm.
Malcolm? Question mark. Shout out to Frankie Muniz.
Hell yeah. But other incidents were initially chalked up to natural causes before the hospital workers became alarmed.
Okay.
In 2017, a review of police evidence suggested that 2 children were poisoned with insulin by someone at the neonatal unit.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that the children, child F and L, survived after doctors treated them for a sudden and dangerous drop in blood sugar levels. Letby was on duty when the newborns were allegedly poisoned and was present every time, quote unquote, things took a turn for the worse for these 17 children. And they say that the rise in deaths coincided with her schedule. When she worked nights, those incidents increased, and when she was moved to the day shifts, they also increased. When Letby did not succeed in killing a child, she tried again, and in one case, she tried 3 times. And the last notes that I got for you for this story, because it's also a bit of a quickie.
Mm-hmm.
She says, they say that she was formally charged in November of 2020, which I was really shocked to hear about that.
I mean, they take long in the trials and stuff like that and everything, just in general for everything.
I mean, I guess I just put in perspective for me because like I know here in the States we always have that conversation of like, oh, like the law system takes so long and things like that. I never considered that it's probably like that in other places in the world. Like
I just think because there's probably so much crime and everything, and just like judges.
I just kind of assumed that like because it seemed like it was such a big problem here that it wasn't as much as a problem in other countries. I kind of just automatically assume like, oh, other countries are probably better at this.
No, Javi, we're the best at everything. So if we're better at it here, they're definitely better at somewhere else. You get me?
Yeah.
All right. Just fucking step your America up right here.
My bad, Paul.
No, goddamn it. Fucking say your fucking national anthem, bro. Which
I pledge allegiance to the dick
of the Black Panther. Shout out to Chadwick.
That's called Black Mamba.
It's called Black.
2Ks.
2K. Black jokes today. I mean, it is October 17th.
Yeah.
You know what that means.
It's Black Day.
It's Never even tried this way. Just black. Next episode will be June, so it's okay. That's mad funny. So you want to try 2020 November, which is like 2 years ago.
Yep. And the first court hearing was this Monday on the 10th. So,
oh, shit.
Yeah, just this past Monday. And all the parents of all the children were there at the court and stuff like that. And they do not want to make any comments at the moment.
I mean, she deserves that penalty. You get me? Like, she does not deserve another second of life. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, and, well, I mean, like, because I've heard about this a lot. And actually, there's a lot of nurses that do commit these crimes. There's a shitload of them.
Okay.
And I've always heard about them. So I just Googled it real quick while you were bringing it up. And there's 18. There's a list of 18, which is crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's a whole bunch more.
You know, it kind of makes sense because I think of like Dexter.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, and then people who haven't been caught. I remember the shopping cart killer that was a while back. But there's one that there's a whole bunch of ways that people have done this. But let me show you two. Let me show you three. So the one I just want to show just because it's very modern, right? Daniela Poggiali, right? She ended her patients and then took selfies with them. So Italian nurse Daniela Poggiali allegedly killed at least 90 of her patients on purpose because they were bothersome.
God damn.
While she vehemently denied the charges, the Italian government thought otherwise and charged her in 2014 with the crimes. Not only was Poggiali present for 96 deaths during her time as a nurse, a very high number according to authorities, she also took selfies with her deceased patients. Police said that she stole money and jewelry from the victims and bragged to others that she killed them because they, quote, annoyed, unquote, her.
Jesus.
Yeah. And now there's this lady, Amelia Dyer with a Y. She killed an estimated 400 infants.
Fuck.
So Amelia Dyer is one of the most notorious serial killers in history. Although she was only convicted of 12 deaths, evidence suggests her true body count was at least 400. Her crimes took place during a 20-year time span in the late 1800s, and all of her victims were babies. Dyer was a trained nurse who turned to baby farming to make money. She would offer to adopt or nurse a child in return for a fee, but would typically terminate the babies within days by drugging them with opium-based substances or smothering them. She actually served 6 months in prison for negligence in 1879. But Dyer wasn't arrested for her crimes until 1896. Her reign of terror finally ended permanently on June 12, 1896, when she was executed by hanging for the murder of 12 infants. So they're doing it right. They're killing bitches that deserve to get killed because she killed 400 motherfuckers.
And where was she from?
I mean, this is, let's see. I'm not sure, actually.
Because so far, these two people are from Europe.
Yes. I mean, well, let me show you this lady. Charles Cullen, right? He was New Jersey's most prolific serial killer, right?
Of course, from Jersey.
Bitches, motherfucker. Fake ass New York. Shout out to Tony Soprano. Charles Cullen spent 16 years as a serial killing nurse before he was finally caught in 2003. He admitted to ending up to 40 patients with lethal injections during that time, although it's believed that this may be a conservative estimate. Although Cullen isn't the only one to blame for his actions, there were many medical professionals along the way who could have stopped him from harming patients. In fact, After Cullen was caught, most of the 7 hospitals he worked for reported that they had suspected he was hurting the people in his care. It's unclear why none of these hospitals contacted the police or at the very least made their concerns known to his subsequent employers when they verified his work references. Cullen's long tenure in the medical field ended him to become the most prolific serial killer in New Jersey history. He was given a prison term of 127 years. Oof. And that's 3 out of a list of 18. This lady injected her patients with bleach. Kimberly Saenz, Saenz. Bruh.
Damn, she's on Trump.
Yeah, man, this is crazy. I mean, Jesus Christ. And there's also this one kid. I just always heard about like nurses being pieces of shit to their patients people they care for. Yeah, which I'm not justifying at all. And I'm not saying it just has to lead to killing. I just also think it has to do with just, getting tired to work in a field where you're always caring for people who seem to always put you down, or maybe like people who are asking for care, but they get like a Mexican doctor and they're like, oh, I don't want a Mexican doctor or nurse, I want a white one, or those things, or this, a whole bunch of other things. But bruh, killing babies, bro, 400 babies.
Yeah, man.
300 I get, but no, I'm kidding. That's crazy, bro. That's a crazy amount of fucking babies.
Like I guess what brought me to this story, now that I think about it in retrospect, is just kind of like, now that I'm working at a clinic and whatnot, I'm like, I couldn't ever imagine any of the nurses in my clinic doing this. And
Javi's like, I gotta kill some babies.
I mean, like, granted, there are no babies that come into our clinic. We're not a hospital. We're just like a general clinic.
Yeah.
So we don't really have babies that come in or anything. But I just, like, the nurses and stuff in my clinic seem so nice and whatever. I was just kind of like, I couldn't ever imagine any of them ever being malevolent or doing anything like that. So I guess that's kind of what brought me to this story of like, I can't imagine that there are people out there. I can and I can't. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, obviously it's happening, but it's like, it's like see it to believe it type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully you never have to see that shit. But I think this is seeing and believing because it's happening, it's recorded history that's actually.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like, I'm sure it was happening, but it's not until now, like, hearing these stories where I'm like, fuck, like, yeah, it is happening. Like, it's really happening out there. And that's just awful.
I consider hospitals in areas that are very dangerous as well, where you're always seeing people die and stuff like that. And then just the idea of, negligible parents who just treat their children terribly. There's this one kid who was being treated terribly. It's a very famous documentary on Netflix. Apparently, it's about a kid named Diego. I don't know if you heard about this. Documentary. Right. So it's about this kid, Diego Maradona. Oh, that's a fucking soccer player. What the fuck am I saying? I forgot. I don't think his name is Diego, but it's on Netflix, and the whole story is basically that. There's this little boy, his name's something, Damien, Diego, whatever. And he had a sister, and he was in a household where the mother was a single mother who was dating a guy. And so she had a boyfriend. Ultimately, they would tie this kid up, like, bound his arms and legs, and they would put him in the sink. Under the sink cabinet. So he was in there by himself, like locked in the whole day, barely fed. Like he would have to use the bathroom on himself and stuff like that too. Just kept down there. The way they would feed him is that they would get like manure from the litter box of the cat, and they would just let him eat like cat shit basically. That was the only way he would eat, and he was constantly hit, constantly hurt, and he even left the school like that. You get me? So then there would be pictures of him like taking pictures for like the yearbook, like, kindergarten, like first grade, because he's so young. And the teachers would always want to call like child protective services and stuff on the parents, but whenever they would show up to the house, they would be like, oh, he's not here today, he's with his aunt, he's this and that, but the whole time he's in the cabinet, where his like siblings would try to feed him also, like they would try to give him some food and stuff like that. They all did this because they suspected that he was gay.
Damn.
This is a little ass kid. You get me? Like the boyfriend of the mom was so like, I guess he thought he was too feminine and stuff like that. I have actually something I want to show you, but yeah, that shit was just super sad. So like I heard about that, man. I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit like that. That's just super depressing. You feel me? Not to switch the subject real quick, but I do have this very, very fucking I gotta show you this. So on a lighter note, all right. So I was home, right? I got really high again. I'm just here. And Beatrice had to get a costume for work and stuff. She has like a costume party coming up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, oh, she wanted to be Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh.
Okay.
And so recently I seen the trailer for the new Winnie the Pooh horror movie. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds fucking cool. Like, I'll look. But then I went down this beehole of just really awesome shit. And I was like, I got to show Javi. So this can't really be a segment audio-wise. This can definitely be a segment YouTube or for like a little highlight. But I got a little game show I want to play right now, okay? Okay, so the little game show is this. It's going to just be comment on the costume. We're going to just look at some costumes, and I'm curious to see how you want to see them. You ready?
Okay.
Hold on, let me just fucking...
How I want to see them? What does that even mean?
Just comment on them, see what you say about them. Let's see, how do I do a little slideshow? QuickTime Player? No, right? I do not know how to do this shit. Give me 1 second. This would be a segment we could do it on a thing. All right, hold on. You ready?
If I'm ready.
All right.
Let me think real quick. So this one's gonna come out on Friday.
This one's
and then following episode's gonna come out on Monday.
Yes.
And then from there's a week left in October, right?
Yeah, but we could do something extra spoopy for them. Maybe we could start.
Well, I'm just trying to think. So this was a comic. Next week is gonna be album. So Halloween episode is gonna be a movie.
Yes.
So we need to watch a horror movie for Halloween.
And you know what we could do? Maybe, just maybe, we can do the commentary on the spooky movie.
Ooh.
Maybe we could get a couple guests in here too.
Yeah.
Maybe get real drunk, real high. Watch a spooky movie.
That'd be cool. That'd be fun.
Let's see what we can do.
Let's figure it out.
Let's fucking do it, man. Fucking boo.
Hey, no, but Frankie, seriously?
Oh, shit. Just have a heart attack. That's how I go. That's my legacy.
Whenever I make that noise, I always think about in BoJack.
Yeah.
When in the first season, when I forget who, but someone tells BoJack, they're like, you need to call your ghostwriter and meet up with them so they can write your book, who is Diane.
Yeah.
And he's like, you want me to call a woman on the phone? And then he reaches for his heart and he goes,
I thought he was going to say, you want me to call a ghost?
And then he ends up in the hospital. And then he's like, oh, why am I here? The doctor's like, you had a heart attack because you were told to call a woman on the phone.
And he goes,
it's the funniest shit. It's so good.
It's funny if you're sexist.
That face.
God, I'm not sexist at all, so I don't think that's funny. Like, I laughed, but just because, just to represent the stigma we hold women against in 2022.
This is like the most woke Jaden Smith face you've ever given.
I don't stand for inequality amongst, genitals, honestly speaking. I just think you're born how you are, man. God, can we just talk about like the socioeconomical status of the world right now? God, because that's so fucking not vanilla. God. Oh my God.
All right, now you just like you're jacking off.
Just fucking over here.
I'm gonna start one hand clapping over here.
You hear the technical difficulties. Dun, 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 dun. You're back.
Okay.
All right, man. They're sorry. Now, Jaden Smith's annoying, bro. I know I've said this before, but that kid's annoying. Bro. What, man? He has, for every good point, Jade, what's the name? What's the wife's name? Jada Pinkett Smith. Mm-hmm. He has every good point for every strand of hair she has in her head.
Damn.
You get me?
Damn.
And Will Smith's just annoying too. Nah, I like Will Smith. I fucking like that guy. He's just a little bit of an asshole. You get me?
He's a celebrity.
Yeah, man. But shout out to Kanye West. Nah, he's kind of crazy right now too, bro.
That's another quickie.
White Lives Matter.
Yeah,
that's very interesting. That's very interesting.
That's another quickie.
Yeah, man.
I was almost gonna write about that, but I was like,
Yeah, it don't seem like something you could really expand on story wise because it pretty much wraps it up for themselves. I mean, I don't know. I think the other things he's saying that George Floyd wasn't really he didn't die from the neck on his the knee on his neck and stuff like that, which I don't agree with him. Of course, he died from the knee on his neck. Like that's what the autopsy said. But I do with the whole White Lives Matter shirt. Of course, White Lives Matter. I think all lives matter. Oh shit, about to die because I think humans matter. Skeletons with skin and organs.
Oh, get a load of this guy. Oh,
no, I think if you're
Jake Plumer over here.
Fucking Sacagawea. if you have a skeleton and you have organs and skin around those that skeleton of yours, you probably deserve a good life, a regular life. Unless you kill people, then you deserve the death penalty. But the whole idea of the Black Lives Matter being the scam is the real issue, I think, because they're a huge scam within within the goodness of the people that actually were within that, the group and the people that followed the group, represented that group and stuff. I just think there's a whole shitload of stuff that people aren't talking about where they use the money for a whole bunch of shit. One of the founders used a lot of that money to buy themselves a mansion. Mm-hmm. Nobody talks on that shit. You get me? So I think there's a point to be made within the kind of craze that he's causing with his words. And the whole like anti-Semitic tweet that he put out, like DEFCON 3 on Jews and stuff. Where I saw a little video where like Jamie Lee Curtis was saying like she was like crying, saying like I'm so offended by what Kanye said and stuff, and then the video cut to some guy saying like, okay, so what were you saying that when like with the Israelis and the Palestinians and stuff like that? Like, where was your comment on that situation? Or are you just using somebody else's platform to enhance your self-image? And I think that's a very good point. You get me? Because at the end of the day, Kanye is just a presence that's made him so very loud, vocal, and heard, And I think people's reaction to him is also representative of how much they don't react to politicians that are actually in power saying things like this all the time. Like, where's the comment on DeSantis moving, immigrants to different states because he wants to, because Abbott did that in Texas? Like, nobody's talking about that. There's no mention of the farm workers that marched from, the 4-day march to convince, and they finally signed the thingy and everything for the farm workers to be able to vote from home and stuff like that. So, I mean, nobody's talking about these idiots in suits that are actually in power. But as long as they're talking about Kanye West or Andrew Tate, people who are literally just, celebrities, that makes themselves feel better. You get me? And I just feel that, again, it's like the people clapping for the black woman director of the movie The Wrinkle in Time. It's like, like praise. You're giving praise and criticism to the people that you choose to because it makes yourself feel better. And I think that's what we lack a lot. Just real active, activists outreach, and stuff.
I think in terms of like Jamie Lee Curtis speaking out, I think that's kind of like celebrityism feeding to celebrityism.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's because like you have to imagine that celebrities, even though they don't all know each other, they all kind of know each other since they all work in the business and whatever. So it's like you could put the argument that with because of that celebrityism and whatever, that Jamie Lee Curtis feels some sort of personal attack from Kanye. We don't know what her relationship is with Kanye.
That. Yeah, but still, I think
I'm just saying you could like say that. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm just saying like.
But I think the point the guy made it in general is like
I mean
right?
in terms of that point of like where was her say in the Israeli protests and things like that is completely fair to say. Because it's true. But I think just because they're celebrities, I think that makes it a little bit easier. Like it's an easier of a target is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's easier to just point and blame on this one person versus pointing blame at the actual issue.
Yeah.
So, I like Kanye is like his music. Like I like some of his songs, not all of them.
I love most of his music. It's amazing. It's fucking incredible.
But
I also separate the art from the artist. Like with anybody, like I'm still gonna watch any movie Harvey Weinstein put out and funded and allowed to put out. Like they're fucking probably great movies. Like one of your favorite movies, you and many other people, is probably a Harvey Weinstein movie, and that's a fact. You get me? And not to say that Harvey Weinstein is great, but it's just like again, like I always separate the artist from the art because it's just how it should be. You get me? There's lines, I guess, but I don't know. I think that way.
I mean, I know you think that way. I it's a little difficult for me to agree with that just because like the way I always see it, especially with people like Kanye, it's like these people need help. And I think just sort of I feel like society sort of it enables him more than anything, where they're just kind of like, we're gonna let you be this crazy person because it makes great headlines and you make great music, so we're not gonna question it and whatever. And I think for a lot of people that's okay.
Yeah.
And I think in reality, the dude needs help. And I think a lot of people don't really want to try to address that.
Okay.
But
he addresses that. I think everybody knows that, and he addresses it himself.
I feel like everyone knows that in meme form. Where I
think he's been very vocal. He's been extremely vocal about that stuff, and a lot of people like understand that. I think what you're saying is true, but it's also not for the sake of just. I think it's attention span we have to. Again, back to what I was saying. I don't think it has anything to do with just the headlines, because it makes the news people better. I think it's just because young people don't care about anything that's actually happening in the world. Like they just care about, like, ask anybody about what's happening in Russia, Ukraine, or Iran. I mean, we're lucky enough to even do this show to be able to expand our heads on, more news occurrences and stuff like that. But I mean, you just see Kanye West, you pay attention more. You get me? Because you don't find yourself interesting enough. So at the very least, you could talk about Kanye West. I
mean, that kind of goes back to what I said of like, it's sort of like an easy target. It's easy to talk about this versus talking about this.
But who's the target you're referring to?
Like, it's a different context versus the two things, because before, when I said it before, it's in the context of like, it's easy to target Kanye West and put blame on him and attack him for what he's saying and doing, whatever, versus attacking the actual issue.
Yeah.
In terms of this context, I'm just saying that he's an easy target in the sense of that he's kind of like the only celebrity saying shit like this.
Is he though?
Like, I say kind of. I don't know exactly.
I doubt it. I think
I just say celebrity. I just mean because like high profile and whatever the case is.
I mean, he is a presidential candidate.
Yeah,
technically speaking, you know what I mean.
So it's just, I think it's easier for society to focus on what he has to say or what he has to do because of how much of a high profile celebrity he is. Because celebrities, especially in today's society, I would say have a lot of like quote unquote power or like control over their fan base. I would say so.
I think they've always had that power. I think again it just
I mean, while you can say that they've always had that power, I think what's different is just the outreach of it. Like, you couldn't send, like, Kanye couldn't send a tweet like how he did today, like 20 years ago.
Yeah, but he did. He went on the what's it called? What was it, the Red Cross thing, the donation thing for Haiti? And he was on national television, and he went
20 years ago.
Yeah, bro. Yes, fucking maybe just about. This is when the Haiti thing happened. Maybe not 20, but like 17 years ago. And he's standing next to Mike Myers, and Mike Myers is saying, "And you can donate to Haiti and this and that." And then he goes and he says to the TV, "George Bush doesn't care about black people." Do you remember that?
I don't.
Do you remember? I gotta show you, because he's been doing stuff like this, and I think that's the whole point of him. That he's not just always. This is not a newfound thing that he's been doing. That he's been doing this forever. And this is a very famous clip.
No, I mean, I'm not saying this is new. I'm just saying like the outreach of it is much easier today.
This is hold on. This says it uploaded 7 years ago, but it says 10 years after. So let me just try to invent a video for you. This one says 15 years ago. So about 20. Let me show you the video. Live on TV.
I hate the way they portray us in the media. We see a black family, it says they're looting. You see a white family, it says they're looking for food. And you know that it's been 5 days because most of the people are black. And even for me to complain about, I would be a hypocrite because I've tried to turn away from the TV because it's too hard to watch. I've even been shopping before even giving a donation. So now I'm calling my business manager right now to see what is the biggest amount I can give, and just to imagine if I was down there, and those are my people down there. So anybody out there that wants to do anything that we can help with the setup, the way America is set up to help the poor, the black people, the less well off as slow as possible. I mean, this is Red Cross is doing everything they can. We already realize a lot of the people that could help fighting another way, and they've given them permission to go down and shoot us.
And this is the clip that everybody knows. Coming up right now.
The survivors' will to rebuild and remain in the area. The destruction of the spirit of the people of southern Louisiana and Mississippi may end up being the most tragic loss of all. George Bush doesn't care about black people. Please come.
Then you get Chris Tucker like, what the fuck? My bad. It's just because Chris Tucker is fucking hilarious. But I think what's important about that to see is that like this is not it's not like newfound. I know you're not saying that he's never been doing that before, but relative to the time period, he's always taking advantage of the resources he's been given. So doing something like that on live television, where it is kind of uncalled for because it's a donation platform, he was being very prolific by using his voice in a high viewed channel, which is huge, and it could be looked at as Twitter today. Obviously, number is different, but that's why I say relative to the time period. I think there's so many people saying so many different things everywhere. I think Kanye West is just more popular, and that's it. And I think when it comes down to the easy target, when I asked you like, what do you mean by that? What I'm trying to say is that I think the easy target is the youth that pays attention to this, because again, what he says and what he's doing, it's whatever. They kick him off Twitter. Again, I just see it as a perfect time to just sign up for all these alternative social medias, because now he wants to buy. Remember, there's what is it? Getter. What is Truth Social?
Truth.
And he wants to buy another one. So he's trying to buy a freedom of speech social network as well. And I think at this point, like, we're moving towards a serious notion of that stuff, because there's a whole thing. There's a whole thing with This is very big in the news. It was with Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, and they read the TikTok policy of, if you read that and stuff like that, and they're able to like record a whole bunch of your stuff.
Yeah.
Mad NSA of them and shit. And it blew up because they spoke about it on the podcast, but people are still using TikTok all the time. You get me? So I think these new social medias that are coming out, I mean, it's just inevitable, because how many people are going to get kicked off of social media and we can't say things no more? You get me? I think it just inhibits our freedom of speech. I know it sounds mad America, reference to the little costume baby and stuff, but it's just at one point, like, are we just going to kick off anybody we don't want to hear anymore? Because that kind of sounds like censorship, And I mean, there's Donald Trump, there's Kanye West, but how many people are going to fall on that? When they wanted Joe Rogan off, who was the musician? Neil Young. Yeah, he said that he's going to take up all his music on Spotify and stuff. And it's just, I mean, you can't please everybody. So I think that neutrality is hard to work with, because there's a lot of racism and hate speech. But I mean, come on, man. I know you're not a big advocate for Kanye West, but I'm not really trying to protect what he says, because it's kind of outrageous altogether. But I think he's the best at being relevant. And I think eventually one of these, freedom of speech social platforms is going to be bigger than Facebook.
I mean, it's not even that I'm not even like the biggest advocate of Kanye. Honestly, I think he's a super interesting person to talk about. Like, I've heard it before, but you could teach classes about Kanye. Like, he's such an interesting individual. Like, I've read a lot about him actually, because I think
it's definitely interesting.
Because I think he's contributed a lot to society, good and bad. Yeah. And for an individual to do that, it is worth taking a look at. Yeah,
I mean, influence. Right. Like, just all together influence.
Yeah. So it's just he's been around for so long. He's stayed relevant for so long. Yeah. He's been on top of the charts for so long,
and he's more relevant than ever, which I always think is the craziest thing about just celebrityism. Just how long can you stay in not the spotlight per se, just in people's conversations? Because that's why Kim Kardashian is so huge. Because she just maintains her name in conversation. And I think both her and Kanye are crazy for being together, because I don't think they care about love at all. I just genuinely think they're so egotistic. You get me? Like, there has to be that within both of them where, like, I mean, at least one is talented, and definitely not Kim Kardashian.
I thought you were definitely meant Kim.
You know what I'm trying to say?
I definitely thought you meant Kim.
Nah, I mean,
have you seen that champagne? Shoot?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, she's buzzing with time. Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those.
You can't just have an ass like that.
You don't just do that. You don't just do that without just being amazingly skilled. So I just, I mean, yeah, at the very least, I saw just politics again, the art from the artist. Kanye West is a very talented person with very great music that's played by the world. You get me? So, It's just again, I just wonder if we'll still be talking about him in 10 years. But of course we will. You get me?
We will. We definitely will.
So interesting to work that way of existing. You get me? Sometimes I just feel like both of them don't even, and there's nothing to talk about celebrities, just because they are influential to younger kids nowadays and stuff too, for sure. But I think more so with their wallets, more than anything else.
I also just feel like a big factor is like, again, what I was kind of getting to at before, how good they are at what they do, like at their craft. Like, because I feel like if Kanye made shitty music, a lot of people would be like, yeah, you know what? Kanye does need help. Yeah. It shows in his music. Like, he needs to that guy, train wreck. But because of the fact that he makes such good music, I feel like that's enough for people to just kind of be like, yeah, he needs help, but he makes some bangers.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people,
and it's like, but we shouldn't just ignore that. Like, I think he, again, like as I said before, he genuinely needs help, and I think to just ignore that,
I'm sure he's getting help though. It's not like he's not getting help. You get me? He's Kanye West. He can afford the help.
Obviously, he can afford the help, but he doesn't seem like the type of individual to like seek that kind of help on his own accord.
I don't know, man. I always think that the people
obviously I don't know him, but it's
so that means it's like the Schrödinger's cat thing. There either is one or not one. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, he either is getting help or not getting help. I just think that people who seem the most crazy and outspoken like that are usually the most normal ones. You get me? Like, at the end of the day, like, he has an opinion. You get me? At the end of the day, he has an opinion. The whole Jew thing with the whole DEFCON 3, I don't know what the fuck that was about, but Jew's a little sus. But I'm just saying that a lot of times whenever I see somebody like quote unquote crazy, and of course there's levels to, mental health and deterioration of the brain and what you're incapable of, doing and applying, like autism, social skills and all that stuff. I just really think that, man, he's outspoken and he's not entitled to deliver any sense of, justified speech. That's what I feel that most celebrities do. They just lie. Lizzo put out a statement. I want to see how true this is, but she was like, I don't make music for white people.
Who said this?
Lizzo.
I don't even know who this is.
Yeah, she makes terrible music. She's this very overweight black singer. And the reason I say she's overweight is not to cut her ass. It's because a lot of people have, opinions on her. And I know I sound like a celebrity gossip, but it's true. Like, this is something I talk about other people also because it applies. Because
it's like the "Don't Worry, Darling" episode.
Yeah. Ooh, put my feet in the air, lay on my stomach, bow my head. So anyway, Javi, you never know what now. But she advocates for this, like, accept my body and this and that. And I'm gonna show you how she looks like. And a lot of people say, like, what you're doing is not okay for children because they're looking at themselves saying that, oh, I'm perfectly fine the way I am. But when they go to the doctor's like, you need to lose some weight or you're going to, like, die. You get me? This is how she looks like. She a big girl.
Okay.
She a big girl. Right?
Okay.
And so she, let me look at how true it is about the white people. But, and I'm not saying, like, I'm not, like, trying to fat shame or even be rude or anything like that. Because, I'll make jokes around her. Like, she played a clarinet that apparently nobody has touched in such a long time. Like, the last time somebody touched it was just this royal guy. And some lady put up a video and she was like, that guy was racist as fuck. But then I was like, it'd be funny if she played the flute, like, in some animation. And at the end of it, she just ate it. She was like, that'd be funny as fuck. You get me? And she just like, I'm Lizzo. But yeah, let's see how true it is. I don't make music for white people. And then when I saw that, a lot of comments were like, but most of the people that listen to your stuff are white people. You get me? Yeah, she said it. She says, I am not making music for white people, quote unquote, Lizzo. And her music is 100% for, like, a lot of people listen to it, but, and somebody put a comment, they were like, the United States only has like a 26% population of black people. So when it really comes down to it, like, who's funding her music? And, like, kinda, it's just, it's
kind of makes me think about that song, 1984 by J. Cole.
1984 by J. Cole. I don't remember that one.
The whole song is just kind of like, he says something like, the whole message of that song is just that, the idea that a lot of white people or white culture has, like, talking to the fame and rise of rap music over the last like 10, 15 years or so. just occluding that to the fact that white people have kind of caught on the bandwagon. And he says something along the lines of like, oh, they want to be like you and things like that and whatever, like kind of talking to black people of like, they want to be like you. They want to, be like this or be like that.
Be black.
Whatever.
Be black. I mean, there's a lot of white people, especially like the comedians that I listen to, that they were like, yeah, they're growing up white. A lot of white people. And black people know this, like rappers and celebrities, they know this. Like white people wanted to be black. They want to be cool, like quote unquote cool. Like how the media shows them and stuff like that, like, you know, both portions. So this is a true conversation to have, and it's true. When anybody thinks that I'm ignorant, I mean, just look it up or ask an older white person that's just very, you know, transparent and truthful. And I mean, it's important, man. I think it's just interesting, man, especially with music and all that stuff. And I know this is like this is a beehole like a motherfucker, but I think it all comes down to just I mean, yeah, what you say is important, but these are all just celebrities, you know. And I think the only reason that Kanye is a little more relevant is because, yeah, like he is trying to run for president, like, you know, even though it's probably unlikely because the man won't let him. If it were to come down to it, and a lot of young people were like, you know what, fuck it, let's just have Kanye West for president, like that can happen, you know, and it's true. I mean, Donald Trump became president. You get me? And so, yeah.
I mean, again, I think he stays relevant too because of how good his music is.
Yeah.
So I think.
I mean, I think it's more so just because of what he's doing now with these crazy just things on Twitter and stuff like that, and just comments and just. It's a mixture. Like, it's a mixture of all these things. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I look at a person like Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, you could say
he's chilling. He's chilling.
You could say the most controversial thing he does is like his love life,
the girlfriend and stuff like that.
Yeah, of how he's always like dumping girls at a certain age and like dating girls at another
do whatever
age.
The fuck you want, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro.
Like he does that, and that kind of keeps him relevant, especially nowadays in terms of like he doesn't do a lot of movies now.
Yeah. But he has such a resume. Fuck that. You know, he don't need to do movies now, except Don't Look Up or whatever. That garbage. No, somebody brought up that. I don't like that movie that much.
And so I feel like if Leo wasn't a good actor and if he was doing this shit, a lot of people would be like, yo, he's a creep and this and
what
that.
What about Ezra Miller though?
I mean, he's not an amazing actor.
But he's going to be praised in the Flash films.
He's not going to be praised.
I bet you know why? You know why I think he will? Because he's not Kanye West and people do not care about people like with the names Ezra Miller.
I look at all the comments of this movie and no one is excited for
but that's
this
somebody
movie.
That's paying attention, you know, to what's going on. I'm talking about the people that bring their kids. You know, like the Hispanic families that bring their like 8 kids to the movie theaters, and they're like, we're gonna watch a movie, and like say 8 of those kids love the movie, and they're like, you know what we saw Tobey Maguire is as a Spider-Man, what that is who Ezra Miller is to the Flash to them. You get why that influence matters? Because then they're gonna be like, oh man, fuck, I didn't know he did that shit, but I still fucking love them in that movie. You know, and that's just selfishness by Warner Bros, right? For still putting it up, because what he's doing is fucking crazy. And they're just being mad selfish, and that's why I think that kid, the Nicholas Parkland shooter guy, should die, because white people get away with everything, bro. Like if somebody said what Kanye said was white, they would not receive as much heat. That's a fact. That's a fact.
I don't know.
Politicians, bro. There's a shitload of politicians.
No politician has said they'll go DEFCON 3 on Jews.
What are you? Okay, not word for word, but there's definitely politicians that say crazy stuff all the time.
No, without a doubt. But
they say worse things, bro. They say worse things.
But they don't say it so direct.
Oh, okay. I know they definitely do. They 100% do. And they tweet it, they say it. We just don't care because you don't pay attention, because their name is not Kanye West. That's the whole point of everything. No, the politicians are always saying crazy stuff like this.
I mean, find me a tweet as crazy as DEFCON 3 on Jews, like from a politician, like that. Like I just can't imagine a politician saying something along those lines.
Let's see. I'm gonna look it up because I'm gonna find one.
Like, what are you even gonna search up?
Don't worry about it.
No, you gotta tell me. What are you searching up?
Let's see. I looked up 2022 racist. Let's see. Racist tweet politicians. So let's see what I found. Yeah. Let's see. I mean, it's gonna be hard because it's Google. I'm gonna go DuckDuckGo.
It's in your fairness, like I feel like it's a difficult thing to even like really look up or anything.
I don't think
like,
it's difficult. I think people say all the time. I even think with the whole like with Donald Trump saying like rapists and thing come from the other side of the border, and even Abbott who called Mexican immigrants, these terrible people and stuff like that, or DeSantis. I think these are the same things. We gotta get the war on the illegal immigrants and stuff like that. There was like a shooting that happened and stuff like that in Florida, and DeSantis' first point was be like, oh yeah, one of those people that were in the violent action was an immigrant. So his priority was to point out that, people died and stuff like that, but his priority was to point out that one of them were immigrants from a different country.
I think that just kind of goes back to what I said before of like how they word it.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying, the whole, I'm not trying to say the wording stuff. I'm just saying his whole point and motive to put out that message was to try to improve his political movement, which is to get rid of illegal immigrants in the country. You get me? Like, I'm not talking about exactly what he said. It's the intention of his wording choice.
I mean, I'm just getting at the wording of things. I'm just saying like what they're literally saying. I'm not even getting to their intentions.
Well, I mean, then the Kanye tweet is probably not that bad if you're talking about wording. Honestly speaking,
DEFCON 3 to all Jews.
Let's see what he says. Let's see what he says. Because then, are you talking about the intention of the tweet? Because do you really think that he's saying he wants Jews to die?
I mean, I don't.
It's contradictory what you're saying. Because now is it intention? Is it wording? Which you got? You're picking. Like,
well, no,
you're like flip flopping, bro.
I mean, not really.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Like, I'm just saying, like, what I said before, that it kind of comes down to like the wording. I'm not getting down to like what their intentions are. I feel like their intentions and their actions are, because I feel like that's where we separate.
Yeah.
Because I feel like intentions and actions are pretty split, where your intentions don't always line up with your actions. That's something that I believe in.
Okay.
I feel like you'd probably feel otherwise.
So the tweet is an action.
I would say that the tweet is an action.
So there has to be intention behind the tweet.
Well, there could be, but I'm saying that there isn't always an intention behind the action.
So this is what he wrote. He wrote, "I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew also. You guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda."
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, first of all, I think black people can be racist. I think anybody thinks otherwise is an idiot. And that's just my opinion on that shit. But like, so what do you think about that tweet in general? Like, what do you think about what he wrote?
I mean, again, it like from what I'm trying to get at is the directness of it, the wording of it. It's just like going DEFCON 3 on all Jews. Like, obviously, like politicians have said terrible shit and whatever the
about
case
Mexicans.
is.
Like, so what if DeSantis was like, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Mexicans?
Then I would say that's just as crazy.
Come on, bro. But he's basically saying those things with like, oh, we gotta send these people back home. We gotta build a wall. We gotta keep them out of the country.
No, I understand that, but it's just the wording of it. Like people aren't going to pay attention to we need to build a wall because we've heard that a million times. But someone says DEFCON 3 on all Jews, like that's like, whoa, what the fuck is this guy saying?
I don't know, man. I don't agree. I think you just like you hear the word DEFCON, you're like, whoa, like this is bad, But I feel like this one has true intention and actual consequence from a politician in power, and one is Kanye West being exaggerative with his words. There's two different things happening there. You get me?
It's levels. Different. It's different things, and there are levels to it for sure. Like one obviously has more power than the other. I'm just getting down to like the wording of it. I'm just saying that like I'm just trying to get down to why people are paying attention more to Kanye than they do to politicians, and it's because of the wording of it. It's much more triggering and things like that. Whatever. It's because of the fact that it's much more direct.
Look, Florida Governor DeSantis sending asylum seekers to Martha's Vineyard is like, quote, me taking my trash out and just driving to different areas where I live and just throwing my trash there. A founding member of a foundation which helps refugees says. You get me? So it's just like,
but DeSantis didn't say it.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, but he's okay. You're right. Yeah.
Like,
but in general, like I just think that I just still at the end of the day, it's just.
I think we agree. I think we agree on what we're both getting at. It's just that like we just have different perspectives on it. We're looking at it through different lenses.
Yeah.
Like I think we're both on the same idea that like obviously politicians are saying the same shit that Kanye has been saying for all this time and whatever. I think the differences come down to the fact that you're taking their intentions, carrying their intentions more with their actions, and I'm just really looking at the wording of their actions.
Yeah, but I'm so confused what you mean by just so you're just reading it and be like, okay, this is bad.
I mean, yeah, you can write something, it can be bad. I can write myself like, I'm gonna fucking kill all these people. And I can put that on social media and people are going to be like, yo, what the fuck? I'll probably get a message from Instagram being like, hey, someone's worried about you. You should probably check in. Are you okay?
No, but I think that's what you made a threat. Like, it's a real threat.
He made a threat. He's going to go DEFCON 3 on all Jewish people? Nah, man. That's not a threat.
Kanye West, bro. It's Kanye West. There's so many people saying shit all the time, bro.
But it's not a threat either way.
I mean, people put up videos of them shooting up schools and they don't get taken down from YouTube.
I'm not talking about if they should get taken down or not. I'm talking about the validity of it, if it's a threat or not.
I don't think it's a threat. I think it could be lost in its meaning and its intention. I think it could be argued and all that shit. Same thing with the whole the vaccine shit. The tweet when the guy got kicked off for giving his opinion on vaccines. And Twitter took him down for doing misinformation like they try to put on people. He went to court and he got to be reinstated on Twitter because what they were doing was completely wrong. You get me? Like Twitter is taking down people because they just want it off and stuff like that. And I don't know. I mean, again, this is some crazy shit. I would say DEFCON 3 is pretty crazy. I'm just saying that. I mean, I don't see a lot of other people getting taken off for saying similar things and similar, just intentions of tweets and stuff like that and everything. So that's my whole thing, my whole spiel. First of all, I know I'm defending Kanye West like crazy, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're right though. DEFCON 3 is pretty crazy. Yeah, I even looked up DEFCON 3 definition. Hold on, it's really funny.
It's so intense.
DEFCON 3 means quote increase in force readiness above normal readiness. See, it's readiness, but then it says and would be used in situations that may not pose immediate danger but warrant a significant alert. Under this warning, the military must be prepared to launch operations within 15 minutes of warning. That's not that bad, actually. That's not that bad.
15 minutes of warning?
No. But
that's like being on standby.
But look, it says it means increased in force readiness above normal readiness and would be used in situations that may not pose immediate danger but warrant significant alert.
Significant alert with a 15-minute timer,
but doesn't pose immediate danger. You get me?
But with a timer, at the moment, it's not an immediate danger.
Nah.
But it could be in 15 minutes.
I think you hate Kanye West, bro. I think you hate Kanye. I think you're just a big hater, bro. Honestly, fuck out of here. It's fun as fuck to try to defend him too, because then you're in this little limbo of like. Fuck. No, hold on. Okay, let me look at one more thing. What does it mean to be DEFCON 3? DEFCON 3, roundhouse. Increase in force readiness above that required for normal readiness. Air Force ready to mobilize in 15 minutes. So you could just be like observing Jews from the sky.
No, that's not observing. Being ready is like being ready to attack. Nah. I'm ready to observe. No.
He's attacking them with knowledge, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Fuck.
What a fucking beehole. But we needed that with those two quickies.
Honestly. If anything was spoopy, it's DEFCON 3.
Super spoopy.
Super spoopy, bro.
But I don't know. You got any final thoughts on that?
No, that was a long quick notes. But I do got to piss, so let me clap it up. How about you stay with the people? Talk to the people, Javi.
Want me to talk to the people, man? I'll talk to the soul. I'm talking about the shit that was happening to me. Start a new job, guys. New job. Don't love it, but doesn't mean I hate it. But it's getting there. I'm getting the hang of things. And you know what? I gotta thank you guys. You guys have been super helpful and inspirational through the whole thing. Hey, Lucas just got home. What's up, Lucas? Myself? Yeah, I'm talking to myself. What about it? I gotta hold it down while Frankie takes a piss. What are you up to, kid? Mm-hmm. More than a day. Oh, more than a J. Yeah. These blue moons, carbohydrates, killing me. Gassy. So gassy. Lucas, no. Damn. You're not going to get that grinder. Go ahead. No.
Still talking to people?
You hold it down now.
Oh shit, Javi was talking to you guys. Now I'm talking to you guys. Shit, bro. Yeah, we were just talking about Kanye West, Jennifer Aniston, Adele, fucking Juice WRLD, Austin Powers, Mike Myers, all these people, bro. You know what they all have in common? They all got more money than me, bro. They all got, but it's a crazy world. I mean, man, I wonder what social media is gonna look like in about 50 years. Probably gonna be more interactive, like your face gonna be present. Maybe just instead of like a profile picture, it'll be just like you as like a 3D model of yourself, or just something, man, or just everything connected, like everything's live. So you can have a standby mode, but as soon as you wake up, you can just be present on social media probably in the future with like the contact lenses you have, if you choose to have it on, you know. But I think the capacity will be crazy. VR social media is going to be really intense. You know, share exactly where you are on the road with other people. So say you're in France, people can enter your, say, virtual reality story and be in France with you with the VR headset and go wherever you're going. And then maybe even step off to the side. So say you pass by like a market, but you're in France and you don't want to go into the market, but you keep going. They can step out of where you are and go into that market, like, you know, VR wise, and check out what they want to, because you know, kind of expose them to that little area. I don't know, man. It's going to be crazy. But then they'll block it off for like Disneyland. So in Disneyland, like you can't enter Disneyland because you still got to buy a ticket because capitalism. So it all depends. It all depends. What's going to be untelevised in the future? Like what's going to be private in the future, if there is any such thing? You know, like maybe the only thing private in the future will be underwater shit. I don't know, man. Shit is going to be real crazy. And people are going to have less privacy for sure. Fucking how our chat room's going to look like in the future. Who the fuck knows? Fucking. Yeah, man. Yeah. Let me know. Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep up the 100% was talking about future social media shits, like outlets and everything. Like what I was saying, yeah, you probably should just hear it. But you know, basically, long story short, see you later, bro. I was saying this. Say I'm in like Dubai, right? And you tune into my like, you know, virtual reality story, and you see me in Dubai. And say I pass like a tea shop and you want to go inside, you could branch outside my story and go into the tea shop on your own. What do you think about that shit? You think it could exist? For sure, right? And like instead of the people there having virtual reality as they walk around posting on their story continuously, it'll just be just like, you know, shit in their eyeballs. That's the future, man. That's the future. Or like shopping. Shopping's gonna be crazy, or just I don't know, lockdowns and stuff. It's gonna be wild because the future of lockdowns is gonna be way better than now, especially just business meetings in college. They're already working on college with VR headsets where you can interact and see the professor do scientific shit with his hands, like Iron Man 3 or some shit. Like when the guy brought out the technology and he was like doing some 3D models in the air using his hands. A lot of classes in the future are gonna switch to online learning like that, so you can show up, you know, and then watch. Like if the science professor is teaching, how these two chemicals react and how dangerous it could be, he can just show a simulation. So some days you won't even probably go into class; you'll probably just stay home purposely, and like colleges will provide VR headsets because that's the best way to learn. Realistically, imagine a history class where you're learning about the building of the Great Wall of China. And the best way to fucking learn is to see, you know, with actual simulations, you know, instead of saying, read this book, You can be like, hey, let's do an audiobook where we just hear it from the actual author and just, and then you can have the definitions of words as they go and all that stuff, man. There's a website I saw recently on that Daily Dose of Internet YouTube channel where he's like, hey, everybody, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. And I forget what it's called. Let me try to figure it out. But the basically, it gives you any word instead of very. So when you want to say things like, oh, that was very fun.
Okay.
You can just enter very fun and it'll give you a different word to make it better.
Synonyms?
They kind of like synonyms, but not like for one word, for very something. Like very, that's very great, or that's very nerdy, or that's very black. Like it'll give you a very...
It always comes down to black, doesn't it?
Yeah. Basically. let me see about that, because I want to show that just in case anybody's writing a paper or something like that. Lose the vary. It's called losethevary.com. So you do vary plus something equals something. So give me vary and give me what is it, like adjective or whatever? Yeah, right.
Very big.
Big. So it would say walloping.
Okay.
Give me like 5 more.
Very small.
Insignificant.
Okay.
Give me
another. It's pretty good. Very long.
Very far-reaching. Ooh.
Very short.
Oh, not yet added. Wow, they don't have that one. What the fuck?
Wow.
How about like minimal?
Yeah, that would work.
Or like small. All right, give me one more.
Come
on, time is money.
Very tiring.
Very tiring. Not yet added. Wow,
damn.
This fucking sucks. Yeah, give me one more so we get the last one. Very pungent. They probably don't have that one. They don't have that one yet.
Very cool.
Very cool. Nifty.
All
right, so so if you're writing an essay and you can't be saying the same very, go to losethevary.com. It'll help you write your essays. Except what'll help you write your essays? Fucking being smarter, bitches. So be smarter. How about you be a better fucking scholar, you motherfucker?
Be a better version of yourself. Yeah. Please.
Oh, very better. I don't think that's a good phrase, but let's see. Oh no, very improved. Let's see, improved. Be, instead of being very...
Get good.
Very good. Let's see, very good. Be sterling.
Sterling?
Be sterling, bitches.
Nice.
You know what I mean? When the fuck is the last time I say sterling? Today. Fucking shoosh.
But in speaking of writing...
Yes, ma'am.
We're at our third news... or not even news story, but just our third story.
Woo!
So it's been a while since we've had a short story or a reading on here.
Yep.
It's been about, I think, since episode 25.
I think so. That's when you read the kids lost in like that apocalyptic world kind of shit.
Mm-hmm. If I remember the title correctly, that was the day of.
I think so. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's been about 10 episodes since we've had a reading, and I kind of thought, you know what, maybe let's do a reading.
Let's do it.
And the funny thing is too is that in terms of my writings and stuff, a lot of the stuff that I've shown here on the show is basically everything I've written so far in terms of finished things.
Yeah.
So sometimes I have to write new things. So for example, the last table reading we did, Father and Son, that table reading was a new story I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a new story I wrote.
Okay.
It's about 5 pages, not super long. But it's a pretty simple story. Excuse
Dies.
me. Just completely die. But it's called A Death of a Family.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 2 main characters. So there are Daryl and Max. Who would you like to take the role of?
Ooh, Max.
Okay.
Max and Ruby.
Nice.
So
again, this is A Death of a Family.
Okay.
And just like I did with the last table reading, I'll make sure to add sound effects and things like that
awesome.
To really make it an immersive experience.
We gotta get a sound effect board. Just cause it'll be fun. It'll be fun for the first 3 episodes. And then something really serious, like ask not what you can do for your country, but what your country can do for you. breakdown. Now, soundboards must be expensive. Probably. We could do it on the internet, really. Right? But I feel like copyright and stuff like that, right? Okay, what should I look up on the internet?
Mighty Keyboard.
Mighty Keyboard is free?
MIDI keyboard.com? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, try Google that. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna look up copyright. You think we could put the YouTube video sound in here or not?
What YouTube video?
Like earlier we put the Kanye West thing. You think we could put that in here? Or can we figure that out?
I think that can stay on.
I think honestly. So, right? We should just test it out, and if it gets taken down, we just re-upload without it. But I just feel like we should try that out more every now and then or some shit. Was it Soundbox? Soundboard. My bad. I just want to see something real quick, and then we'll do a story real quick.
Do it.
Just for the people.
For the people.
For the people. Hold on. That's a thunderstorm.
For a second, I thought you were inhaling really sharply. And I was like, Jesus Christ, what?
Here's a gunshot. Here's a gunshot. That's my money. Damn, I just shot somebody. I guess the police are coming. But before they come, fuck. Fuck. Damn, bro. I guess we gotta go to the jungle. To the jungle. Well, it doesn't sound like the jungle. It kind of sounds like fucking. This is the jungle. Oh yeah. Where do you want to go, bro?
Let's go to the Caribbean.
How about the space?
Okay, sure.
Ooh, hold on.
My fucking God.
Now we're going to space. That was like the whoosh, going to space, right? But now, we're in fucking space right now.
Oh my fucking God, we're going in hyperspace.
What the fuck, bro? It's kind of crazy, bro. Oh fuck! I just opened up some other website. I looked up Mexican. I want fucking videos. My bad. This is my last one I'll do. What they got for Mexican? All right. So say we're in Mexican space.
Mexican.
Ooh. Hey. Welcome to my my shop. Today I got some food for you.
Some space tacos.
Some space tacos with Mars chiles. If you're hungry, just ring the bell. If you're not hungry, we'll go to hell. This is Mexican space tacos.
That was so perfectly timed.
This is awesome. Just Spotify. You have been striked 86 times.
Spotify's like, nice try.
You just be Mexican and do Mexican space tacos. That was fun. Oh, if they didn't come out, if the audio didn't come out on the thingy, all you just hear is us talking.
I'll add them in. I'll fucking recreate it. I don't give a fuck. That needs to stay in. That needs to stay in.
I really like Mexican space tacos. Anything else you want? Nah.
Nah.
Cool. Let's move on. Be here all day. Just fucking best.
But we definitely need a soundboard.
Yeah, 100%. Pew. All right, so I'm Max and you are Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do this shit.
All right, a death of a family.
Let's do it.
So, begins. Exterior, Washington Square Park, evening. Summer, 2003. Everyone is using small compact cell phones the size of modern day vapes. The iPod occupies the pockets and radio docks of thousands. Clothing is loose and baggy with clown-sized jeans and chains, and tank tops or muted colored t-shirts. The park is lighthearted with NYU students hanging outside their dorms. Some skateboarders trying new tricks, groups of girls talking the latest drama, and the occasional TV celebrity walking their dog. Off sitting on a bench to the side is Max and Daryl, early 20s. The two are rolling up joints on folders, enjoying the latest 50 Cent album, Get Rich or Die Trying.
Nice.
Daryl. Man, can you believe this is his debut album?
Right?
I already can't wait for new music from this guy. I really think he's going to change the game, man. 50 Cent.
All right, I think he's good, but I don't know if he's that good.
Bro, chillax. Last time you said some shit like that, you were proven wrong.
When was the last time I said some dumb shit?
Bro, you thought the new Radiohead joint was going to be whack. Daryl finishes packing his joint and licks the glue to seal it. Now look who's whack. And speaking of joint, what's the status on yours? You done yet, Slime?
Max is near done packing his joint and makes little noises and grunts as he tries to hurry. Almost there. Max is about to lick the glue and seal his joint, but is interrupted by the rough vibrations of his cell phone, receiving a call. Max says, "Ah, fuck." Max puts down the joint on the folder and reaches for his phone in his pocket. He looks down at who's calling and answers. Max. "Hola, ma. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Oh."
There's a silence on the park bench, which leaves Daryl to wonder what the phone call could be about.
Yeah, I'm still here, perdón. Ma, I mean, no, está bien, mira, te llamo ahorita, okay? I'll call you later. I just need to think. Bye, ma, te amo. Max hangs up the phone and lets out a sigh. He puts his phone away and returns to the joint to finish rolling it. He holds it up as he licks to the gum line.
Motherfucker, you just gonna sit there and leave me in suspense?
Max finishes licking the gum line and puts his arms down for a second and looks over at Daryl. Max, hey, mom called and my parents just split up.
Divorce?
Divorce.
Fuck. Daryl sinks back into the park bench. Wait, so she just called you to say that?
Yeah, man.
Man, fuck that. Let's spark up. Daryl sits himself back up and begins to light his joint. Max takes a second but follows suit and lights his. The initial hits are smooth and warm. You already know, bro, but my parents ain't perfect either. My dad always in and out of the family.
I'm sorry, man. I'm definitely not special.
Don't even stress it, brother. But how you feeling?
Dude, I just feel numb. Like, I get it. My parents weren't perfect, but I thought they made it work in their own way.
You think one of them was cheating?
Fuck, I don't know. Maybe. I hope not.
The two pause a moment and trade with each other their respective joints.
The crazy thing is that my parents have been together for 20 plus years. Eventually, I thought they just married forever. I never thought about them actually breaking up.
Makes sense, I mean, I'm sure most people don't expect their parents to split. It just happens, like a death in a family, but instead, a divorce is a death of a family.
Damn.
But don't stress it, Slime. I know it sucks and you feel stuck in how to feel, but it'll pass. I'm sure your folks still love you. Trust me, it's gonna be weird at first, getting used to divorce and stuff. Maybe your mom and dad will start dating someone else or some shit. Just remember, they still love you and it's not your fault. In fact, it's no one's fault. They're just two people who fell out of love, and that's all there is to it, so forget it, brother. Screw it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I love you, brother.
Max looks up from the ground over at Daryl. Yeah, man.
Daryl looks back. Yeah, we've hung out basically every day for the last 4 years, minus summer and winter vacations, but that's beside the point. The last 4 years have been pretty great for a lot of reasons, but one of them has to be you, brother. Shit. I've never gotten so mad at someone before that wasn't my own family. To me, that makes you family. As a matter of fact, Daryl turns toward the path and shouts out at the first person he looks at, which happens to be an older gentleman, 30s. Sir, I just want you to know that I love this man right here. Using his hands, Daryl puts himself into a circus man's stance and presents Max to the stranger with jazz hands, all the while carrying a big goofy smile. Older gentleman. I'm okay, fellas. I don't swing that way. The older gentleman passes on. Max and Daryl look at each other with slight shock, but quickly burst into laughter. Daryl throws an arm around Max to give him a reassuring hug, and the two smoke on. End.
That's a very sweet short story. I think that just, I actually got two stories to tell you after that. Not like, written, just like kind of personal stories. But I'll say this: divorce and marriage in a family is very an ominous subject, and it's very personal. And what I wanted to bring up is actually one thing where one time when I was younger, it was a great written story, by the way. It's always fun to like do these things because it's very interactive and shit like that. Where I think I was signing up for like college or something. I was signing up, and my sister was, and so, but I'm pretty sure I was because then I had to answer some questions that I never answered before because I was so young beforehand, and my sister would help me all the time. So then the one question was like, "Oh, are your parents married?" But I never knew my parents weren't married. So I asked my dad. I'm like, "Yo, like, are you guys like when did you guys get married and this and that?" And he comes to me and he's like, "Oh no, put that we're not married." And then he looks at me and he's like, "I'm sorry, Frankie," and then he like walks away. And I was like, "Damn!" Like that like now I can joke about it and stuff, but that shit hurt because like my whole life up until then, I thought my parents were married.
Yeah.
So I was like, that broke my heart. And he kind of like, my dad's not so outspoken. So that was just very like, he just kind of jabbed my heart and just dipped. And he was like, "My bad, bro." So I was like, "Oh shit, that hurts." And so it affected me for a bit as I grew up and stuff like that. And my uncle married, not too long ago and stuff like that. And so seeing them do that shit, I'm like, "Yo, good for you guys" and stuff. And like I'm not salty or nothing, but it, I was just like, it would be nice to have my parents be like, But
you're not salty, but you're salty.
Yeah, I'm a little salty.
It's okay to be salty.
I'm seasoned. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, come on, my dad, do some shit. But then it also reminded me of another story, which is a much more serious story, which I won't reveal the identity because I don't need to, of the friend I was with. But pretty sad. One time I was coming home with a friend, and he was taking me back home, driving and stuff like that. And I tell the story, and if he ever listens and is upset that I tell the story, it's not. I'm not saying who he is or she is. This and that. Probably he's the he. I said he was he already. But I say it because I think it's important because it's about like losing a parent. And so one day he taking me home, and he just driving me back home. We're having fun. I think we had just gotten Taco Bell or something like that, or McDonald's. And this is a long time ago. And he just got the phone call, kind of like this, and he just picks up, and then he like hangs up, and he looks at me. He says, "You want to know something crazy?" I'm like, "What's up, bro?" Just kind of hanging out. He's like, "My dad just died." And I was like, "Oh my God, like what the fuck?" Like, not even taking in the situation because it's like, what the fuck you mean? He's like, "Yeah, he was in a different country and just, I think it was because he was drinking or something or whatever. That led his heart to, be a little thing. And like, he was just about to come back or something like that." And so, but he had no expression in his face,
Oh, man.
And I'm just there like, oh my God, like I just don't know what to say, what to do. I'm like, "Do you want to pull over? Like, I don't think you should be driving." He's like, "No, I'm fine. And this guy that I know, he's one of the most serious people in the world. And I don't say that as a bad way, just in a sense of just like, he really holds his composure. You get me? Mm-hmm. And even then, as he was driving back, like he had no emotions. And I'm being more emotional. I'm kind of like just shifting in the seat, like, "Yo, bro, like what the fuck? Like, do we need to pull over? Do we need to stop? Like, it's okay." But the most expression he shows is like, he's driving and then he just wipes some tears off his face. And then he just keeps driving and the rest of this stuff is silent. And I try to say a couple of things and stuff, but ultimately I'm just there kind of just shutting my mouth because, like sometimes you can't say anything, especially if you don't know how that's like and stuff.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it was just one of the most shocking days. Like I went home and my parents were home and stuff, and I've known him for a while. Like I still know him to this day. I love that guy like my brother. And just that was one of those moments where it's like you don't expect that to happen, and kind of like how Max picks up the phone and his parents divorce and hears that stuff. It just like it seems like it's just writing, but those things can happen just like that. And every time I get a phone call from my mom or dad, I always have that little like your heart drops and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like I hope this is okay because the older you move towards life, you just never know. And I don't wish something bad upon people. I'm so paranoid about things. My brain always leans to, 1,000 assumptions and stuff like that. So, I just wanted to show those things just because for the sake of just saying life is life. And not everything's always going to be okay. And it's just, because these things happen doesn't mean everything's over. But when they do happen, it's just a time to be stronger, seek out help if you need it. And just, you don't need to be prepared for situations that are so disparaging. Is that a good word to use? Yeah. I guess I just wanted to use that word. But they're crazy situations, and shout out to my boy over there because I love that guy with all my heart.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that it's kind of crazy that you did take those stories from reading this because
you're really burping today.
I know, man. These blue moons, these IPAs don't do me like this.
Next time we're drinking vodka and watermelon juice. But continue.
But when I was originally writing this and trying to figure out what to write about, I was originally going to make it about a death in the family.
Like a literal death in the family.
Yeah. And I kind of pushed away from that because I was like, oh, like, I don't want to talk about a death. Yeah. I kind of want to talk about I want to talk about something serious, but like, I don't want to talk about a death. Mm. So it's crazy that you took that away from reading this because I really took a lot of pride in writing that of death of a family because oop.
Dun, dun. Yo, so right now we're in space fairyland. We also sub tacos. Nice. Oh, don't put that nice. Actually, continue. All right, continue.
But yeah, but I took a lot of inspiration from that, and I just tried to kind of like write a little simple story of just kind of saying like, let me write about these two bros just living their life and just looking out for each other. Two college bros, whatever, just living their life. And shit happens, and you can't ever really expect for it to happen. That's where a lot of that inspiration came from when I was writing this. When I was originally planning for it to be a death in the family, where I was just kind of like, oh, like, you know, that happens. You never know when someone's gonna die.
Yeah, definitely.
And when I got at that idea, that's when I switched over to a divorce, because I was just kind of like, well, a divorce is sort of a death of a family. Yeah. That's what I took a lot of pride in figuring out the wording of that, because that's what it is. Like when parents get divorced, like that's it. The family is dead.
Yeah, I hear that a lot, and of course for the parents divorcing themselves, but also for the children. And I don't know because my parents were never married, so I can never really say. But I can definitely say from what I've heard is that it's one of those things where. Sorry. Every time I talk to people with divorced parents, it's something that they always speak of that's very significant in their lives. One thing I was gonna say is just like if somebody somebody in the family where, somebody got molested or just raped or like really bullied and this and that, like all these things that ruin the family because there are some figures in the family that are so crucial. Or sometimes the care and love is so spread out that when one person is down, the energy is drained from everybody. You get me? So there's various things, but again, not being able to like truly, be in the shoes of people that have divorced parents and stuff. But I think it's also just I hear and listen and stuff, and it very much can be just as big as the death of a family, truly. And that's not to diminish death and or compare death and divorce. They're just different in their own ways, and like it always comes down to the youth that it affects. Not that it doesn't matter that it affects the people within the marriage as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that's interesting too is that it doesn't matter like how old you get. Somehow, like your parents getting divorced still fucks you up.
I can imagine, man.
Like I see so many stories about it of people in their adulthood, and I've seen it in TV shows and movies before of like parents getting divorced where people, the main character or whatever, being an adult already, and it still fucks them up.
Yeah, because it's like mom and dad type shit. You get me? Like you can't replace the image you have of people like that, because that's how you know them as, and to divide them is harsh. You get me? It seems unrealistic almost. You get me?
Yeah. So I definitely. Divorce, because my parents are divorced, and I've had my struggles with that growing up and things like that. So it's just writing something like this. It's funny because we haven't really talked about it, but I went to Comic-Con and things like that. Yeah. But when I was talking to this one writer, the writer who pushed me to pursue comics, Fabian Echezia,
who did Deadpool, or am I bugging out?
He created Deadpool.
Now I'm remembering shit now. Nice. Just fucking go. Shout out to my friend Fabian Gonzalez. Sorry I said your name. He's the homie too. He didn't create Deadpool, but he's a cool motherfucker.
Nice. But I was talking to Fabian Echezia, catching up with him, and I was just like, yeah, I'm working on these two stories right now, whatever. And I told him, ironically, they're both about breakups. And he was like, well, are you going through a breakup? And I was like, I mean, I kind of am. Sort of.
He's like, me too, man.
But like that really put into perspective like what I'm going through still, and I think that just kind of speaks to the fact that like writers and things like that, like stories speak to what's going on in a writer's personal life.
Absolutely.
And I got a glimpse of that going on at Comic-Con, where these two writers, not two writers, this one writer and artist, Scott Snyder, who wrote Batman Court of Owls, and
great fucking comic book.
This artist Jock, the two of them had this comic called
His name
The
is
Witches.
just Jock?
Yeah.
Jock, like Jock or
Jock?
Oh, nice. Like Jock Strap. That's pretty funny.
But they have this comic together called Witches, and there's a section in it where the dad is like doing a lot of heavy drinking, and apparently when they were first writing that, Scott was like, I don't know, should I keep this in? This feels a little too autobiographical. And Jock was like, no, like this is what the comic needs. Like this is like what really shows the true rawness of it and things like that.
You can feel that realness. I forgot what we were talking about earlier today. No, actually, when you were actually, I don't know if you want to talk about the short story you just submitted, if it's okay to talk about it on the show. Yeah. So explain the premise of the short story and what you submitted it for.
So I just submitted a short story for an anthology series. An anthology is a collection of short stories for anyone who doesn't know. Yeah. But it's an anthology series surrounded around the theme of punk. And so I decided to write a short story. It had to be 3 to 6 pages. So I decided to write a short story about my favorite band, Blink-182, and primarily surrounded around their bassist, Mark Hoppus, who has an unconfirmed online story behind the inspiration of a certain song of theirs from their fourth album.
Nice.
From their fourth album, Take Off Your Pants and Jacket, which has a song called Shut Up. And so I took the lyrics of that song and the sort of inspiration behind that song, the supposed internet inspiration behind that song, of that Mark Hoppus came home one day with a new bass and guitar, new bass and amp, I mean to say, and his girlfriend broke up with him over it because that was their rent money. Yeah. And so I wrote a story about that moment when he came home with the new bass and amp. And I tried my best to cherry pick words from the song and put it in the story and stuff to avoid copyright without exactly copying them and whatever. But yeah.
And I think what the whole thing about that story is that, first of all, you see the situation, and it's a very short comic book. It's only like 5 pages?
6 pages.
So again, the idea is that, you have this struggling couple financially struggling couple who can't afford to get any, thing out of line because they have like bills up to $6,000 in debt with rent to be due too. And he buys the amp, right? The
amping and bass.
It's because it's what he wants to do. It's what makes him happy. And besides all the financial debt, it's, something that he's pursuing because he knows that's what he wants. And when she ends up leaving, he just ends up, just playing his guitar so fucking happily. And again, what I wanted to say earlier, I'm pretty sure I did, but what I'm trying to say now is that reading that and you reading it to me and me seeing the, the draft and everything, was that you can feel the reality of that stuff, And I said that it's so relatable because, I mean, it just really takes it to that, point where people are driven so much despite the situation they're in because they believe in themselves that much. And if not, they believe in the passion that they have for something so much. You get me? And that's what translates to readers. So when it comes down to like what the dad drinking and the Witcher story and stuff like that, I mean, the decision to leave it in is so crucial because other people understand that, and it's super important. And things like when, again, I have somebody else that I know very close to me that has somebody in their family who had a huge drinking problem to the point where it would lead to hospitalization and just scary moments in the family. And they just didn't know what to do. And so there was like intervention type attempts and stuff and everything. But, it's just these things can really de-glue a family because they're so, impactful on the one person, and it seems like you don't want to criticize because you don't want to push away, but you also don't want to accept too much to make them hurt themselves even more. So it's just, it's a complicated thing. And especially when it comes down to family, it's really difficult. Really difficult. As you open a beer, disrespectful. No, I'm kidding. It just and actually just because this like I think again the great thing about like writing, especially the ones you do, is that it invokes a lot of just side stories. And this is one guy. It's a comedian called Michael Lair, and his name's Michael Lair. Excuse me. This is him beforehand. Not gonna lie, I coughed and I farted. I'm so sorry. I just gotta let you know if you smell my bad. That's how it used to look.
Okay.
Right? Oh, hear my stomach, bro?
Oh my God.
That's the food earlier, bro.
Holy shit.
I hope the mic picked that up, bro.
Yo, oh my God.
That was crazy, bro. I ate a lot of food. I was a while back. I was talking to a girl, and that noise happened, and I was like, "Ooh, I gotta take a shit." So Michael Laird, you saw the picture I just showed Javi is Michael Laird. He's a stand-up comedian. He's on stage with his shirt off, standing up, holding the mic in one hand, and doing like lifting his finger on the other hand. And this is him not too long ago. See him in the wheelchair?
Oh man!
So Michael Laird has ALS.
Okay.
You know what ALS is? Familiar with it, right?
Yeah.
So ALS is a nervous system disease that weakens muscles and impacts physical function. In this disease, nerve cells break down, which reduces functionality in the muscles they supply. The cause is unknown. The main symptom is muscle weakness. Medication and therapy can slow ALS and reduce discomfort, but there's no cure. It's very rare. It's Lou Gehrig's disease. And one day when we do the how can I say, like a history episode, like if we go back in history, I'm gonna go back on Lou Gehrig and really go into it because it's very interesting. But that's all baseball and stuff.
Okay.
So let me show you. So this is him before ALS. You see him, right? So we're seeing Michael Laird dancing, like literally just dancing on stage. And you see him talking, hearing him talking normally, right? So that's Michael Laird when he was younger. And it's very interesting because this was him on Kill Tony. And here he's talking. So that's Michael Laird also.
Oh, man.
So what we're hearing also is him talking on Kill Tony. And his voice is completely different. He can barely move. He can't move his legs. You hear how he's talking. We're just talking over so we don't get copyrighted on this because it's Kill Tony and stuff. But you can see the clear difference in his voice. Like he's going from talking like this and without being offensive. Now he's talking like this, right? Because he's losing muscle function in his voice. And so today, he put out a post because he's always on Instagram and stuff. And he put out a post where he's like, stop messaging me, telling me like what I should do is be stronger and be better. Like you don't understand how much that aggravates me. I'm paraphrasing completely because he put on the post. He's like, I'm going to die on October 31st, and this and that. And there's nothing that can be done. But I just hope that you guys understand that your messages aren't helping me if you're telling me to, just feel better and this and that. And he says, I wish the best for all you all. And then he went on live where like that was at least a little legible, like his talking. And the Instagram live, you could barely understand him. And so I don't know if he's really going to die on the 31st and stuff like that. And
of this month,
yeah, like he put it out, and the thing is that he does comedy, and he was on Kill Tony, and he makes fun of it himself, and they make fun of him for it. Like this is the whole thing about comedians, like they're always cutting ass. But it's just one of those. I know it's kind of not the same thing of the whole topic in its entirety, but it just made me think of it because shout out to him because I went to Texas to see him live, and he had to cancel his show when I was there. So I wasn't mad or anything. We just I remember Beatrice even messaged the comedy club, and she was like, hey, I hope he's okay and everything. We were just wondering about the refund and stuff like that. But we were just like sending back any positivity we can. But it's so hard to put ourselves in his shoes. Again, yeah. And you saw how severe it was. And it just gets more severe. It came to a point where you could barely understand him. So, but I think what the crudeness of his message to the people talking about his death and everything were just very real and necessary. And you I wonder for a dying person how much you shift away from that just fairy tale idea of I might get better or I want you guys to feel better. I don't want you to feel bad for me, to just this like necessary bitterness where you're just like, I'm going to die. I need you stop to like hitting me up to make me feel better because it's not helping. You get me?
Well, I guess you think of that and you look at a person like Chadwick Boseman who just completely hit it.
Yes.
To 100%. Go back to him. And it's just like, some people just deal with death in their own ways.
Yeah, there's a comedian, Norm Macdonald. He did the same thing. Norm Macdonald is a comedian who's prominent in SNL and stuff like that. And his whole life, a lot of comedians' favorite comedian, and he had cancer, and he died, and a lot of people had no idea. Like when he died, a lot of people had no idea whatsoever. And when people talk about him, it's so heart wrenching because it's fucking people cry all the time talking about that guy. And he's a funny motherfucker. He does like this. He's like, hey, like he's a funny guy. And I didn't grow up with him. I didn't know him too much either. But he did pretty much what Chadwick Boseman did. He just kept it from everybody. And I wonder why those people. You understand? They don't want the sympathy. They don't want the like, oh my god. But that's what really hurt when I saw Black Panther last time, bro. Yeah, like just seeing him be himself and I remember there was one, because obviously in the Black community, there's a lot of talk about just like, families that aren't together, not nuclear families and this and that, or like the father stepping out and everything. And one of the most beautiful lines from not just, not affecting just Black families, but just in general, a lot of minority families. One of the best lines in Black Panther, that I'm sure they did this on purpose. They were like, "You are not the actions of your father." You get me? Like, you can be and grow to be someone strong and also and this and that. Despite what your father has did and this and that. And I'm paraphrasing very terribly, but I also took that message from the Five Bloods, where the son of the guy who was a Trump supporter and stuff like that, like they were just, the other his friends were taking him in. The friends of the father.
I mean, I also find that message in Black Science, a comic that we will definitely read one day.
No, I'm not reading that shit. Fuck out of here.
Nah, you're gonna read that shit,
I'll read brown
motherfucker.
science. I'll read purple science.
Nah, you're gonna read Black Science, you fucking racist ass motherfucker. You.
I'll audiobook it. Fuck out of here. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, I mean, even if we read that for the for a comic section, Black Science
sounds dope.
Even if you don't read it, even if we read it for a comic section, you won't read what I'm referring to because it's in a much later arc.
Like volume stuff like that.
But there's just a certain arc where they echo this message of this idea of that you tell a kid that there's something long enough and they start to believe it. And
what do you mean?
Like you tell a kid something that they are this or that long enough and they start to believe it.
I thought you meant like if something is literally long enough, like length.
Oh no.
I was like, what the fuck you talking about? Or like if you constantly telling this child like, oh yeah, for sure. Damn, it's like reality, like creating the reality for a child. I forget exactly what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I mean, damn, I have this really good point that I want to make about that idea. But
yeah, I mean, I get that message as well from that comic, just because of like, you are just, you can say that you are a product of what you are, but in reality, you still have a choice, and you can still go against what you were sort of quote unquote made to be, and be who you want to be, or do something different.
Be who you want to be. BARBIE. Bobby Carl. No, I was gonna mention the cave thing, the cave philosophy thing.
Oh,
a person,
Plato's cave.
Oh yeah, a person sitting on a chair and they're strapped to the chair, right? And they're staring at the wall the whole time.
Yeah,
and the wall is what their reality is, and the exit that they see to the left side is like not heaven, right, or something like that. It's like an outwardly thing, like aliens to them.
Well, like the outside world is just like what the real world is, but to them it's alien because they've experienced only the shadows,
the wall and the shadows. Yeah, I like that very much, and I think that's exactly what we're living in. 100%. It's funny. I'm listening to the Joe Rogan podcast from the beginning, like the episode 1 and stuff like that.
Okay,
it's super interesting to see because it's a moment in time. It's such a moment in time, man, where like they were doing it, and it's so shitty audio, and it's so like but they did it, and they didn't expect to get big at all, and they ended up being like number 4 on the iTunes listing of podcast, and they were saying funny things. That's funny now. They were like, 2 hours is crazy. Like, who the fuck has a 3-hour podcast? Who the fuck has a 4-hour podcast? And he was saying, I think Red Band or Joe Rogan, they were like, we're probably the longest podcast in the world. And you look at our episodes, they're like fucking 6 hours and shit. And just amazing like development of things. You get me? And it's so cool. But one of the things they were saying is just either they came up with this idea or they were talking about someone who believed that clouds were UFOs. And what does that remind you of?
Nope.
Yeah, man. And I'm like, how long has this idea been floating around that a cloud could be a UFO? Of course, it's very hard to be original UFOs because it's such a long story, that's always been around. But it was so awesome to hear that because I was like, oh shit, like maybe Jordan Peele just looked up at the more like, what's the word, like underrated conspiracies or UFOs
and
theories
whatever.
and stuff. Yeah, and just utilize on it and stuff. So I mean, it's just dope, man. It's just dope to see the beginning of something and everything, and fucking hilarious, bro. So, I mean, I don't know, Jesus Christ.
I mean, like from having this conversation and whatnot, I think honestly, this short story is maybe something I would want to make a comic out of.
Yeah, hell yeah. And I think it could be like, this is not to diminish it at all, but like, you remember those highlights magazines?
Highlight magazines?
Yeah, you remember those shits? Oh, bro, you make me feel old. I'm not even that much older than you.
You're a year older than me. Relax.
No, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm just so mature. I'm so aged. No, I'm kidding. No, but they're like... No, I just say that because I'm not even that. Of course, I'm a year older than you. But I just say because they would be like in dentist office and stuff like that. And like Highlight magazine is everywhere. But they would have those in like Wherever You Weigh or like kids, like for kids magazines and stuff like that. You never heard of them? Let me see.
Not that I could think of.
All right, cool. I'll tell you, a year makes a difference, bro. Sorry, I'm so goddamn mature, man.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me pay respect to my elders.
Oh, yeah. These magazines, you remember these shits?
Actually, the Highlights logo looks really familiar.
Highlights logo, yeah. So I mean, they would just be around. But I mean, like, I'm not trying to diminish a comic book. I just think it's a good message for children who've experienced that. You get me? Just like as a message to them and stuff like that. It's gonna be okay. You know, if you experience divorce and stuff like that, and then it could just reach higher up. I mean, that's the one thing I got from these SpongeBob conspiracy fucking videos. You gotta watch them, bro. And I'm telling you, I know I've been just getting high recently, but they really captivate you. That's why these videos are like 40 minutes long, bro. I'm just there like, what? Like, what the fuck is happening right now? I never forget because I work at a dog cafe. Shout out to La Doggy Cool in Redford. If you want to play with dogs, come through on the weekends. La Doggy Cool, 149 Wythe Avenue. Come through, tip me some money. But I remember there was, because I got there and I just had to work with all the bullshit around me, just broken stuff and just big ass and weird ass cafe. But there was this Brooklyn Roastery, which is a roaster for coffee.
Okay.
And they had a comic book about coffee. And it was just there. I should have read it. I wish I kept it so we could have done it for this podcast because it would have been so random. But then I remember one day some parent came in with her kid and the kid was just trying to take a whole bunch of stuff home. I was like, nah, ho. That's my stuff. And then they saw the comic book and I was like, oh yeah, you could keep the comic book. I know, man. I think we were doing the podcast, or we were just starting it up. But then I was like, oh, I got to give a kid a comic book. Like, you know, you don't get to do that every now and then and shit. But it was a cool feeling. But I bet you they didn't give a fuck about it. It was wordy as shit. Like I was like, yo, bro, what the fuck? Like why is this like the fucking Tom Sawyer of comic books, bro? Just fucking coffee, water, hot. You get me? But it was a cool feeling.
I have a similar feeling where I have two younger nephews.
Yeah.
Who are about, I think 6 or 7 now. I forget how old they are. But the last time I saw them when they came to visit, I was like, hey, do you guys want some comic books? And they were like, really?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I got some free comics that I can give you guys. And because I just have like extra comics from like Free Comic Book Day or just extra issues just that I have. Shit. So I just was like, yeah, I got these issues for you guys if you want to take them. And they were just like, whoa. And they were just
That's
like
awesome.
Mind blown. I was like, I'm pretty happy. Like I put my nephews onto some comics.
I gave one to Beatrice's nephew. He was alright with it. Or cousin, I forget, nephew, come up, but Gio, shout out to Gio. He was alright with it, but it was so young. I wasn't so like I was like, oh, whatever, because like a lot of kids like they have the comic books, but they're like, I don't want to read them. I just want.
You gave him Mr. Miracle.
Oh, I would die. Nah, the funny thing is, I gave him a comic book that I bought in I think Connecticut or Virginia. So I was in Virginia, Connecticut. And we went to this random comic book shop. And my other cousins, they love like comic books, especially my cousin Alfonso. Shout out to you. And he likes like real, like he's real nerdy. Like he loves like video games, comic books. Like I remember he gifted his younger brother like the Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball Z. Crazy shit. Like they're really fucking crazy nice. So they're cool. And they really OGs on that shit. Like real like Naruto. And so either like they got it from me or I got them for myself. But they were from a long time ago, so I gave one of my favorite Spider-Man covered ones like to Beatrice's to Gio, and he was like, "That's cool," but I was just like, I just watched him not care about it. I was like, "This motherfucker, right? Give me my shit back." No, nobody's ever touching my Mr. Miracle comic book. I swear to God, bro, that's my shit. Right? That's my favorite comic book. That has to be my favorite comic book. It's so good, and it was we were saying earlier about reality, like that's also a big like what is real comic book right there. Mr. Miracle is super huge on that shit. So it's like, what is that, the existentialism type shit and everything?
Existentialism,
yeah, man. And that stuff gets real intense, and I feel I mean, there's so much artwork that does that. So that's why I feel that when you wrote is very just universal, you know, because especially like with the divorce rate in the United States is so high, you know, like maybe less than now, but I still see a lot of young people getting married now. I'm like, y'all bugging, you know, just not in a bad way.
Well,
just,
I do know that people are getting married less nowadays.
They're getting married when they're older. There's what they're doing now is that people are getting married instead of like when they used to get married like at 21, 22. The people with the most successful marriages are getting married older, and when they're both economically and educationally secured.
Mm-hmm.
So people with like, you know, college degrees and a successful job, like income wise, and older age have a higher success of, you know, successful marriages. And I mean that's how it should be, I feel, because when I see a lot of younger people getting married, you know, based off the premise of like pregnancy and this and that, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I'm just saying that it like statistically it could lead to just failed marriages, which is just the truth. It's not opinion of mine at all. It's just actual, you know. So
yeah,
it's just interesting, and it's just not the fault of people, you know. The government says married people make more money too. Not like that, but you know, it's more advantageous for your taxes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's when people go to the military, they're married in like 3 days. And if you think I'm wrong, just ask anybody that's been to the military to married. Ask them when they got married, fucking before they went off to the fucking military.
I mean, like something that I kind of even wrote into my story of like how his parents have been married for 20 years and whatever and this and that. It's like at a certain point, you just kind of start to believe that it's like, oh, you know, this is just how things are going to be.
Yeah.
And you don't like think twice about that. And it's like, you don't really think twice about how like maybe they've been struggling all this time and you just didn't know.
That's very true also. And I think a lot of parents do hide the like bitterness of themselves from the children to not affect the children. But I think, and this is just I guess a hot take, but also a personal take, just be transparent with your children. Like, you know, if you're hearing this as a parent or whatever, or you having kids, or if you're somebody with parents that aren't transparent with you, just be honest. I think that's the best way to be with your children. And hiding things is, to me, is the worst thing you could do to a kid, because then they're just left wondering like, what could I have done better, or just, you know, little things like that, where it's just, if you're transparent, it's more like, all right, the truth will set you free type shit, you know. I'm terrible at telling. I used to be so good at lying. I can't lie for shit now. It's so hard, bro. It's so hard for me. Like,
tell me a lie.
I can't, bro.
Tell me a lie right now,
man.
Tell me your dick is bigger than 6 inches,
bro. My shit is like 7,000 inches, bro. Give me the true face. That's all you gotta do. Like, yeah, man. Tell me you got $20,000 in the bank. I got fucking $50,000 in the bank, bro. And just fucking like, no, you don't, motherfucker. Or be rich. I think rich.
Just be rich.
Rich
just
helps.
don't ever have children.
Don't have children, bro. Fucking put your sperm in a sperm bank and just wait. And just wait, bro.
Does Jeff Bezos have children?
I think so.
Does he?
That's such a random question. I think when he had kids, Amazon Prime just delivered them to his door.
Damn.
Let's see. Jeff Bezos. Have kids. Let's see.
What does he got? What do you got?
What do you think he got?
I think he got one kid.
Ooh. Okay, he does.
Ooh.
He has one kid that's 22 years old. He was born March 2000.
Damn.
Ooh.
He don't give a fuck about that kid anymore.
He's
like, you turn 18. Fuck you.
You know what happened with his wife? Not the kid. Jeff Bezos.
I know. I mean, I know that they split up.
Yeah.
I can't remember the details. Of
him and his wife got divorced. Right. She ended up taking magwap, like worth billions of dollars. She ended up getting with the school teacher.
Okay.
And they got divorced.
Damn.
So who's the problem?
Damn.
Who's the problem, lady? Your bitch ass.
Yo, man, she's on a self-discovery route.
Yeah.
That's like not working out.
Nah, bro. Imagine dating somebody who makes like a penny for every like $1 billion you have and everything, bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
She thought she knew what she wanted, but
no.
nah.
I guess she had to learn the hard way.
She had to learn the hard way.
I guess that was a prime Example.
I guess you would say she doesn't belong in the Amazon.
I guess she's not getting no besos.
I guess you could say her name isn't Jeff.
I guess somebody had to teach her. Keep them coming. Keep them fucking coming, bro.
I guess she's not getting any prime delivery. Nah, I get the
fuck out. Nah, man. Shit, fuck that. What's her name? Jeff Bezos.
Jess Bezos. That's her name. Jeff and Jess Bezos.
Oh, Mackenzie Scott.
Damn.
What the fuck is that, bro? Mackenzie?
She didn't even take his name?
No, bro.
Damn.
She's a little hoe. Oh, what's up, bro? What's up, like? Yeah, but then Jeff Bezos was like dating that hot chick or whatever. I don't know, man. Shout out to Jeff Bezos. Give me $1, bro. Give me a fucking $1. He has a lot of money.
Watch him sue you for saying that.
I'll smack the shit.
You want me to give you $1?
I'll smack the shit out of Jeff Bezos. You don't want none of this, Jeff.
Yo, man, you know who else you would smack the shit out of?
Roseanne Barr.
I don't know who that is, but that guy that fucking delicately shoved you on Friday.
Bro, thank you for bringing it up. Oh my God, bro. Thank you. I was going to bring it up earlier and Lucas just walked in too, bro. So let me tell the people, bro. Long story short, Lucas had a little fake ID, even though we didn't do anything illegal. And Javi's brother Lucas has a fake ID saying that he's of this age, right? We did nothing illegal with it. And then I go up to these 3 young gentlemen that are pretty old, and I'm like, "Hey guys, you think this looks real?" And the guy on the right is like, "Yeah, it looks kind of real." The guy on the left is unspoken, and I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm mid conversation," and then I just get shoved on my belly by the middle drunk guy, and he shoves me. It wasn't that hard, but I was pretty astounded. I was astonished. I was flabbergasted, bro. It was fucking weird motherfucker who was clearly drunk. And the guy on the right was still trying to maintain the coolness and stuff. And I was like, nah, man, this motherfucker just shoved me. White people, bro.
And what did he say? He was like, no, we don't want you.
Yeah, he was just like, get out of here. Yeah, he just, but my belly I was full. I just ate. So he just he got 2 hands full of belly, bro. And he kind of got me tight, but I was having a good night. It was a fun night. Your friend Brandon, your cousin Brandon. He ordered old fashioned, which is hilarious. Me and Lucas lost in pool terribly twice, bro. Yeah, you're right. You had a bullseye though.
Yeah, he ate a bullseye.
Ain't nobody saw the bullseye though. So now
I saw it.
Get the fuck out of here.
I saw it.
I called it.
Double whammy. You're his brother.
I even have a picture of it.
You have a picture of him in action?
Not in action.
Of the bullseye?
Of the bullseye.
Like you couldn't just place the fucking dart in the bullseye.
Oh yeah, we went up over there and just said "Futung."
I don't know, shorten this cap, bro. You couldn't have.
Damn.
Don't play with
science. You gonna question me like that?
I ain't gonna question shit.
Damn, you don't trust in your co-host?
I trust in
damn step co-host.
I guess we go on DEFCON 3.
Oh
on
no.
bullseyes. And Jamaicans.
I thought you said end.
No. Now, I had a beef patty. Today. Yo, bro, you want to know exactly what I had to eat today?
What'd you eat today?
I had 2 beef patties. I had like 3 domino slices. I had like 2 tortas. I had like hot chocolate. What else I have? That's it. But that's a lot of food.
You sound so excited too when you're saying it's like, I had this, I had that.
And guess what, Javi?
Guess what, motherfucker? I had this.
I had a Coca-Cola and a fucking Powerade purple.
It was so delicious.
It was so good. You know how good it was, bro? Hold on. Ask me how good it was in like 60 seconds, man.
How good was it? How cool is that fucking Gatorade?
You want to know how good that shit was?
How good was that Gatorade?
I'm about to tell you right now.
Tell me how good that Gatorade.
It was so good.
Tell me how good that Gatorade was.
It was fucking crazy. So what I'm about to show you right now is how good it was. What the fuck? Where is my shit right here? But don't worry.
Tell me how good the Gatorade was.
All right. I'm ready now.
Okay.
I'm ready to tell you.
Okay.
No, I don't like this one. Oh, it's literally a restaurant. Come on, bro. the fuck, bro? All right, I'm gonna go back.
You failed.
No, you know how good it was? That shit was so good. When you order from Franky's restaurant, you get the essence of both Mexico and Argentina. What we do well the best is make sure your steak is never, ever alive. You get the best steak in the fucking 4 counties, bitches. Come to my restaurant. Oh, and by the way, fuck that guy that shoved me. Nice. I'm gonna type in Nigeria. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
That was that.
Nothing popped up.
You got there. I don't know if it was worth it, but you got.
You gotta do one. You gotta give me Nigeria's not. You gotta do one before we go.
Search up Colombian.
Ooh, Colombiana. All right, Colombian. All right, I got some right now. You ready?
I'm ready.
What are we advertising?
What are we advertising?
What are you advertising? Because I didn't. Maybe I join in. Oh, they don't pop up.
That's
crazy.
Damn,
what if I write Colombia? That is racist if they don't have it. Then we could put it in DEFCON 3. Let's see what happens. All right, come on, royalty free. Oh, okay. I got one. Colombia country or Colombia country, Colombia city. 1, 2, 3. You pick one.
Columbia City 3.
All right, let's see. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What are we advertising?
Blue Moon. Nah.
What the hell?
Have yourself a blue moon. Come down to the sparkling waters of nice Colombia. Come down to the birds and let them birch in your ear.
What else is that I hear? Hold on. I know
you
hear
that.
Hold on.
That's a nice sound of a beer going down your throat.
Ooh,
deep
Colombia.
Down your throat. Hey, yo.
In Colombia.
In Colombia.
You know what else Colombians do?
What else do Colombians do?
I'm about to tell you. Colombians are known for something very crazy.
What are they known for, Frankie?
Are you sure you want to know?
I want to know.
They're known for this and that.
Hey.
They're known for Pablo Escobar. They're known for killing rats. Hey. Go to Colombia.
Oh.
When you go to Colombia.
Hey.
You might die.
Ooh.
But you also might have some good coffee. Coffee.
Ooh. Plato plomo.
Go to Colombia. We got a soundboard. You want to try one, Lucas? You want to try something with the sound? You got to advertise something with the sounds. Give me something. Give me something to advertise. Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards. You got to speak to the mic.
What am I doing? Am I singing?
Advertising Pokemon cards.
Let's advertise some Pokemon cards.
All right, shit. All right, yo, what's up, guys? Make sure you get to your fucking Pokemon cards, all right? We got Charizard, we got Bulbasaur, nagga. We got everything that you want, all right? Make sure
Charizard
you check
and
the
Bulbasaur.
fucking link, all right? Get yourself a fucking...
That was fucking awesome, bro. That was so good. Damn. Man. I would love... Okay. How about we do the outro to the music?
Okay.
Let's do the outro. Okay. Before we do the music, that was so awesome. I love the fucking. Make sure you check out our socials: Instagram Earth Mind Matter Pod, YouTube Earth Mind Matter, TikTok Earth Mind Matter Pod, and tonight I know I've been saying a lot, but tonight I'm making the True Social. Tonight,
okay,
and the Getter you can make.
Okay.
Deal? All right. And anything else you want to shout out, say beforehand or whatever?
Before we leave you off midway. Because
pick up your Pokemon cards.
This is the first time we've done a call off mid episode.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, oops. We are definitely not ending the episode, but maybe we are. But don't X out the video because we still have the A.M.C section.
We still have the A.M.C section, guys. Don't fucking forget that shit.
We're just doing a preemptive log off just in case like.
Just in case you guys got bored.
Yeah, just in case you guys got bored. But we still have our A.M.C section coming up, our comic book section. which you will find out after you hear our exit.
After you hear these special messages.
These special messages brought to you by our sponsors, fucking Collective Eel. All right, so we're going to do our outro. You ready? 21 seconds.
I'm ready. All 21, right. 20,
let's go.
19, 18. Oh!
Nah, fuck this.
No, I'm ready.
No, you sure?
I'm ready.
That's 8 seconds. Hold on.
Hey.
Right here.
Ooh.
Now we're leaving. It's a little fast paced. We need something soft. Let me look up Tropical. I feel like Tropical is more of a vibe right now. Nah, it's all good, bro. It's all good. What the fuck?
Oh my God.
All right, Tropical. I thought it was some serious shit. Beatrice just want Takis. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Shit just got real serious. You could feel free. You could pass it to me even if you like the charger. All right, let's see. Tropical music.
Get that tropical music going, my guy.
I got you. All right, I'm going to find the... Okay, right here. Oh, I keep getting ringtone music. What the fuck? I'm not getting no good shit. All right. No, it's okay, man. We're doing this.
Let's do it.
We're sorry to say bye.
Oh,
sorry to say bye, but
sorry to say bye.
It's not bye until you hear the outro music.
It's not bye to say hi.
We get the A.M.C section coming soon.
Cause we get it high.
Today we talked about stealing money from people.
People stealing money from people.
My stomach been grumbling like a motherfucker because I ate too much food.
Grumbling and grumbling and grumbling and grumbling.
This song sucks.
Nah, it's pretty dope.
You think so?
I think it's pretty great.
It's not as good as the first one.
I think it's pretty A-top solid A1 sauce.
This is the better one. Yo, fuck this music, bro. I've been trying to find a good music, bro. These are all trash, bro. What the fuck? Yo, bro, what the fuck? Get out of here.
Sega.
Fuck. Trying to find some nice shit, bro. Jesus Christ. Nice.
So Martin Scorsese, right?
Martin Scorsese. And nice. Cut. We made the joke like 10 seconds ago, but it's even funnier now.
You know, we do have that on the video.
Oh, nice.
So if anything, we could just have like shitty audio for that.
Put it for that anything?
For those 10 seconds.
Say less, bro. Say less. Very possible.
YouTube exclusive.
But yeah, man. So we never left and we're here.
Mm-hmm,
we never left and we're here. And we're finally up to the A.M.C section.
Yep.
Albums, movies, and comics.
Yep.
Okay. And what are we talking about today, Javi?
So today's a comic day.
Yes, it is.
End of the cycle as we do.
Of course. Like
as life goes on.
Yep.
Life goes on. Periods happen again.
Yeah, man.
We'll have another bloody week.
Because life goes on, there's no more periods. You feel me?
If you think about it, life is a period.
You think so?
Yeah.
How so?
It's just, it hurts.
Life is a sentence and it ends with a period. You get me? Ooh.
I mean,
it's deep.
You know what's really deep? Life is like a box of chocolates.
Get the fuck out of my face. Like Jonathan said, stop laughing.
Hey, tell that guy to get a job.
He said, how about an on-time exclusive? Yeah, shut the fuck up, slime. If you want to see us on our live, always tune into the Instagram. We often Instagram live our shits on Earth Mind Matter Pod.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have our TikTok, Earth Mind Matter Pod, and our YouTube, Earth Mind Matter.
Yeah,
I know we just said that like a couple minutes ago, but you know, new beginnings. Boom, boom.
Yeah, we're at the comic section, and last comic we looked at Superman, and so I'm not gonna say what we're reading just yet because I have a little anecdote.
Okay,
but we're reading a Batman comic.
Yes, we are.
Because I figured Superman. Let's go back to Batman. The last Batman comic we read was Court of Owls.
Yeah, that was one of the first, if not the first Batman one we read, right?
Besides the test episodes, that was the first official comic that we read.
Nice.
But yeah, so I decided that we should look at a Batman story, and I chose the one that we're reading, and I was just so upset with myself afterwards because I missed out on a great opportunity to make it a spoopy episode.
Yes, you did.
Where there is a Batman comic called The Long Halloween by Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale.
Okay.
And that book is really fucking good. It's kind of a long read, but it's really good. And it's Halloween themed. It takes place during like October and all that shit. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, fuck, I'm so dumb. I should have gone with that one. But that
what's it called again?
The Long Halloween.
The Long Halloween. All right.
But yeah.
Tom, The Long Halloween. You see what I did there? I know a little bit about Blink-182. I know like one thing.
Yes. But that's not to diminish this comic that we're looking at. Because the comic that we're looking at today, if you're watching the video, you can already see, but it's a pretty special one.
Yeah, man.
This comic made waves when it first came out. This comic at the time was very controversial when it came out. A lot of people did not like it.
Oh, wow.
And now it is considered one of the most definitive tales of Batman.
Nice.
And we are looking at Batman, The Dark Knight Returns.
Yes, we are.
By Frank Miller.
Almost my name.
Almost your name.
Almost. No, but it's so I mean, there's a lot to say about it. You know, if you have more to say about it beforehand, I'll wait to talk. Just because it's a long ass comic book as well. Mm-hmm. Definitely a long ass comic book, and it's interesting.
I think what's interesting before we really get into it, well, to give credit to the people who worked on this, again, Frank Miller is the one who made this book. He wrote and drew it.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
Yeah. Some fun facts that I know for you that I can just throw off the bat is that Frank Miller apparently had a different art style before he started on Dark Knight Returns, that he had more of a realistic look to his art. But he wanted to switch it up for Dark Knight Returns and to go for more of a cartoonish look.
Yeah, you can definitely see it with this one for sure.
So that's just a little fun thing where he tried to really make this something different, even in his own work. And I also know that when he was first making this, he in his DC office, he would like DC Comics in his office at DC, he would literally lay out the pages on the floor and just look at all of it like a mosaic and just look at it that way to see if it made sense.
That's interesting.
Like that was like his method. Like
if it looked good from the floor above altogether, he would, continue it and stuff.
Yeah. Like he would just lay out all these pages down on the ground, just look at it and just make sure that everything like flows and makes sense and whatever. And that's just, it's incredible. Like such an interesting person. Frank Miller is. But some other fun facts about Frank Miller real quick, if you're not familiar with the name.
Remember the name as of now.
Remember the fucking name. But but Frank Miller is also the mastermind behind 300.
Yes.
If you know the movie, you probably don't know that it was a comic before it was a movie.
I had no idea, bro. I had no idea. I didn't know Sin City was a comic book beforehand either.
And that's also Frank Miller.
Nice. I have one of the issues I bought at Everyone Comics in Long Island City, New York City. And but I picked one up because I just like the movie Sin City a lot. But I had no idea it was by Frank Miller.
Yeah. Those are probably his two biggest other big known properties. Trying to think of anything off the top of my head. Ronin is another comic of his.
That sounds very familiar.
It's a little less known. It's actually coming back. That comic specifically is coming back with a second arc.
Okay.
After like 20 years now. So pretty cool.
Nice.
Frank Miller also just launched his own publishing brand.
Oh,
Frank Miller Presents.
Hey, okay.
So FMP is officially his new brand. He has past co-publisher Dan DiDio from DC Comics running the whole show for him. And the two of them are making some new comics together. And
how old
pretty
is
exciting.
Frank Miller?
I didn't write that down in my notes, but can you search that up actually? Because he's old. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, definitely.
Motherfucker is old. I'm gonna say 86.
Frank Value is 88 years old, but let's see, Miller. He's 80 years old. Oh, he's an old motherfucker. Jesus Christ. He's 80.
Okay.
Damn. So if you get his shit signed, I mean, it's kind of like Stan Lee. Like get his shit signed now before, the ultimate ending.
But the other people that helped Frank Miller create this book is Klaus Janson, who's the inker to this.
Okay.
So basically what that means is that Frank Miller did the pencils. He drew everything with pencils, and then Klaus Janson came over and
filled it in
and just went over it with pens and markers. And
that's crazy. So not the colors and stuff like that. He just went over. Wow.
He just did the pens and markers. That's what an inker does in comics.
Oh, what the hell? That's crazy.
And
still learning.
Yeah,
still learning.
And the colorist, Lynn Varley, is the person actually does all the colors and stuff. But and John Costanza is the letterer, and those are all the people that worked on this book. And the copy that I think that we both have is the 30th anniversary edition.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you did read the little sort of foreword.
I read like half. To be quite honest with you. Not that it was this interesting or anything, but I was like, let me just get into the comic book itself. And I just forgot to finish it.
Well, I mean, if you want, we can just get into it now.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's a pretty interesting conversation, because this little forward is a conversation between Frank Miller and Brian Azzarello.
Who's Brian Azzarello?
Brian Azzarello is another amazing writer. What you would know him from that I've told you about is Batman Damned, the comic that has Batman's dick in it.
Oh, yeah. Dirty Brian Mozzarella. Whatever. Morello, right?
Azzarello.
Close. Close.
But yeah, he's another amazing writer, and he helped Frank Miller write Dark Knight 3, The Master Race. And he also helped him write The Dark Knight Last Crusade, which is a one-shot about the death of Jason Todd.
Oh, shit.
Which is really good.
And it dives into this, not very, very shortly, but it dives a little into this book, Dark Knight Returns, like references to Jason. No?
Well, yeah, there are definitely the references of Jason throughout this book. And that's a big factor when he takes the new Robin on. Yeah. And Alfred's telling him, like, did you forget what happened last time? Yeah. So there's a lot of that going on in this book. And
Robin's death is the same as the video game, like that Joker kills him. Oh, that's crazy.
With a crowbar.
That's crazy. He just hits him, right?
That's just beats him senselessly.
What a dick. What a dick.
But yeah, so they've worked together for a while now. And this is a conversation where they talk about The Dark Knight Returns 30 years after its release.
Let's read it. You be Frank and I'll be Brian.
Okay.
All right. It begins in a cafe, right? And so I'll say, I'm Brian. Let's get in a time machine.
Frank says, okay, no seatbelts, right?
Of course not. It's 1986.
Oh, hell, we can't go back farther?
Not this time. Dark Knight is about to be released. How do you feel? It's done. It's out of your hands, and now it's going to go to the stores.
I am thrilled.
I want to know what came first for you, the world or Batman? Dark Knight is so of its time, you know. The whole zeitgeist that was going around in the mid-'80s. Was it, I want to tell a story with Batman in this world, or I want to tell a Batman story? And then the world seeped into it?
No. My intention in the beginning was to tell a story of Batman at the age he would be at this time if he really aged from his origins. He was aged. He was seeing how the world had changed and how he would bring essentially a World War II mentality to the modern world. To him, it wasn't just criminals he was fighting anymore. It was moral decay and political corruption.
With Dark Knight in particular, I believe one of your most important contributions to comics is that you brought the real world into superhero comics, where you were using these characters as a way to comment on what was going on all around us at the time, in a way no one had ever done before. Prior to Dark Knight, those things were all escapism.
And Batman was permanently 29, so I decided to make him 50. At 50, I figured he was closer to dead. I made him look like he was at least 60, because that's what I figured 50 would look like. And instead of being lean and muscular, I had him massive. I wanted to bring back that Dick Spring characterization, that rectangular guy.
Yeah, he looked like a wrestler or a football player when they got older and thick.
And if you've taken one hit too many, his face is kind of punched in.
What was your first impetus for doing that the first time?
It was very simple. I was 29 years old and I was dreading turning 30. To me, that was entering middle age.
What the David? Sorry, that's not part of it. Continue. Were you excited when you started it? Were you trepidatious? I mean, what was your mindset? This was 30 years ago.
I remember exactly how I felt. I had been dying to do it for years. The only thing that I knew would be an obstacle was the real reverence for the old stuff. So there was initially fear from DC without realizing that I loved these characters. I had no intention of doing anything obscene.
Wasn't necessary.
I know, it wouldn't serve any purpose.
What was Paul Levitt's reaction when you brought this story to him, the first one?
I first brought it to Jeanette Kahn.
Before Paul?
Yeah, and she was thrilled about the idea of the story. We talked to Paul and everybody was completely positive about it. Later, when they actually saw it, they got pretty frightened with the material.
Did Jeanette ever get frightened?
No, she was completely supportive. And Paul very swiftly changed his mind when the first issue came out, and it went back for second and third printing.
But it created quite a stir. It wasn't instantly the revered tome it is now.
When it came out, it made many fans very, very angry, but the sales went through the roof, so the dealers were very, very happy. At the same time, the dealers were mostly fans and old collectors who had their comics packed in Miller Snugs. So while I was making the money, I was being accused of violating a trust.
You were taking a piss on their childhood.
To me, I was exalting it.
I agree with you. And now 30 years later, it's looked at by those very same people you offended as the pinnacle of Batman. I'm not one of those people that look at this work as being so grim and gritty. There's so much political satire in this book.
I was laughing while I was writing it.
I read laughter into a lot of it too.
The TV segment with the psychologist, for instance, he would just explain everything, including murder, as being as a perfectly healthy function of the human mind.
I mean, the book gets a bad rap for the way it is dark and gritty, but it's not. I mean, there are moments, certainly, but those moments only work because they're played against some real broad satire. Even the first time we see Superman, he's got birds around and the sky is all beautiful.
And there's Bruce Wayne all cranky. I figured that Clark would only age in terms of handsome wrinkles around his eyes. Otherwise, he'd be as iconic as ever, while Batman was just old.
While DK was in my introduction to Batman, it definitely was my introduction to Batman as a figure in a comic book. I read it when it was originally coming out, and I was blown away by how you made a superhero character relevant. Really, it was revolutionary. And it was crazy. Even the naysayers were on board for the thrill ride. Each issue, you topped yourself.
I particularly liked doing the cover to the second one, where he was just beat to crap, just because of the idea of him being someone who's kind of like Rocky. He could take punches better than he could throw them. He could take any punishment you gave him and keep coming.
Which he did. The second one. That was the mutant issue.
The guy with the sharp teeth.
That was Batman's taking a lot of punishment in that one.
Mr. T was a real popular figure at the time.
Clubber Lang.
And I patterned his speech as close to Mr. T's as I could.
Wow.
I know, I came up with mutant colloquialism from Lynn Varley, who colored Dark Knight. There was a language she and her brothers had amongst themselves that fascinated me, so I had all the mutants speak that way.
Where were you living when you wrote that? Were you here, New York? It had a dangerous reputation at the time.
Oh, it was a very bad time. Coach was mayor, and he was doing his best to clean things up. Crime was rampant, and I had been mugged a few times. I was very, very angry, just watching Clint Eastwood movies back to back, getting absolutely paranoid. I figured if Batman was a grown-up, he'd take care of things.
Was it post or pre-Bernard Goetz?
Goetz did what he did while I was working on the first issue. It was all very coincidental.
Like I said, it was something about the zeitgeist and you were definitely plugged into at the time. You know, Batman's 75th anniversary just passed, and it's been 30 years since Dark Knight was released. Your book and your take on Batman has informed the character for nearly half of his existence.
Could you order me a wheelchair right now?
I'd be happy to. One for Bruce as well. So now it's 30 years later. Looking at the impact the book has had, how do you feel about it?
Something Walter Simonson told me was very valuable, which is that when amateurs want to learn from a professional, the thing they tend to learn most often is the professional's mistakes. And so I saw a lot of my faults as an artist replicated by amateurs. And it taught me a lot about how to communicate better. With all my quirks replicated, I saw really how weak my drawing was. And in many ways, I learned to make it better. That's been its impact on me. On comics in general, and it did affect how creators have paced stories, and that's good somewhat. The main thing Dark Knight has done is it's given both writers and artists much more freedom to maneuver, and we've taken these once precious characters in new directions. Dark Knight has been so successful, publishers have realized they have to publish this kind of stuff without putting a condom on it.
That's an awesome way to end that, honestly speaking.
And that was set in Paris and New York City in November of 2015.
That's crazy.
But yeah, the book opens up with this forward. I also remembered another notable comic by Frank Miller. He has a very high regarded run on Daredevil.
Oh, nice.
That it was actually a lot of the inspiration to the Netflix show.
Oh, really?
So
nice.
I know you're a fan of it.
Fucking big fan of that. That's why I say nice.
Yeah, so I'm sure you would really like those comics too.
Okay, I gotta check them out.
But yeah, this is a thick read. You know, it's
super.
It's a. The funny thing is that, you know, it's only 4 issues, but the issues are definitely longer than a regular issue.
Yeah, and the panels, there's so many panels.
And that's the other thing. That's the other thing, because just Well, just for a quick second, these covers are amazing.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
The cover to issue 1, as you can see from the video here, I actually have a signed Frank Miller issue 1.
How much did you say that's worth?
When I first got it, when I checked on eBay, people were selling it for at least like $300.
Oof, and now you think it's probably a little more?
Probably.
The more it ages, right?
Yeah.
All right. If you see it missing after we leave,
damn,
bro. Don't even trip, dog. Don't even trip.
But the cover to the second issue, which Frank Miller refers to,
like the Batman one beaten, right? Yeah.
This one, I'm gonna get a statue of this.
Oh, nice! It looks like he's getting a big shit.
But I'm gonna get a statue of this. There's a statue of this that's like 100 beans.
Ooh.
And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this statue and I'm gonna put it right there, and I'm gonna put this issue behind it.
Oh, that's cool as shit.
It's like a little
shrine.
Nice. Of my Dark Knight stuff. But yeah, what's really amazing about this comic, because I think I don't know, I honestly don't know if we really should get into like the page by page of this book.
It's too long for the page by page. Not in a bad way. Like, I don't mind going out of the way, but it would take a long time on some Mr. Miracle shit.
Yeah, so it's like I genuinely don't know how to really tackle this book of like how much we should dive into this, but because I guess we can just sort of talk about the general story, how it goes issue by issue.
The one thing I will say out the bat, because we always end up kind of getting into it anyway, but the one thing I'll say, just by reading the first couple pages of story, I was baffled by how it looked, because every other comic book is so, I guess, in a way kind of modernized, or maybe just a little more cleaner. Because when you open up the page, you see so much text and so much drawings that aren't, because the drawings aren't incredible. You know, they aren't like, in terms of when you see it, they're like, oh, so much detail, so much this. It's like very, very like hand drawn stuff. You know, not that everything else isn't, but it seems to me simpler. You get me? Like an old cartoon. You know?
I think what's really interesting about that is that because Frank Miller kind of says it in that little conversation of like, he didn't really think his art was the best, and he just did his best to keep working at it. Yeah. And he still draws today.
Nice. Oh, wow.
At his age.
He got arthritis up the ass, bro.
Like his art has definitely, you could say that his quality has declined, but and some people would say that it's just as good.
That's exactly
because that's just kind of like his style.
And it's unique to him. And again, to me, it's not saying it's bad. It just was very, as a different, how can I say, taste in terms of the illustrations I'm so used to. Because they're all so just, I don't know how to explain it to you, but so detailed, so colorful, kind of coordinated, that's pleasant to the eye. And I think that it's unpleasant to the eye just because, to me, it's a little unorthodox, especially with the font of the reading. Everything's kind of close together. Everything's kind of stuffed together. But what makes up for it is the overall just story and adventure it takes you in. You know, right now I have the movie playing, you know, for the live, and just so we could, I always have it on just in case. But I'll say this, like, I've only watched half the movie, and the movie's good. I just don't like it at all compared to the comic book, because the comic book reads so well, you know, and one thing I like that the comic book does, the movie doesn't, it doesn't let you enter Batman's mind. You know how Batman is doing things and he's like, my chest tightens up, my wrists are hurting.
Wait, so you like or don't like that?
I like that in the comic book. Okay. I loved it. And the fact that the movie didn't have that as much, it kind of like, there's a lot of quiet moments of him fighting. But what made it great in the comic was that you see that he's observing everything that's going on with his body and acknowledging it. And here it's more of a, in the movie, and it's him doing cool shit that he would do when he was younger, and you would expect from Batman.
Yeah, I think
the details, you know.
Yeah, I think because again, like we mentioned, to just kind of show it to the camera or something. But even on the very first page, this page is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 panels
on average for like pages with full of panels and stuff.
But I'll just kind of shine that at the camera for a sec. I mean, you'll put it up too.
Yeah. But I'll put like, so you can see how much, like, there's so much going on.
But that definitely is a massive factor to the pacing of this story. Yeah. Because you really have to digest this. Yes, like, you really have to, like,
you can't just quick read it and everything. You could, I mean, if you wanted to, but to me, like, I kind of read it fast. That's why the movie helped with the beginning portion. Because I got the story and stuff, but there was a couple things like the mutants' dialect, which we'll get into more later and stuff, how they talk about coup and stuff. the movie kind of like
Slice and dice.
Yeah, slice and dice. That man, he don't dust or some shit like that.
What did it say? Billy don't slice or
Billy
something.
don't slice like that. And just like little things that the movie brings to life that helped me a lot. But the second half of the comic, just absolutely perfect. Like you just dive in and you just submerge and you don't want to stop reading. The whole thing is like that, really. But the second half to me is amazing.
Yeah, I think what's really amazing about this book is that it just kind of like how Brian Azzarello says in the conversation, each issue just kind of tops the previous issue.
Yes.
And it's only 4 issues. But to kind of like go down the rundown of it, like issue 1 is about Two-Face.
Yeah.
Issue 2 is about the mutants. Issue 3 is about Joker, and issue 4 is about Superman.
Yeah, man.
That's like your general breakdown of each of those issues.
And wow, Batman is acknowledging himself getting old. He's been gone from Gotham for 10 years. And like pretty much
not gone from Gotham, just retired as Batman.
And people and the news reporters say, oh, kids even look at Batman as a myth. He doesn't really exist anymore and stuff. And people kind of are living in Gotham without the thought that Batman's going to come and help or not help. Because there's a lot of back and forth with that too.
And because as the book opens up, Batman has been gone 10 years. It's just Bruce Wayne, and it opens up with Bruce Wayne in a race. Yeah. He's literally racing.
Bat race. Big ass explosion.
And that's literally what happens because he starts pushing the limits of the car. And they're gonna fucking stop the car and switch it to manual. Well, he switches it to manual, and it's going too fast. And they're like, "Nah, we gotta fucking stop this." And he rips out the control panel and just says, "No, I'm running the show." And the fucking car basically starts catching fire, and you're just closing. Each panel just closes in closer and closer to his face, as it just ends up with him basically in a car crash. And his captions read, the nose digs up a chunk of macadam. I look at it, then straight into the eye of the sun. This would be a good death, but not good enough. Nice. And then the last 3 panels is just about these news things about what just happened of like Bruce Wayne in a car crash and whatever.
And it's Bruce Wayne in the car, not Batman, because they don't know who Batman is.
Yeah.
Why would Batman be in a car?
But from what I've actually read, which is pretty cool, because from the comic class that I take with Scott Snyder, we've looked at this book before in this class, and he says this is sort of like an old school writing technique they used to say that your whole story should be in your first page.
Oh wow.
Where like you should somehow subtly put in the whole story in the first page. And so Dark Knight Returns is one of those examples. Wow. Because if I remember correctly, when he says then straight into the eye of the sun referring to Superman.
Yeah.
And when he says in the beginning, but the computer crosses its own circuits and releases to let go, I coax it. Of him, like everyone else letting go, but he can't.
Gotcha.
And it's just this whole idea that in the first page of this, Frank Miller tells you the whole story.
That's interesting. I never heard about that in my life. And tell the people who Scott Snyder is, because I'm sure people know, but who is Scott Snyder and how do you take this class with him?
Yeah, it's a class that anyone can take. It's a paid class, but Scott Snyder is the writer to Batman Court of Owls, which we've looked at, but he's the writer to many other things. Batman is just probably one of his most notable things because he did that for a long time. But he's an amazing writer. He's been super inspirational to me as a upcoming creator and things like that. Yeah. So I took his class the second it was announced because I was like, I need to learn everything I can. Yeah. But yeah, he's a great guy.
That's fucking awesome.
But yeah, we looked at this book and we talked a lot about just how defining it is and the things that Frank Miller does that really just exemplify that Frank Miller knew what he was doing with this. Yeah. But in the first issue, he's basically not Batman, and Two-Face, Harvey Dent is he's gotten treated. Half of his face has been cleaned up. Yeah. They like do plastic surgery to him,
and he looks like some bald guy now.
I mean, they had to shave his hair.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Oh, by the way, I set my hair on fire one time smoking out of a bong, and today I thought about that. I told Javi, and Yeah, I was scared. I couldn't imagine that I could have gone bald that day. So shout out to just less fire in your life.
Fire bad.
Fire bad.
But fucking Harvey's kind of like a little skeptical, it seems, at first. He seems happy at first. He's just kind of like, oh my God, like, holy shit. And he sheds a tear. He's like, what can I say? And it's all over the news about like Two-Face and stuff. But immediately, is it immediate from here actually? They start talking about who Two-Face is.
Yeah, like they're discussing on the news. Are they talking about it? They're discussing his like basically cure and if he's ready to go back into society, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they talk about that, and Bruce starts having like a nightmare. He starts dreaming about the night that he ends up in the Batcave.
Yeah.
And he decides to go down to the Batcave, and Alfred comes down because he triggers the alarm. Mm-hmm. And fucking Bruce is like butt naked.
Oh yeah, he is.
But and then I'm trying to find where they announce that. Oh, also the psychiatrist, Dr. Bartholomew Walper. That guy can go fuck himself.
Honestly, he's the worst, bro.
Oh man, such an annoying character.
The worst.
Like that's like the definition of get a load of this guy. But fucking Bruce just starts having
like flashbacks
some flashbacks and stuff like that.
He sees his parents get shot.
Yep. A lot of panel work.
That's I remember when we were talking about Mr. Miracle and how there was a bunch of frames of just kind of like second to second things that were happening. Mm-hmm. And you said that they used that technique to show like, you know, one thing happening right after the other. Mm-hmm. And right here on this page right here, you see this is just a flashback. It continues from the left page to the right, but it shows Batman's mom getting shot. And it goes from his mom's pearls getting pulled to the close up of the shooter. Then him pulling the trigger, there's and just the bullet flying out the gun, the shell, and just like, just boom, 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 boom. And then you don't have to read. You can just digest it as it goes. But there's a lot of detail there. And, I guess when something traumatic happens also, you remember the detail of, everything. And I think that's a really dope little panel right here and everything. Panels.
Yeah, I mean, that whole little flashback, there are no words. Like, it's all just
picture,
all just art. Mm-hmm. So, then the news kind of comes back in, and he's just hearing about all these awful things that are happening in Gotham. 4 killed in a senseless attack on subway deaths reach an all-time high. This rape and mutilation of, and they finally, and this is where more of the political satire comes in. Where right after that it cuts to, here's Dave with some good news. Dave, right, Lola, right as rain. The heart's finally going to break, but we're in for a whopper of a, and then he just turns off the TV.
Why come Batman just never moves? Just go to Florida, bro.
Yo, you want to know what I just found out? You want to guess where Gotham City is?
Chicago.
Nah.
Atlanta.
Nah.
Okay, one more chance. In the United States?
In the United States.
Detroit.
Nah.
Where?
New Jersey.
No way, that was my next guess. Come on, bro. Fuck. Shout out to New Jersey, Brian's favorite state.
I was like, ew.
That's crazy, bro. What?
Yeah, man, I'm upset.
It's trash, man. He's predicting trash.
That, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Gotham City would be this bad if it existed in Jersey.
Fair enough. Is he from New Jersey then? Yeah, right?
I mean, I guess, yeah. If he's from Gotham, then he's from Jersey.
How garbage.
But fucking Bruce is still just spazzing out. He's just kind of freaking out a little bit. And then metaphorical bat comes in and crashes through the window. Mm-hmm. And this is when it cuts to some news stuff. Rain's coming in, and then it cuts into a sort of little montage of basically Batman back. Yeah. He's officially back, and he starts helping these citizens and stuff. He helps this person from getting robbed from groceries. And he helps this like pimp or whatever that's about to do something to some girl. And they get into a taxi, and the taxi driver is like, oh, like, hey, man, take it someplace else. I don't need the grief. And he just throws some money at him and says, shut your hairy face and drive. Yeah. And he says, yeah, all right, just make it quick.
And another thing, right beforehand, when he snatches the lady, he shoves her into the taxi, and one of the lines reads, get your ugly ass in there, bitch. We're taking a ride. And in the movie, even though they quote everything extraordinarily well, they definitely refrain from that. They refrain from the cigar smoking as well. right? Instead of in the movie, I know we're not talking about the movie so much, but just because of what I've seen, instead of Gordon, because Gordon smokes a shitload of cigars in the comic book, but in the movie he's just eating a bunch of nicotine gum, which is not as badass. Because at one point he offers the new commissioner a piece of gum.
Yeah,
I'm like, nobody does that, bro. You want a piece of nicotine gum? Nah, bro, take out the cigars. So a lot of the cursing, I mean, most of the cursing is all out because it's PG-13. I'm assuming the cigar smoking. And also, we'll get into a little later, just a lot of the, I guess, controversial elements of the comic book, which is pretty interesting. And I'll get into much more in a bit, but it's there's a lot of things where I'm like, wow, this would never be allowed now. Yeah. You know, unfortunately.
Yeah. But I really enjoy Batman stopping the pimp guy.
Yeah.
Like he fucking just breaks his hand or something against like the door and then takes some money from the taxi driver and just rips it up.
Yeah.
And then we get a glimpse of our future Robin.
Yeah.
If I could get her name, it's Casey, right?
Carrie. Yeah. Same shit.
But they go to the arcade, and I think this is also where we start to see a bit of like that language and stuff, that language talk, because even these kids kind of talk that way. Especially in the movie they do. Because you said it, but the movie does a pretty good job of like expressing the mutant language.
Yeah.
But here they say, "Don't go all Billy, Michelle. It's just a storm. Lights will come back on." Like, I don't know what Billy means, and it's just like,
oh, okay, just like little phrases and stuff like that.
Yeah,
okay.
Don't go all Billy on me.
Like move out the way, Jack. You know, stuff like that. Like kind of like a not so common slang, just its own kind of element of slang.
Yeah, but the lights go out. Mutants pull up.
And mutants are these like characters with kind of like what's the guy in X-Men?
Visor, the Cyclops.
Yeah. So it has the Cyclops kind of visor on the head. All the mutants have it on for some reason.
Yeah, they're just like a gang and stuff. But what the movie also does pretty well is that it copies like some shots like basically 1-to-1, like this panel of like the Batarangs getting in his arm.
Yeah, it's exactly shown in the movie and stuff.
Yeah. Which, because I think it's so interesting just comparatively to seeing All-Star Superman a few weeks ago, where that also has its own movie, and the movie just did not do the comic justice.
It should have been just as long as this movie for thing, because that's what makes it happen. Because the book is not going to take an hour to sum up, you know, and it takes its own time. And yeah, All-Star Superman was disappointing in terms of movie. Not that it wasn't great and all, but again, for both this and All-Star Superman, the comic is just so much better. It's so much better because it takes its time with just giving you the detail of what's occurring.
Yeah.
And that's why I really enjoy again, I'm not shitting. The movie's good. It's just not the book. You know, and I really see that, especially with comic books. It's really hard to make that into a movie. And with such little details making it what it is, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that disappointed me the most with the movie for Dark Knight Returns is the lack of narration.
Yes,
just because it's so pivotal in the comic.
It's basically the whole thing, you know. You stick with Batman. You're kind of sharing you're sharing his brain with yourself. And I almost watched the movie before I read the comic this time. Ooh. And thankfully I didn't, because that would have like ruined everything for me and stuff.
You know, it's funny because I haven't mentioned it in the episode yet, but I mentioned it to you when we were at Bear Burger that one time. But I actually hadn't read this until I made us read it.
Nice.
And I had only ever watched the movie.
Oh, wow.
Because my cousin Chino, when he was still reading comics, he had read this and then he really wanted to watch the movie after. And I was like, oh, but I haven't read it yet. And he was like, fuck it. We're going to watch it and you can still read it. And then we watched it and Chino was like, the movie does a pretty good job of like expressing the comic. I don't think you need to read it. So I just never read it.
Oh, wow.
And I just finally decided, you know, it's about time to finally fucking read this shit. But yeah, so I had only ever watched a movie before this, and I was just immediately like, with all the narration and the panel work and all this stuff, I was like, this is wow. Like
it's so different, you know? Yeah. It's to me, I mean, I've only seen two how can I say, like, renditions of comics to movies, and also Superman. This one, like, I just see this guy just pick up the nicotine gum because the movie's playing right now too. But actually, funny thing, I was at the Bear Burger when I was with Brian and stuff. We were talking to the bartender there, the guy just serves beer because they're everything over there, server, bartender. And I was bringing up that I was watching Thor Ragnarok, right? And he said something about him very much enjoying that, how about Hulk went to space and everything. And Brian brought up that when me and him were in, I think, Miami or something, or some other state. He made me watch. Is it called Planet Hulk, the animated movie, or like Hulk getting sent to space?
Yeah,
with
Planet
Thor?
Hulk is like a comic. They also made it an animated movie about it.
Did they ever make a animated movie about Ragnarok?
Well, like Ragnarok is kind of like Planet Hulk.
Okay,
like that's like the closest that we've gotten to Planet Hulk in the MCU.
Okay, so
because remember, like especially in the MCU nowadays, a lot of these movies aren't arcs or stories retold.
New things.
They're just kind of like they take a concept or an idea of like it's like they just take like a concept. Like with Thor Ragnarok, they took the Planet Hulk concept of like
Hulk, what they do when they go visit where he's at right now, like as a gladiator and everything.
Yeah, like just the premise of like Hulk is on another planet because he can't control himself, so he went to another planet and now he's a gladiator and shit like that. Thor's not actually involved in the original Planet Hulk.
Got you.
So that's just how things are different in MCU. But they'll just take concepts and just take that and really nothing else.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know where we were, but we watched the movie about like the Planet Hulk and everything, and he was like, "Yeah, bro, we watched that." And I was like, "No, I didn't, bro. I would remember." And then he's like, "No, bro, remember we watched it." And I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, we definitely did." So shout out to him for showing me that. I barely remember it now. I was like mad tired too. But it was it's cool. It's cool to have watched those shits in the past and everything. And you know, just now that I'm reading more comic, that was way before the podcast. So now it's cool. I want to revisit that shit too. You know,
nice. But yeah, fucking Batman beats up the fucking mutants at the arcade.
Yeah,
and then I love this part where there's a car chase out of like a bank or something, and fucking the cops are like. One of them is a newbie, the other one's kind of older.
Yeah.
And the younger cop's like, "Hey, what's that?" And the older cop's like, "What's what? I can't." And the younger cop says, "Up ahead, it's something weird." And he's looking up out of the window of the car. And the older cop says, "Kid, this ain't the time." And the younger kid says, "But it's..." And then the older guy looks over and he says, all right, what is..." And he just says, "Holy."
And he knows what he sees. It's Batman.
And then he starts to slow down. And then the younger cop says, "You're slowing down." He goes, yeah. We're in for a show, kid.
Nice.
And then it's just this awesome fucking splash of fucking Batman just coming down.
Yeah, for me, I have a little note thing right here. See, so it's a whole page of Batman, and it's right here. I wrote "amazing throwback Batman suit" because that's the suit that I'm used to seeing, like OG, you know, like old Batman and stuff. I know there's a whole bunch of ways to draw it, but usually because of the movies, it's all black and really dark, and you forget that this is blue mask, blue cape, bright yellow on the chest and belt, and so see that it's cool, man. And I wrote the incredible build up until he's presented as it. It's super awesome.
I feel like the buildup isn't as exciting in the movie to kind of refer back to that again because I feel like they kind of show him a little bit too much.
Yeah,
where they really only show like his arms or the batarangs and things like that. In the movie, you full on see him on top of the car,
everything
like in the arcade. So when they recreate the cover of like him doing the pose behind the lightning, it's just like it just doesn't hit as much because the buildup is just so much more better in the comic.
100%. Also, Brian wrote here, Javi can play Robin, but the cape is a flat.
Bruh. But which Robin though?
Which Robin? Let me ask him. That's fucking hilarious. Robin though. Yeah, but we see Batman get presented.
Yeah, and he lands in the car, and the car crashes into a fucking construction site. And Batman decides that he's gonna take him, and the cops pull up, and one of them says, "Holy, I never thought he was real." And Batman just says, "These men are mine," and he just walks away. And the cop's like, "You heard the man." And the younger cop's like, "You crazy? I'm going in." And the other cop says, "Kid, you don't want to get in his way." And he shouts out after him, but the cop goes in anyways.
Yeah, the rookie.
Yeah,
or the younger rookie. I also didn't like the voice acting for the new movie, the movie too. I just feel when you read it, you make up your own voice in your head and stuff. And just for him or Gordon even or the Joker and stuff. I mean, the Joker I haven't seen him full blown out because that's when I kind of like stopped. But I don't know. I was just like, damn, like I've already made all these voices for myself in the head, I'm Batman. So fucking.
I actually like the voice actor to Batman for the movie.
He killed it. I think he killed it for sure.
Yeah, I don't know who the voice actor is, like their name, but I think he did a pretty good job.
Nice.
Like I like his Bruce Wayne Batman voice. Like he doesn't really change up his voice when he's Bruce or Batman, but I just like that sort of I'm Bruce. Like I'm an older guy, and
you can
like,
definitely hear it and everything.
Yeah.
Hey.
But this is where we have that moment that you were referring to earlier when he throws like his bat grapple up to get on a pipe to get up to them. Yeah. And he says old enough to need my legs to climb a rope. And the fucking thing, the bat grapple pulls the pipe down a little bit, and then he's like, "Oh, they're fast. Shouldn't have gone so easy on them in the car." And it's just like these small moments where he's just
narrating in his own head to himself. It's not really narration, just self-thought.
Yeah, and I just think what's so notable about that, and it's throughout the entire comic, and it's not present in the movie, is that the movie almost makes him look a little indestructible.
And young. And it makes him seem like he's his younger version of himself, even though they're a little more clear when there's obvious moments in the comic book where he gets hurt. When you don't hear those voices in the back of his head, or in his head, you don't understand what he's going through. Because Batman in a suit is Batman in a suit no matter what. Like size, stature, and all that stuff is whatever. Because you want to know what he's thinking, you know? And then it makes sense that when he's hurt, you're like, oh, why is he hurt? In the comic, you're like, oh, no, he's hurt because he's old. It's been 10 years. And he's definitely aged in the comic book for sure. Because it took a while for me to realize. And of course, they show his face later on. He's an old motherfucker in the comic book, like gray haired. In the comments for the movie, somebody wrote, "Damn, Alfred must be 112 years old." Because that ass, bro, this motherfucker is forever alive, bro. What the fuck? It's mad funny.
But fuck, I was gonna say something else. That
you said that he's narrating in his head.
Yes. Yeah, that the movie makes him seem a bit indestructible, whereas with the comic, the narration really shows the struggle. Yeah. Like, and that struggle just is so relatable. Like,
and reoccurring.
Yeah, like I say relatable, but I'm not 50. But like,
that's all you 50-year-old listeners, which is majority of our listeners, all 3,000 of them.
But I would imagine that like any older person would really relate with this.
Yeah, for sure.
And really be like, finally, like something that's kind of for me.
Yeah. I mean, man, I was walking around the other day. I don't know what I was doing or where I was at, but I just know that I was just moving like a person, right? And I just thought to myself, I was like, damn, bro, like doing little simple things, just like walking around or picking some shit up for somebody like that you can't do that forever. Like you're gonna age at one point and just walk slower and just be that guy, you know, like hurry the fuck up. And it's like, yo, bro, literally I can't. Like I'm about to die tomorrow, bro.
Dude, I think about that with my job now. And I see so many people come into this clinic and they're like in their 70s and their 80s. Yeah, I had this woman call. She was like 85, 86. And she was like, I don't know how to set up the app. Like and
you're like, what are you, stupid? No.
And I was like, oh, I mean, I can send you the email for the link to the app. And she was like, I don't know what that means. And
like, I was like, why should she find out? You know, she's not even alive anymore.
And like, I just felt so bad for her because she was trying to like do this so badly. And I was like, and I started to feel sad too, because she was like, yeah, like I can't take directions over the phone. Like I can't really do this over the phone. Like I kind of need someone to basically do this for me, like in person. And I was like, I mean, you know, if you come in, I'll definitely help you with that. But then what got me sad was that she was like, yeah, you know, normally I just like ask my daughter to help me with this and whatever to just do it for me, but she's dead now.
Oh man,
and I was like, oh my god,
I did not expect that. Jesus Christ.
Neither did I.
Way to depress everybody listening right now. Everybody just go cry. End the episode.
I was just like, damn, man,
that's sadder than this fucking. But I talk about her. I had this guy I was at the bus stop right here, right, heading home by 62, and it's pretty funny. It's the same shit. He came up to me, and I had my earphones in, so I'm like, yo, don't talk to me. But he came up to me, he's like, excuse me, and he is like, how do you use this app, like the transit app, like it shows you when your bus is coming and all that stuff. And I was like, all right, let me just help him out. So I was like, oh, you do this, put your location, da, 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 da. He's like, oh, yeah, you know, like I have a daughter. And then he just goes into this life story about his daughter, how about like she's so young, but she never teaches him how to use it and stuff. And he kept saying this. And let me tell you this. And guess what? And like his story, bro, this conversation started, he started telling me about his mom, this and that. Yeah, just about like, a whole bunch of stuff. How his mom's older now, and how his daughter is like now responsible with money and this and that. And for me, I was just like, well, I'm definitely not putting my earphone back in. We talked up until the bus came, and he continued in the bus. So the whole ride I'm going, but at this point I'm invested. I'm just listening to this guy. And I mean, that's really all it is. First of all, like, older people just want to be heard. This is like, I think psychologist or something. She was studying like death. And one thing that she's found out from the whole study is that she went to go speak with the dying lady in her house, right? And the dying lady basically was the grandma, and the mom was there and the kids. And she asked her, like, what do you think of death and when it's going to happen? And she said, for me, dying seems like it's more so of a burden on everybody else in the house because they have to take care of me and stuff and all that and worry and all that. But she said, all I really want is for people to just listen so I can teach my kids and my daughter and everybody like the lessons I've learned from life so they can help them in the future. And I was like, damn, bro. I mean, it's true. It's true. And that communication, I think, is so much harder to happen nowadays because, people who are younger, their worlds are moving so fast. Like just, social media, life, their own, mental health and everything like that. And so just on top of that, somebody who's not moving at your own pace must be difficult. Imagine we're doing this podcast and I'm like, I'll be like, I don't know how to do half the shit with the technology sometimes. But imagine I'm like, how do you do this and how do I do that? And you're like, press play. I'm like, what are you talking about? So it's interesting. And yeah, as a Batman and shit, that must be interesting too.
Yeah, to relate that to Batman, it's just kind of like a person like Alfred. Like, look at Alfred.
Yo, he's sharp as a motherfucker.
Like, who's still taking care of Bruce. Like, we see that he patches him up multiple times throughout this comic and stuff, and like is completely capable of like the Bat computer and all that shit and whatever. And it just kind of speaks to it's almost like the inverse, honestly, with Alfred, of like, Alfred doesn't need being taken care of. Yeah. Like, he takes care of Bruce. Bruce needs more of that than Alfred does, which is kind of crazy.
It's also like something I'm just realizing now. I'm sure you thought of this, but just his parents dying, that reliance on Alfred is probably so important. Just like having him as like a father figure or a parent figure in general. Yeah, that must be crazy. That's a crazy idea. Like he needs Alfred.
Yeah, it's definitely been said like throughout different times and different comics of like that Alfred is sort of his father, his pseudo father. The same can be said for Dick Grayson. Yeah. Like in a way, like Alfred is like the Bat family's father. He's all their fathers. Because he's just always been there and he always helps. Yeah. And it's so sad because he's dead in the comics now and stuff.
I was gonna say, was there a time where he dies? I was gonna ask.
Yeah, he died like 5 years ago, something like that.
How does he die? Just natural causes?
Bane snaps his neck in front of Damian Wayne.
Damian Wayne is who? Batman's son?
Batman's son.
What?
Because Bane takes over the city and fucking he doesn't let any of the Bat family to enter, and he's holding Alfred hostage. And he's like, if I see any of you Bat people in Gotham, I'm gonna kill your butler. What? And fucking
this motherfucker Damian tries to save the day.
Yeah, Damian's like, nah, this, like, you guys are just gonna stand by and do nothing. We need to fucking go get Alfred. So he goes in, ends up getting captured, and he wakes up tied up to a chair, and across from him is Alfred, also tied up in a chair. Wow. And Bane just kind of like monologues and then just goes up behind Alfred and just snaps his neck in front of Damian.
What?
And that haunts Damian to this day in the comics.
But Batman is still alive? Yeah. Okay. That's crazy, man. He had his son as Robin too. That's kind of fucked up, knowing that everybody else died. He's like, the precedent for this job is not so great, but you get to work with me. Damn, I don't know Alfred died like that. That's kind of badass though. Kind of badass for Alfred.
It's pretty sad. I was like, damn. Oh, it's definitely left a hole like in the Bat family, but it's created a lot of great opportunities for sure. Some story stuff to happen for these characters.
I imagine you open up your copy and you see a big tear. You a bunch of tears on the page. You're like, shut up, man. We don't talk about that.
Listen, did I shed a tear when Nightwing got in the first issue of Tom Taylor's Nightwing? When Nightwing got his a letter from Alfred, and Alfred had a beautiful letter to him as if he was his father. Did I shed a tear? Yeah. Is it on the page? No.
It is metaphorically. You shed many tears on the. I was gonna ask you if a comic book has ever made you cry.
Oh yeah,
there's the answer. Plenty probably, and if they're written well enough,
like a handful.
That's
like
awesome.
not too many, but like a handful. Like
That's
the
awesome.
ones I could tell you off the bat. Vision by Tom King.
Okay.
He wrote that before he did Mr. Miracle, because Vision, being a Marvel character, it was an amazing 12-issue run.
Okay.
And Dan DiDio at DC was like, now do the same for us.
Oh,
and so
shit.
he did Mr. Miracle.
Oh my gosh.
But
it's crazy, bro.
But yeah, Vision made me shed a tear at the end of that. Black Science has made me shed a tear during their third or fourth arc, God World. I'm trying to think of what else. Those are the two that I could think of off the top of my head.
Captain Underpants.
Yeah, I cried
every single page. Every page. I might as well just put my book on the water at this point. Fucking. Yeah, it's awesome. I have yet to hit that. Mr. Miracle might be the closest one where I'm just like, just fucking sad as shit.
Nice. But yeah, honestly, let's not super deep dive into this.
Okay.
But because it's such a thick read.
Yeah, it is.
But we see Batman being able to take out these thugs and stuff in the construction site, which we learn were also involved with Two-Face. And he's trying to find Two-Face because Harvey has immediately after getting cured goes out as Two-Face again, and he's wrapped himself up in bandages, so no one knows what he's done to his face.
It's like they fucking weaponized this motherfucker who you could tell from a mile away, and now he just looks like fucking everybody else, like Joe Rogan.
Damn, generic white man.
DMT. First of all, let me say this: we know I don't like Amazon. They sent me my book wrinkled, bro. Ooh. Fucking disrespectful Bezos. I always fucking shout you out and shit. Piece of shit ass.
I think I also have a couple wrinkled pages.
Yeah. Nah, but mine is like, you see?
Oh, that shit is like,
yeah, I'm high key about to return it and be like, yo, send me a fresh new copy, bitch. I can't be doing this. You can't be disrespecting me like that.
I remember I ordered when I still use Amazon, like when I first started reading comics, I ordered a Nightwing comic from Amazon.
Yeah.
And it was a fucking used library copy.
No way.
It still had the library sticker on it and stuff on like the bind, and I was just like, what the fuck is this?
That's crazy disrespectful. Cool for the comic books to have. Sorry so much tangents, but there was the guy I play on the pool league, right? He was telling me we're talking about, he likes a lot of manga. And he said that when he was in school, he went to the library and he saw, I think, the first 10 issues or 20 issues of One Piece. And he was like, well, I'm checking every single one of these out. And so he did, and he just enjoyed the comic books and stuff. Nice. And that must be real cool, man. Because I know, libraries, obviously great things to exist and everything. But just, you forget that these count as books also. And they're not just like, just childish things how the people refer to them also and everything. So I think that's cool. To hear that story, he must have really had a passion to read these things and just have access to them because of the library. Shout out to libraries.
Seriously, though.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. My cousin Chino, again, he and when he was in college, his college library had comics in their library. So He actually, when he was still reading comics, he would rent out a lot of books to read that way. That's cool, man. But yeah. Shout out to libraries.
Shout out to libraries.
Libraries. But the something that Two-Face starts doing now that he's Two-Face again, fucking up the town, is that he starts marking both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Because normally he only marks one side.
But this time he's like, fuck that.
Both sides. This is when we get our first glimpse of the Joker. Because he just seems basically catatonic. Like he's just like not moving and stuff.
Like nothing matters.
Like he's just kind of dead inside.
And he's in a psych ward, right? I'm assuming he's in a psych ward?
I believe it's Arkham, actually.
Oh, okay.
But they're talking about Batman on the news, and a lot of what they talk about Batman on the news is just sort of back and forths between people that are pro or anti-Batman, and that's a lot of where the political satire comes in as well. Just like
it's crucial to the comic for sure.
Yeah, because all that news stuff gets mixed in of just like random news stuff of that doesn't really matter, but that's like the satire of it. Yeah, that they only. That the news is ever fleeting. It's only these little highlights and whatever, just things that cause controversy and whatever.
And it shows you I think it's crucial because, again, we started off with Batman being gone for 10 years. So with the ongoing debate of whether or not we need him or whether or not, or how people think of him and stuff, it just goes to show how we're just pushing away somebody who's, either helpful or not. He still is a vigilante and everything. not to skip ahead, but at one point where Superman and him are discussing, and he's like, they look at us like we're the villains, and then Batman's like, we've always been the villains.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, yeah, man, like realistically, you are, technically speaking. You know, and I think that's pretty crazy, and it's so raw with that. You get me? It's so raw to be so explicit with how like they acknowledge themselves not helping, even though all they do is help to the most tremendous catastrophes that occur in Gotham. You know,
and they even say at some point that like when the pro Batman supporters, they say that crime has gone down in Gotham.
Yeah, and
like Dr. Bartholomew Walper is like,
that's so funny. You mentioned him.
It's just short term.
He's right on the screen as you mentioned.
Dickhead. Yeah. He's like, oh, these results are only short term. Yeah. Like the long term effect is much worse, and this and that and whatever.
Almost like he's being like played with, you know, to like or like lobbied to say these things and shit like that. But he's just an idiot.
But yeah, fucking, we see Joker kind of look up at the TV and he's like a little like, oh, what? And he starts
back, and his smile just emerges in 2 panels, which is dope.
And he just says, Batman, darling.
Yeah,
and he's just got a sinister smile on his face.
And the drawing for him is amazing. I do like the. I mean, I do like the drawings of them because again, it just also brings it back to a little more classic look at Batman and stuff like too. So
yeah, and again, this was written in the 80s, so it's like. I there's just like a certain art style to comics, dependent on like the era and the age of comics. So he's just staring at me.
Yeah, bro. Link's is just like, yo, bro, what the fuck? I exist, bro.
He's like, you're really not gonna pet me.
Yeah.
But yeah, fucking, I think the art style also just speaks to the time of like, this is definitely a comic of like the 80s.
Yeah.
But as we progress throughout the first issue, there's that little moment where Gordon just lets that one guy get away so that Batman can go see him. And it's just like Gordon and Batman are so cool together,
honestly speaking.
And they actually when earlier in the issue when they're having dinner after the race, the movie says it more explicitly, but the comic is a little more subtle of the fact that by this point in time, Gordon knows that Bruce is Batman.
Yeah.
Which is just super interesting of like, there's just things that have happened in these 10 years that we don't know. And it's almost like playing catch up a little bit.
Yeah. And again, it makes the story settle in much better. Because, you know, with that mystery comes with, you know, what else has happened and stuff like that. I mean, it's important. I think it's crucial to the story.
Yeah. And that's when they're like, all right, there's only one way to fucking get Batman's attention. And this cop is like, but isn't there some other way to call him? And Gordon says at least a dozen. Cop says, then why? And Gordon responds, to let them know, Merkel, to let everyone know.
Yeah.
Hit it. They fucking turn that shit on. And Carrie sees it and she's hype. And fucking bat signal is up for the first time. And another thing too is that they have a Twin Towers in this.
Yeah, they do. And before that, real quick, I wanted to mention this one note that I'm sure you know. When Batman is basically beating up the guy that Gordon let out because he wants some more information, he beats him up, and he's, you know, the guy gets pushed through a window and is bleeding from his hand, and he's like, he's basically trying to ask him for information, and Batman says, like, you're gonna tell me this because right now I'm the only one in the world that can get you to a hospital in time. And so then the guy looks up, he's like, oh shit, it's true. But then the next panel goes back to the news, and it's basically 2 perspectives on Batman. It's like one good, one bad, like one good feedback, one bad feedback. And the first one, it says, Batman, yeah, I think he's A-okay. He's kicking just the right butts the cops ain't kicking. That's for sure. Hope he goes after the homos next. And I was like, damn, bro, that's kind of crazy, right? I wrote here, pretty wild but raw, referred to interview in the beginning of book. So just how, like, you know, the status of the world and stuff like that, and how people think of all that. I don't know when the whole like AIDS thing was happening and stuff, where they'll blame gay people for AIDS and everything. But it's pretty interesting how, you know, that's a strong line that they, again, I don't think people can put those lines in comics anymore without getting so much fucking bad feedback. You know, I'm sure you can write it in, but it really does capture a time period. You know what I mean? Because right now you don't even use those words at all no more. Because if you did, people just get really upset, even if it's for artistic value and stuff.
And again, this is the first issue. Like that. It's not like they were holding off or anything. Like in the first issue, they just fucking went in raw and just set the tone. And like and again, this was really controversial when it came out. I wonder if this was one of the reasons that people found it controversial.
Probably. And then even here, the next guy who's advocating against Batman, he says, makes me sick. We must treat and socially socially misoriented with rehabilitative methods. We must patiently realign their. Excuse me. No, I never live in the city. You know, kind of saying like, oh, we need the city to be great, this and that, and then they ask you, would you live here? Like, nope, because you know. And to me, that for some reason that reminds me of Eric Adams when he was like, yeah, the subway is safe. The New York City mayor Eric Adams, he said the subway is safe. It's, you know, safer than it's ever been. I ride the subway, and I'm like, and whenever I hear that, I'm like, no, you don't, you bitch ass motherfucker. Like, you definitely do not ride the subway unless there's like a photographer in front of you and like 5 bodyguards. You know, like, stop trying to, you know, you were a cop. That's not you no more. Like, now you're a political figure.
Yeah.
And that's why it gets me kind of upset with that shit, because it's kind of crazy, bro. It's like, stop, you're lying blatantly to the people that are trying to, you know, you're trying to gain their support, but we live in this city. You don't live in this city. You just exist in it now, you know?
Damn.
Yeah, man.
You just exist. Damn.
Fuck Eric Adams. Hold on, real quick. Let me take a piss. Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, just want to throw it out there for like the whole, you know, because again, it makes you think about politics, leaders and stuff like that, and just the narrative, you know, especially with the mayor getting introduced later also and everything, and how much of a bitch that motherfucker is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, even another point of like political satire on this page, when we do see Carrie at her window and stuff, and the bat signal goes on, her parents are talking in the back, and these guys are just like hippies or something.
Super.
And just like, obviously a fascist, never heard of civil rights. And doesn't the TV just love him? They all love him. The American conscience died at the Kennedys. Too true. All the marching we did, it's like it never happened. Now, I know. Sometimes I despair. Give me another hit of that, huh? And it's just like, they're so full of themselves, just high as shit, chatting.
That makes me think of the fear and loathing idea of the whole people being in the 60s and stuff, and revolution, you know, civil rights and all that stuff, and how just post everything, once you are marching and once you are doing all that, and then afterwards you're kind of just living in this world of what was, you know. And this is kind of like Carrie's parents almost, you know, talking about like the old times and everything, you know. And it's how it's, you know, as much as you fight for that justice and crime and, you know, against crime and all that stuff, it's still going to be occurring. Not to be kind of like, was it nihilistic or some shit about it? Like, you know, but just, you know, that's the toughness of the world. You know, as much as you fight, like for every battle you fight and almost win or barely are winning, there's like 100 others to just fucking still fight.
Yeah, I mean, as like Frank Miller said in the little conversation, but like, if I pull it up real quick, he says that Batman isn't fighting like villains or anything like that. He's fighting moral decay and something else he said. But I think that just speaks a lot to it, that Batman is fighting the world in this book. He's not fighting just crime. He's fighting the world. Pretty
much on his own too. You know, outside Carrie and Alfred and stuff like that, but still he's the one, the front lines, and the one not willing to put anybody else in danger to an extent. You know?
But yeah, we fucking see Joker. He starts trying to set something up, it seems like, about bombs.
And I love this art right here where he's behind the cell or screen. It's super, super awesome. Super well done.
And that's when we get to Two-Face's plan finally happening, where Two-Face is gonna basically do a ransom. He wants $22 million. Or he'll blow up the Twin Towers.
Which is crazy.
Which is
super crazy. And super like, what the fuck? Yeah, I know. When I seen that shit too, I was like, no way. Like, no way, you know?
Yeah, they definitely changed that for the movie.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was some other shit, right? It was some, again, they should have left those things in there, man. Once you start fucking around with somebody's art, it's never a good thing. You get me? That's very interesting, though.
But yeah, it's this is one of the rare moments that we see Batman with a gun.
Yeah.
And he's got like a sort of rifle gun, and helicopters are coming in, and they start attacking the tower. And that's when he decides it's time to fucking get to work. He starts whipping some ass, as he does, because he's Batman.
Yeah, man. And the gun is more so just like a fucking, like a grappling gun.
Yeah, it's just like, it ends up just being a grappling gun so that he can get from one tower to the other, and he starts running across a tightrope, which is just awesome.
Yeah, but a little bit of a foreshadow too, I would say so, you know, like killing.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to say? You see me with the little fucking literature and shit?
But there's this cool little moment when he's running across a tightrope and he gets shot at right in the chest, right in the logo. And if you look closely, it gets ripped there, and you can see almost like the armor.
Yeah,
there.
You could definitely see. You didn't even gotta look closely. You just look.
But there's this amazing short story by Kevin Smith in Detective Comics 1000 or 1027, one of those two issues, because both of them were landmark issues.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Detective Comics 1000 was just the 1000th issue of that series, which didn't start as a Batman series. That's what DC Comics stands for. So really, DC Comics is Detective Comics comics.
Oh wow, I never knew that. I never knew that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Detective Comics was like their first series, and so Detective Comics 1027 is a 1000th issue of Batman in Detective Comics.
Oh, okay.
So there's a short story in one of those by Kevin Smith about why Bruce puts that armor right behind the faceplate, or not the faceplate, but the chest plate. And he does it because it's the logo. He feels like that's where they're gonna aim for and stuff. So
I do remember that being, I think, in the movie or something like that, like them mentioning that and everything.
Yeah, okay. But what Kevin Smith does is that the armor that he uses, the specific slab of metal that he puts there behind the logo, is the gun that killed his parents that he melded and used to basically protect himself.
The vital organs and everything, right? Or heart, I guess, or just that.
Well, yeah, he just put it like behind the logo.
Oh, wow,
so it's like
that's crazy.
Yeah, so it's like the thing that basically ended his old life and began his new one.
Wow,
is now saving him.
That's pretty wild. That's kind of crazy. Kevin Smith, like Clerks. What?
Yeah.
What a god. What a god.
But yeah, I instantly thought of that when I saw this. I was like, cool.
That's awesome.
But fucking, and there's this little moment where when he does get shot, he says, "Magnum load has to be, hits me like a freight train. The plate holds. Why do you think I wear a target on my chest? Can't armor my head. Left arm numb. If it's a heart attack, I'm finished. A fine death, but there are thousands to think of. And Harvey, I have to know."
Yeah.
So he grapples the fucking helicopter that Harvey's running away in. And the helicopter kind of shakes around from the grapple, so Harvey falls out of it. And it's this cool little choreography where Batman basically swings around to grab Harvey midair, and they smash in through a fucking window to a building. The helicopters blow off in the distance.
Yeah.
And Batman makes Harvey take off the bandages, and he finds out that there's nothing wrong with Harvey, that the plastic surgery has not been altered or messed with whatsoever. And Harvey is just completely delusional.
Yeah.
And he says, "Got the whole world to smile at me. Got them all to keep their lunches down when they saw my face, saying I was cured, saying I was fixed. Take a look."
Oh, wait, I'm going to read the Batman. You read that. So I was fixed. And Batman says, "The scars go deep, too deep.
Take a look. Have your laugh. I'm fixed, all right. At least both sides match.
I close my eyes and listen. Not fooled by sight. I see him.
Have your laugh, Batman. Take a look."
As he is. And then Batman sees him as actually Two-Face. His whole face is gross. Oh, no, his half of his face is fucked up, right?
Well, the whole face.
The whole face is fucked.
Yeah.
But the last two panels, because he's been like plastic surgery, his face is fine. And then he says, as he is, which is a cool way to show everything, It's like normal, fucked up, but he's normal the whole time.
Yeah, it just really shows that like the ugliness is inside of him. And it's just a great way of showing that. Yeah. And it's just so well done.
Yeah, and they do the same thing with Batman.
Yeah. And yeah, because it's so cool how Batman just says, "I see him. I see," and then he says out loud, "I see a reflection, Harvey."
And then it just goes to the bat that scared him when he was younger, right?
Yeah.
And then it says a reflection.
And he just fucking dips.
Peace. Epiphany. Peace.
But that was issue 1. Fucking awesome.
Yeah, man.
So like it really just sets a tone. It's such a primer like for what's next.
Yeah.
Because it just gets crazier with every issue. Like, and this is something I was thinking about as I was reading it, because again, I watched a movie before I had ever read it, but something I was thinking about as I was reading it is like how, because I couldn't really remember like how everything goes exactly, because I watched it years ago. I was just kind of like, how does all this fit? Like remembering that Joker and Superman show up and all this shit. And I was like, how does he fit all this? How does it not just feel like a clusterfuck of just shit happening?
Yeah.
And it's just so masterfully written where Joker is basically introduced in issue 1, but
it's like simmering.
Yeah.
Everything else with the Two-Face is going hard and everything.
Yeah.
You're right.
And it's just Joker doesn't become an actual issue until issue 3.
Yep.
And so it just goes to show how like he really plans out these small things from each book to the next one, because we see Superman in book 2 because that's when the president goes to speak to him.
Yeah, which is fucking cool, man.
Yeah, and it's so it just goes to show that like everything was just kind of planned out and
premeditated type shit.
Yeah, and it flows so well because of that.
Yeah,
it's pretty incredible. But yeah, as I said before, book 2 or issue 2 has this fucking awesome cover. I love it so much.
Beating down Batman, right?
I always love a good beaten down like hero. Like the aesthetic of it is just so cool. But with issue 2, we're with Gordon, and he's just walking around and he is running around some mutants and stuff, and he's just being himself.
Yeah.
But then we cut to Carrie. And
one thing I will say about this side 2 with the Gordon walking around is that he's walking around and he's kind of going towards danger, right? Because he's at the end of it, he says, "Then I suck it again," talking about his cigar, and he's like, "Dying never seemed real to me when I was young, for some reason." And then there's a gun point in the same panel as Gordon, and he says, "For some reason, I want to see Bruce, not to talk. I mean, sure to talk, and maybe to drink, even though he seems to have given that up." Then he says, "Suddenly, the hair bristles on my back of my neck. I hear a girlish giggle and the cold, oiled sound of a gun being cocked behind me. I see the face of a killer who isn't yet old enough to shave. I think of Sarah." Then he pulls out his gun. The rest is easy. And that stuff is missing from the movie too, where he doesn't narrate that stuff. He kind of just acts upon it. And the news reporter is like, "Oh, Gordon's been shot and killed. Wait, actually, sorry. He actually shot and killed the perpetrator." You know, and I really, again, that's what was missing from the movie, because I really like when he says, "I think of Sarah," like his wife, right?
Yeah.
And to me, that's important because it gives the reason why he survives and how he's like so great at being a cop, you know, like to save, protect himself even. And just, you know, suddenly the hair bristles on the back of my neck. Like you understand and you feel the situation.
He's got like a sixth sense.
Yeah, man. And to me, because the comic didn't have that, it was just him kind of reacting. It kind of missed out on that like flavor of just intensity, you know, and just reaction and how accustomed he is to crime. And I really think that's like a missed opportunity right there, you know, for the movie, not the comic, because the comic killed that shit.
But we also see the mayor for the first time here.
Yeah, it's a bitch ass.
Where he just says, "Still in consultation. It's still in consultation."
Yeah.
It's fucking derpy ass, like
puppet
himself.
ass,
fucking nerd,
piece of shit.
But yeah, we see Carrie as the news is going on. We see Carrie dress up as Robin, and so that's when it says, "Oh, this just in: Commissioner James Gordon has been shot and killed. Oops, sorry folks, I read it wrong. Gordon has shot and killed a 17-year-old member of the mutant gang. Gordon's attacked outside his West End apartment," and so forth. And then this is when Carrie's parents start talking again, chatting. They're like, "What a brain down. 17 years old. Machismo with a badge, just like Chicago. Remember Chicago, hun? Not real well. I was tripping the whole time."
And they kept that in the movie.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny.
But
can't Carrie, show a cigar, but talk about fucking or whatever, bro.
But Carrie goes down the windowsill. She's trying to dip out. She doesn't do too well of getting out of the house. She breaks like a duct pipe or something like that, falls onto a fire escape, and she thinks to herself, "Some Robin, I figure." And then we just cut to more news panels and stuff, and the mutant gang is getting very upset with the fact that Gordon has just killed one of them. Yeah. And they're just talking about how they're going to kill Gordon and all this stuff. And then the news comes out that the like baby of
like some rich people,
the heir to the Ridley chewing gum fortune is missing. And it seems like the mutants have him, and the mutants do have him, and they're holding him ransom. So Batman shows up, and this is like the only scene where I question something. I'll get to it in a sec.
Okay.
But I'll say another thing about this scene as well, but it's ridiculous how these guys are just so chill. The door eeks a little bit and they just fucking start shooting it up.
It could have been anybody.
And the guy's just like, the way this guy's standing too, he's just like,
it's just with his hand, like, yeah.
Just kind of like, yep.
Pow, pow.
Pew, pew. But there's no one behind the door. A bat comes out and the bat starts like attacking the chill guy. And he kind of smashes the window a bit. And a batarang hits him in the hand. Yeah. And the other guy at the fucking like LMG, he's like, oh man, it is him. Yeah. Grace, keep your gun on the kid. Spot, get out the way. And just fucking completely fires and just kills Spot and just shoots him out the window.
He shoots his own partner trying to shoot the bat that came into the door, which is crazy.
He shoots and just says, should have gone out of the way, Spot. Like, what?
Like, he said, fuck that. I didn't like that guy anyway, bro. But he shot him like crazy, bro.
Even in the movie, they do it pretty well. It's just like, get out the way. Should have got out the way.
And then Batman tears through the wall and just fucking chokeholds this murderer. And yeah, man. And then the guy's holding the kid ransom and he sees the danger of Batman, the other mutant. He's like, back off, man. I'll kill the kid, with the gun pointed at the kid's name. And he's like, believe me, man, I will. Believe me. And then Batman just does some Batman shit. He shoots the gun out of his hand. Oh, no, he shoots near the wall. Right?
Yeah, so this is where I get a little confused because I'm a little confused as to what happens if he shoots. I also think this mutant is a girl.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Not.
Oh, because she's wearing pink?
Not.
Man can wear pink?
I was literally just going to say not just because of the pink, but the nails.
Let me see the nails. I don't know, man. I cancel you just now. Oh shit! A man can't have pink sharp nails, bro. Well, it's not 2022 or something. I'm out of here, bro. But oh yeah, you're right. He shoots beside the wall, but she could have just shot the kid, right?
Yeah. So this is where I get confused because I don't know what he shoots. I don't know if he shoots a gun out of her hand, and what the movie shows is that he shoots it out of her hand.
I thought it was a battering that
he uses the gun in the movie and shoots it out of her hand.
You know what I think happened? I think he did shoot it out of the hand because she's holding it with her left hand, the gun, or them are holding it with their gun, and then he shoots, and there's a bullet hole in the wall behind where her left hand would have been, I guess. But even then, the gun was in front of her. So it's kind of a complicated situation.
Yeah, so I'm just a little confused by that. But
Frank mother fucked up.
But the other thing I wanted to bring up about this scene is that I wouldn't know if you know, but did you know that in Batman v Superman, Batman kills people?
No, I don't. I think I'm pretty sure I've either heard you or Brian tell me that. Oh, really?
Yeah. And there's a lot of gripe with that. And Zack Snyder, who directed Batman v Superman, he said in an interview once that a lot of the inspiration for Batman for that movie was The Dark Knight Returns.
Oh wow!
And he said that like, oh yeah, you know, like Batman is just like killing people left and right in that book, and I was just like, what? Like, did you actually read it?
He just Joker, right? He just kills Joker and everything.
I mean, you can say that he doesn't even kill the Joker.
Yeah, it's kind of like an overall occurrence that occurred, you know, like.
So it's just like the video that I saw about this has the interview with a quote unquote kill count with the movie playing in the corner, and it's all the moments that like Batman doesn't kill anyone.
Oh my god, that's pretty funny.
And it's just like. What
the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, what is Zack Snyder talking about? Batman doesn't kill anyone in The Dark Knight Returns.
That's interesting.
But like Zack Snyder specifically refers to this scene. He's like to this scene in particular where he's like, oh yeah, when Batman takes a gun and just completely shoots that mutant. Yeah. It's like,
no, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
You're a fucking liar, Zack Snyder. Just say you didn't read the comic, bro.
Like it's so bizarre. I don't know why he would say that.
It's interesting.
But yeah, fucking Batman saves a kid. And,
or if you want to go conspiracy with it, maybe he did kill all those people, but the way he sees it as always almost killing them. Ooh. Shame, bro. The ultimate ending to Batman that would not be like great would be him just sitting in the psych ward with his in the straight jacket, the vest, and him just imagining everything. Like that's such a cliche ending, but wouldn't that be crazy? Like the ending, it's just him.
That's been talked about for a long time as a theory for Batman.
That's a simple. But then his parents come visit him every day. Imagine.
Yeah,
that'd be sick. And then Alfred is just the name of his doctor or something like that. Ooh. And Robin is just like his ears. No, I don't know.
His ears.
I mean, yeah, but you can say that with anything, really, honestly speaking. So it's not really whatever.
But we just get to some more news stuff.
Yeah.
While Carrie now as Robin is just jumping from building to building, parkouring, living life. And then she's like, next up, fighting crimes.
Yeah.
And this is when we get to Batman basically interrogating this crook where he hangs him off from the top of a building.
Yeah.
And the way this is drawn is so cool.
It is. Especially how it's revealed earlier, like how it's all black, and he's like, all right, man, the guy he's holding hostage kind of is saying like, hey, I'll tell you what's gonna happen with the mutants and everything else, but just don't kill me, man. No cops, right? He says no cops. And Batman's like, I'm not here to negotiate. And he unreveals the blackness, and it's him hanging from a building. It's pretty cool.
And like, just even like, if you look at it, like the way like Batman is hanging off, like he's just gripping like the mouth of like the griffin or whatever, the gargoyle, and it's just like holding himself up basically upside down with one hand.
And this guy just freaked the fuck out.
Fucking what a G.
Batman lifts.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh my god.
But fucking this was like a little weird scene as well, I thought, when Carrie just kind of lights the little firecracker on like this guy's ass.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? She just kind of pranks this guy.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, Robin.
I guess because they're illegally gambling.
I couldn't even tell you.
I think that's what it is, because he's doing that like, all right, man, guess the card, and I'll give you this money. But he's kind of scheming everybody. So I think she's trying to just like get him. Okay. Because they're all red cards. You see? So it's like, stop scamming people. But on the next page, I really like this because it's super, super like dark with this. And I'm gonna read it just because I think it's really dope. Okay. And it's a lady on the train coming home, really fucking tired as fuck, like New York City. You coming back from work on a Friday, you have a kid. She says, "It's the train." Oh no, the narrator says, "It's the train." Thinks Margaret Corcoran. My legs never hurt like this when I wait the tables. The train. It won't let the pain lie in my calves where I'm used to it. Varicose veins, the doctor said. Easy for him to tell her to quit her job. Easy for him to talk about surgery. Surgery with no insurance and 2 payments left on Jamie's braces and the turn-off notice from the electric company with winter on its way. She feels the metal square inside her purse and smiles. Almost nobody tips anymore, but her uptown drunk left $10 on the table tonight. What with the turn-off notice, it was wrong to spend the tip on the pain. But young Robert's art teacher says he's talent. She pictures Robert's able little hands, his eager smile. Her purse strap bites into her shoulder. And Margaret Corcoran, who had not pleaded with Blue Cross when they canceled her insurance or with Citicorp when they repossessed her car, begs like a wino for a $10 paint set. She feels her purse hit her stomach as the train rumbles to a stop. She hears them laugh. She lands hard on the cement, but it only hurts. She feels the square of metal and thanks God, and can't help but cry. Then she feels something heavy and round, like an apple in her purse. Woman explodes in subway station. Film in 11, the news says after. And I was like, holy shit. So basically, like, she's going home. And at first, at the rectangle in her purse, I thought it was like a bottle of alcohol and everything. Okay. But, what she really did, she spent the last amount of money on the art set for her child because, he's talented and stuff like that, right? And then, she thinks she's gotten robbed of the talent of the artwork. I mean, what is it? The fucking art thing. Yeah. And basically the mutants just kind of took her purse, took out the art set and put on a bomb and basically just blew up a station. But I just feel like that whole little, like this whole one little page comic right here, page is such a story in itself, because
yeah, I mean, there are moments like this throughout the entire book, like these vignettes of characters of just like.
But this is my favorite one, I think so.
Like which the movie doesn't have. Like it doesn't have these vignettes. The notable one for me was later during the E.M.P. outage and stuff, and how it shows that one guy like where he was when the lights went out, and that little focus on him of like how some young guy with a boombox he got mad at, but as soon as like the lights went out, he was like the first person to ask for help and things like that.
I remember that one. I gotta see it again to remember.
So that was a more notable one for me.
Nice, but this one was really cool just because it was so like And this I credit the drawing because her face just shows all the expression. Like on the first one, the third panel, it's her just, you can see how exhausted she is. But then like you see on the second row, like third panel again, it's just like that ease, remembering that the art teacher said that her child is talented, you know, and her just smiling about it. And then the fear when her purse gets took. And then when it says she begs like a wino for a $10 paint set, you can see the desperation in her face to get it back. Like that all is drawn so amazingly. And then the New York City people in the background not caring, as they usually won't. Like if you see right here when she's getting robbed, she's like screaming, but the guy's just sitting there watching,
chilling.
Yeah, man, and that's really New York City for you, or New Jersey.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
That fucking happens, and then we have this awesome slash of fucking Batman holding a corpse with the American flag over it, covering themselves.
That's awesome. I want to get that as a poster.
While the corpse is like holding a gun,
like steaming off, just went off.
And he says the general's record is an anthem of orders barked between deafening explosions, of a steely, reassuring voice above the cries of wounded men, an anthem shattered into discord in its last few notes, but misappropriated weapons sold to the mutants. I almost asked him why. And the movie does a more like direct way of showing this part of how the general of Gotham or whatever was basically selling weapons to the mutants. And
he initially pulls out a gun to shoot Batman. Batman takes up the gun, and then kind of Batman just leaves the gun on the desk and walks away because he's gonna reveal to the world that he's been supplying mutants with guns. And then as Batman walks away, all you hear is a poof because he killed himself.
Yeah.
So this is a beautiful wrap up of that. Honestly speaking, like that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
So yeah, Frank Miller just needed the one page to say that.
That's incredible. That's fucking incredible, man. Wow.
But then we cut back to Carrie, and she's stopping some more crime, hearing the mutants talking about the dump, and she decides that she's gonna go check out what they're gonna go to for at the dump. And Batman decides that he is gonna also go to the dump, because basically where the dump is, all the mutants are meeting up, and Batman wants to go and deal with them. And so that's what he does. He fucking pulls up, and he pulls up in a fucking massive tank.
Huge motherfucking tank.
He just pulls up in this massive fucking bat tank. And the leader of the mutants is this fucking massive dude with like spiked
pointy
nipples.
Yeah, man, they put little things on his nipples. It's like, this is so adorable. It's fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, but then the next pages of that are fucking awesome. I mean, the pages of these right here, this is fucking incredible. Just huge, like splash pages, right? Of just the fucking Batmobile killing everything. Rubber bullets.
And he says, mutants, surrender now or be destroyed.
And the mutants are like, nah.
I don't really feel like it.
And I do like this little part that kind of shows his age, where the mutants start shooting at him, and Batman says, they don't even wait for the order, young people these days. No respect for history. And that's so interesting that he would say that, you know?
Yeah, they use that line in the movie too, which I appreciated. But another thing that they do in the movie, which I also appreciate that they don't do in the comic actually, is that it has that little moment where it shows Carrie fighting some of the mutants as Batman's mowing through the crowd.
Oh, really? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that like it was like a sort of one shot as like the bat tank is going down, just shooting and firing. Carrie's like in the foreground, just fighting off mutants. Just going down, fighting mutants, running alongside. I gotta rewind
and see that shit because that's fucking cool.
Yeah, so that's something that's not here in the comic, but it's just a little thing where like it shows that
she's participating,
that she's getting involved immediately.
Yeah. This fucking splash page of Batman is funny to me. I just see him saying, yeah, yeah. Like you can't if you're audio listening, but it's just Batman kind of like scrunched up a little, and he's like has his grin on his face. But to me, it just sounds like he's saying, yeah. It's fucking hilarious, bro.
Nah, I mean it's still beautifully drawn.
Yeah, definitely. it just for me, that's the first thing I thought of. Yeah.
But yeah, fucking he pulls up to the leader of the mutant gang, and the leader basically coaxes him to come out and fight him hand to hand.
Even though he knows he's not as strong, as fast as the mutant.
Yeah, and Alfred
even says so.
Yeah, Alfred's like, bruh, you can't do this.
Out, bro. Just use the machine.
Just use the machine.
But that was more. Would you say that's more of his pride coming out too? You know, like I know he doesn't want to kill him, but he wants to be able to be capable of fighting him, right?
Yeah. I mean because I think they say it in the movie, but like I think he says like I need to know or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Because it definitely shows like that he's trying to prove something. This is like a test to him of like he's back, but like is he really back?
Yeah, or is he just like partially back type shit?
Yeah, because imagine if like Batman's back, but he fucking died fighting the mutants like a month later. Like that would suck.
It'd be a shitty comic book.
So yeah, it definitely seems like a test to see how far he's willing to go.
Interestingly enough, so they fight and everything, and mutant basically fucks Batman up. The mutant hits him with the crowbar. You think that's a little hint at what happened to Robin beforehand?
I kind of thought the same thing, but I don't know, honestly.
It'd be interesting, but it's open to everything. But that's cool.
Yeah, he fucking just beats the shit out of Batman stuff. And fucking Carrie jumps up behind him, kind of gets mud in his eyes, and fucking Batman throws like a goo thing on the mutant that like kind of suffocates his face.
Probably should have done in the first place.
And that's when fucking she drags Batman back to the tank and stuff.
He calls Carrie the new Robin. He refers to her as Dick, the old Robin, right?
Yeah, he says Dick, and like, which is crazy. Which makes me so curious as to like where is Dick Grayson throughout all of this, like, because Dick Grayson has always been like the other half to Bruce in the comics. Like he's always been the light, whereas Bruce has been the dark. And I feel like Dick Grayson is just, I guess maybe like Dick Grayson wasn't a fully developed character at this point in time yet. Mm-hmm. And that's maybe why they didn't do it. But if this were written today, I'm sure Dick Grayson would be in this comic. Mm-hmm. But yeah, fucking Alfred's like, oh, gently now, gently, good girl. Now you just run along home. But Carrie says, psych.
Yeah.
And gets in the fucking bat tank. And then this is when we cut to the little Superman president talk. Mm-hmm. And this is another example thing where the movie kind of just does it more explicitly because it just fucking pulls up the camera slowly,
shows Superman
and just shows Superman.
Yeah, and I don't know who he was talking to either in the comic book at first. Like, who the fuck is this guy talking to? Then you see the S, and you kind of have to wait for the S to be like kind of like really clear to you. But it's basically the president being like, "Hey man, like we need Batman," and Superman's like, "I don't know, man. Is there another way?" Or something, right? Like in the movie, they do that.
Well, they don't have that conversation yet. This one is just the president being like, oh, like, you had to go talk to him.
Got you.
Like, talk to him, tell him to stop doing this. Mm-hmm. And he's just kind of like, all right, yeah, sure, I got you. I'll do it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He says that a lot. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. At the end, though, when he's like, yes, sir, and the president says, good boy.
Yeah.
That's like, whoa, what the fuck? You get me? That's so weird.
Motherfucker, do you know who I am? Laser eyes.
Just that, and the comic. Fucking, and that reminds me of the Avengers movie where they have to sign the contract in Civil War, like to abide the government.
You mean the Captain America movie?
Yeah, the Avengers movie. Okay, nah, it is the Captain America movie, barely. But when they have to sign the contract and everything, and
the Sokovia Accords,
and Captain America's like, nah, bro, I'm not doing that shit. And this is like. This little panel right here is like a perfect representation as to why, you know, because they get treated as pets at this point, or kind of like just weapons only, you know. Mm-hmm. And Captain America's like, I'm not with that shit, but Tony Stark is guilty as fuck, and he's like, I guess. But I really that panel in itself is such a like it grasps all superheroes, you know, and the government ties they have with them.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if the president can fucking just order Superman around and just have him be like an obedient dog, just saying, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. And then for him to say good boy and have nothing be said in response. Yeah. Like, if Superman is like that, then I'm sure like no other hero is as free.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, think about the evil that could be done with that. You know, like, oh, we need you to just shut Germany down completely, like get rid of it. It's like, why would I do that? Because it's orders and they're attacking us. Don't you want to help us? And then Superman's like, what? I don't want to do that.
Am I the bad guy?
Bye, Germany. Like I just end everything with it.
But yeah, fucking we see Bruce in the little bat tank on the bed, and what's interesting, I was trying to find it, I don't know if I will, but everyone refers to Carrie, or I don't think it's happened yet, but everyone refers to Carrie as a boy, like on the news and stuff. They say,
yeah, I think it's just because how she's dressed. Like they used to Robin being a man, you know?
Yeah,
what I mean?
I just think that's interesting because Alfred refers to her as a girl.
Okay.
So Alfred could tell immediately that she was a girl.
Oh.
So it's like, I don't know what it was with the news that they were like, it's a boy. So that's just like an interesting thing, I think.
Maybe they're sexist like you.
Maybe. But
she has nails.
I rip off my nails every morning.
Oh yeah,
I don't like them.
Oh, I believe you. just have flesh. How do you scratch yourself? I don't.
I deal with it. But the leader mutant, he's saying some shit on the news of Batman's a coward and shit like that, and he's got like a big patch on his nose from getting fucking shoved in by Batman.
Yeah.
And when I first saw the movie, like that image was something super notable to me of just that bandage on his nose. So when I saw in the comic, I was like, nice.
Yeah, details.
Yeah. But they get back to the Batcave. And fucking she wraps up his arm and stuff, which was broken, and he asks her name, and she says Carrie Kelly, Robin, and he tells her mine's Bruce, and Alfred's like, sir, you're delirious, sir. You just rest now. Don't try to speak. We're only moments from the hospital. And Bruce says, no, hospital, Alfred, the cave.
Yep.
And he reaches for Robin's hand, and Alfred says, but sir, and Bruce says, the cave. And Robin comes with us.
Yep.
And immediately, it's just, that's it. There's a new Robin in town.
It's awesome. She just got hired. And then we see a little flashback to Joker. Wow, the names. They're just basically kind of like being prepped to just be able to leave, right? And be on TV eventually. Like he's like, oh, he's kind of like self-deprecating himself, saying, I don't deserve to be on the outside world. And the psychologist is kind of eating all this up and kind of feeding into the Joker's play. Yeah.
And they get back to the Batcave, and Bruce gets butt naked.
And that coin, the little coin at the bottom, that's Joker's coin, right?
Honestly, I don't know what that penny is.
Because that reminds me of the All-Star Superman, where in the cave, in the what's the super cave? What is it called?
Fortress of Solitude.
super cave. Look at this guy. But he has the same thing in there. Remember, it's like a collection of all the most evil things he's got from people, and then it's a big penny that says one free like crime with this coin. It's a engraving of Joker. You remember that?
It sounds familiar. Yeah. I don't remember it exactly though.
Well, remember the fucking coin. But that's the only thing I can imagine. That, or like the perspective is just a little skewed to me. But it seems like that's what it is, except it's not Superman's fortress, so I don't really know how that would. Well, but it's Joker's coin.
I definitely know that in the Batcave, it's just like a massive penny. I think it's something with the Riddler. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'll look it up for the supplementary.
Do it.
But yeah, Bruce just starts thinking to himself and stuff of how pretty much he's not finished yet, and that there's still more work to do. That he's ready to fucking do that work. And then trying to cut away here, and we have another Vinay of
this crazy motherfucker. I forgot about him.
Crazy ass dude.
He basically just did James Holmes.
Yeah.
If you don't know, he's the guy who shot up the Aurora Theater, and he like during the Dark Knight movie. But this is kind of dark, man. And this is crazy how like he's not only referenced the Twin Tower thing, which is a terrorist attack, but this theater. What does he do in this? He basically goes into a theater. It's super strange about it too. You want to read it?
Sure.
You read it. So it's the close up of him is just this guy with huge beating eyeballs, and then continue to read.
Arnold Krimp fingers the cold steel thing in his pocket and stares at the movie Marquee and does not throw up. He thinks about Led Zeppelin and how they are trying to kill him. He had not known about Led Zeppelin until Father Don on TV and explained it last night. Father Don said that Led Zeppelin hid a prayer to Satan in their song Stairway to Heaven. They hid it very well. They recorded it backwards. Arnold Crimp took the album from the record store where he worked until they fired him this afternoon and transferred Stairway to Heaven to tape. Then he played the tape backwards. He played it 47 times until he was absolutely certain that Father Don was right. But the young girl who was painted like a whore didn't believe him. And this is when he buys a ticket for the movies. That this was this afternoon in the store. He explained it to her very carefully. She said awful words. He lost his temper and broke the record into 4 pieces that were exactly the same size. He starts walking to the theater and starts sitting down. The young girl who was painted just like a whore screamed for the manager, and the manager walked out from the back room and wouldn't even listen and fired Arnold Crimp. That was this afternoon in the store. Every morning and evening until tonight, of course, he had walked 6 blocks out of his way to avoid this neighborhood. It's worse than he imagined. He takes out a gun. Row on row on row and row of pictures of women and words and words and words. He stopped at this one, the one he is in right now, and read the title that did not make him throw up. The title is My Sweet Satan, which is what Arnold Crimp is absolutely certain he heard when he played Stairway to Heaven backwards, and he stands up with a gun. On the screen, a nun is doing something, and she's painted exactly like a whore. Then it cuts to the news. 3 slain in Batman-inspired porn theater shootout. Details to follow.
It's so crazy, bro. It's so odd and crazy and ominous and now more relevant than ever with all the shootings happening and stuff, you know? And the most ominous shot, I think, and there's a lot of them, but it's him just standing with the gun pointed upwards about to shoot people who are facing, towards the movies, so they're not concerned with what's behind them. And it's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's so crazy and scary, man. And they used to have porn, video stores back then.
Yeah.
That shit is crazy.
I mean, they still do.
No, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, they definitely. Oh, yeah, right here on Long Island City.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and apparently what they would do before is have like the back room, and they would have booths so you can go masturbate in them. And then they always talk about the guy who had to clean up afterwards and stuff. Crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But yeah, we cut. I forget what happens on this page. Is this another vignette?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it is. He's basically like, cause yeah, it's about this guy who just killed some motherfuckers, but I don't remember this one in particular. But it's another vignette.
But yeah, fucking, this is when we cut to the mayor who decides that he's gonna try and talk to the mutant leader who's in custody.
Yeah.
And Gordon's escorting him, and immediately this is being narrated by Gordon. And they go up to the cell. They open up the door, and the mutant leader's there just kind of smiling.
And he's there to meet with the mayor, but by themselves, even though he's handcuffed.
Yeah, and
the mayor's supposed to be safe.
Gordon offers to go in with him, but the mayor's insists to do it alone.
And in the movies, he's like, "Oh, it's what the polls say I have to do," which is crazy, bro. But just shows how much of a puppet politicians are.
But as soon as he goes in, Gordon says, "I hear a nervous giggle and an animal growl. I hear handcuffs link snap. I see something I'll take to my grave. Some idiot stops me from doing the obvious thing." He just goes in there, and there's like a bunch of blood sprayed on the walls and shit behind him.
And he has the gun pointed at the mutant, but the cop behind him stops him from shooting him, which is crazy.
And the news just says right after that, the mayor is dead. The mutant leader ripped the mayor's throat out with his teeth. The mutant has been returned to his cell. More on this as we get it.
Then we get the next page of Batman holding Carrie, Robin.
Just hugging her, holding her tight.
And he's in the nude. Hey, yo.
I thought about that watching the movie, especially where I was like, is he just like naked?
Yeah.
Like, he just got naked in front of like a 13-year-old girl or something. Bro,
time and place. Time and place.
But yeah, fucking Bruce puts on some metal brace to fix up his arm. And he's talking about how work needs to get done. And Alfred's like, oh, like, you've been through quite a lot, Master Bruce. It follows that your judgment may be impaired. And Bruce says, what are you getting at, Alfred? And he says, it's a girl, sir. And Bruce says, Carrie, she's perfect. She's young, she's smart, she's brave. With her, I might be able to end this mutant nonsense once and for all. You see, it all gets down to their leader. They worship him. And Alfred says, she's a sweet young child. And Bruce says, she's more than that. Alfred says, very well, sir, I shall come right out with it. Have you forgotten what happened to Jason? Bruce says, I will never forget Jason. He was a good soldier. He honored me. But the war goes on as he puts on the cowl. And I think, honestly, even as I read that, I'm kind of realizing like the sort of imagery of it.
Yeah.
When he says, "But the war goes on," and as he puts on his cowl, it's like putting on his helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
oh wow, that's crazy. I thought you just meant the overall, just him, always going towards the war no matter what. But yeah, you're right. That it's a helmet he puts on, just like a soldier would put on.
Yeah,
that's pretty amazing. That's amazing. Wow.
But pretty much, Bruce has a sort of task for Carrie where she dresses up as a mutant, and she's tasked with getting all these mutants to show up at the pipe.
Yep.
And this is where we get to see a lot more of the mutant language.
Yeah, it's super. It threw me off like crazy at first.
Leader don't shiv. That's what they say.
Yeah, leader say, but leader chill. In the cell, Don. I'm Batman. He nuke half the gang, Radical. Hey, I saw he's Don. Chicken leg coming. Wearing colors. Like, just like, what the fuck? And so with the movie, that did me wonders, like with that. Because then it helped smooth everything out. Because when I was reading this, I did not realize that she wanted everybody to meet by the pipe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, what are they saying?
You were just like, what?
I reread this shit like 5 times, bro. Because then you hear like, yeah, you leader squeeze, I figure. G-boys, I figure you ain't all right. We mutants, we slice the dices. I'm sure that's why you at the pipe. I don't shiv. Band, she don't shiv. Ain't fan, what pipe, chicken leg? Ears only, spud, as in members. We mutants, what's the pipe? Pipe. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, the whole time, like, what the fuck? That's exactly how I read it. And when I watched the movie, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense.
That's so funny.
Yeah. So these 2 pages with me were like, what the hell just happened?
That's so funny.
It was crazy, bro.
Nah, it's definitely hard to follow, but I got it for the most part. But that's so funny that you were just like, what? Yeah, I remember you were like, I need subtitles and I'm reading.
Yeah, man, I was in a bagel shop and all you hear in the bagel shop is just like me going like, what is happening with this page, bro? Even her disguised as the mutant. I'm like, did he just pick up a random mutant? It was so confusing.
And that's another thing that the movie kind of does a little more explicitly, because like Bruce literally says, I got a task for you. Yeah. We're going to do this. He kind of runs down the plan before you see her dress up as a mutant.
Mm-hmm. But here it's more like you kind of just have to follow the story and you pick it up.
Yeah, like it just because even at this, it's just your training begins tomorrow. It will be weeks before you're ready for direct contact with the enemy. Mm-hmm. I've detailed tonight's plan. Alter in any way, take any chances, and you're fired. Also, Bruce is kind of a hard ass on her.
Yeah, super.
While he's a hard ass, he definitely still just kind of lets her do her own thing.
He just wants to put on that like facade of like, yeah, but nah, he really fucks with her like crazy.
But yeah, I just love the mutant dialogue and just stuff like that. We mutants, what's this pipe? Pipe, Spud, West River and 40. Attendance as a mandatory. Sure, the pipe we heard. Didn't hear from me, Spud. Real cool, Rob.
It's fucking crazy. But the one thing, right in the next page, I think they put this in the movie very well. They put this in the movie, and I thought it was a very good thing to put. And this I'm gonna read up. You wanna read it together?
Sure.
All right. Who you wanna be?
I'll be the new commissioner.
All right. So let's go.
You stand for everything I believe in, Commissioner. I've always wanted to be the kind of cop you are. I can't understand how you can support a vigilante.
You just think I'm senile, Yindao.
I'm sure you've heard old Oh wait, that's you. Actually.
I'm sure you've heard all fossils like me talk about Pearl Harbor, Yindao. Excuse me. Fact is, we mostly lie about it. We make it sound like we all leaped to our feet and went after the Axis on the spot. Hell, we were scared. Rumors were flying. We thought the Japanese had taken California. We didn't even have an army. So there we were, lying in bed, putting the sheets over our head. And there was Roosevelt on the radio, strong and sure, taking fear and turning it into a fighting spirit. Almost overnight, we had our army. We won the war. Since then, presidents have come and gone, each one seeming smaller, weaker, the best of them like faint echoes of Roosevelt. Jesus, I'm talking too much.
Go on.
A few years back, I was reading a news magazine. A lot of people with a lot of evidence said that Roosevelt knew Pearl was going to be attacked and that he let it happen. Wasn't proven. Things like that never are. I couldn't stop thinking about how horrible that would be and how Pearl was what got us off our duffs in time to stop the Axis. But a lot of innocent men died. But we won the war. It bounced back and forth in my head until I realized I couldn't judge it. It was too big. He was too big.
I don't see what this has to do with a vigilante.
Maybe you will. And then some cop comes in to call the commissioner. But I thought that was a very, very important, just again, reference to history and how again like history repeats itself, that whole thing. But just really it does have everything to do with the Batman, and there's this kind of like necessary evil, you know, that has to occur in order for more good to occur or to overcome the overall evil, you know, evilness and stuff. And I thought that was a very good.
Gotta break a few eggs.
Yeah, man, to make an omelet or something like that. But it's super, super crude. You know, it's like saying people are going to die, like people will get injured and people will suffer. But at the end of it, like there's something bigger than all of us happening right now, and that's what Batman is. And I really appreciate like this page, and I'm happy they put it pretty much word for word in the movie.
Yeah,
because it's super crucial, and it's like a lesson that you can't learn just from getting the job. Like Gordon has gotten this from experience, and there's a lot of stuff that is, you know, again like the people dying and stuff like that. How they just want to teach younger people. You know, like the world's moving fast for a new commissioner, but Gordon's like, you're not seeing the bigger picture. You're seeing the immediate reaction instead.
Yeah, and we haven't we kind of brushed over that with the new commissioner, but yeah, Gordon is like retiring and stuff. Yeah. So a new commissioner is coming in.
It's a female.
A female. Yindel something. I'm forgetting her last name.
Yindel female.
Honestly, like when I was reading this, that kind of surprised me to see that it was a female, because you know.
Because you're sexist.
Completely. But I was just kind of like, oh, you know, for the time, like it's actually kind of progressive.
Super. Definitely the 80s and stuff like that, for sure. And just in the sense of it, also just like all entertainment kind of heads towards the male role. And you're right. This is more something that would happen today, like in writing. It's more frequently now to push a bigger, you know, agenda.
Yeah.
Which can be a little, you know, sometimes fuckery, because a lot of times they do that shit. Not to say a woman can't do a man's job or this and that, but sometimes there's a little exaggeration of like, okay, let's make the whole world only women and the men have nothing to do with anything. It's like it should be an equal balance of everything. You get me?
Yeah, what was I gonna say?
More sexist things.
More sexist.
No, you said it's progressive for the time period it came out.
Because I started thinking about that because I was like, oh, you know what? We have Carrie and then we also have Yindel.
Yeah.
And I was like,
that too. I
was like two strong like women characters, and
shout out Frank Miller.
Yeah, I was like, good for you, man. Like you were doing it.
He did it for the hoes.
But yeah, this is just like a little great message that I feel like a lot of people could take home with.
And it's relative to like just anybody in the service. You know, like, you know, especially like cops, you know, veterans and this and that. Gangsters.
But we see Bruce and Commish Gordon. They're talking, and Batman basically asks Gordon for one last favor, and he tells him it's the only way, Jim. I'm counting on your help one last time, old friend. And then we cut back to the mutant leader, and he's in his cell, and he's fucking with the cop there. And Gordon comes in and relieves the cop. And he walks up, and the mutant leader tells him, "You come to say hello, old man?" And Gordon says, "No, I came to say goodbye." And he walks out, and the mutant leader yells to him, "You're so dead, old man." And the lights just shut off, and his cell opens up. And you just hear like an echoing, and it's Batman. He says, "Good boy. You know what to do with an open door. Now let's try a vent. It's your way out." Mutant leader goes for the vent and starts digging his way through, and he says, "Good boy. Forgot to tell you about the drop. You'll be coming across a hole soon, just about the right size for you. There, just climb into the pipe. Remember, rats carry diseases. Don't eat any. Can you smell the river yet? See the end of the pipe? The only thing between you and it is me."
And Batman just fucking pushes him into the mud where all the other mutants are watching, aka the pipe.
The pipe. Spud. And fucking... they're just covered in mud in front of the entire gang, and the leader just pulls up and he says, "I'll kill you. I show you rules Gotham City." And Batman says, "Okay, boy, show me." And I always love those little like old man jabs that he says, like, "Okay, boy, all right, son."
Like definitely talking his age and everything.
Yeah. And then you see those other mutants that were at the arcade. You see Don, Batman, he nasty. Hope Rob don't say balls nasty. Balls nasty.
I said it. It's like, shh. Then we get into this combat scene where it's basically Batman being very wise, using more brains than bronze, rather. And he just starts fighting the mutant in mud. And he says, like, you know, in mud, we're all the same pace, right? In the movie, he says that. I'm kind of, you know.
I mean, he says it here, too.
Okay, good.
And nobody's very fast when he's probably deep in mud.
Yeah, and then he starts, you know, like fighting the mutant, kind of keeping up with him. And then just, you know, being very clever rather than just brute. So he just, cuts over his eye and the blood drips into his eye. He punches the mutant in a certain nerve that, incapacitates his left arm or something like that. And it's just very strategic. And his whole point was to just humiliate the leader mutant, because that'll be the only way to stop the other mutants, to make sure that he shows how strong he is to beat chop off the head, the rest will fall, and the body will follow some shit.
Yeah.
So I think that was really, really clever, dope. And the scene in the movie would be so much better with the narration, I think so. It would have just, made it so much more better, because at the end of the day, he's still, suffering throughout. It's not like he's doing it all godlike.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to what I said about how the movie makes him seem a little invincible, or like just a little indestructible, where he's just kind of kicking ass. Yeah. But in reality, he's struggling just as much in this fight. And he's
it's not the whole story,
Yeah, like I actually thought about it because that reminds me of like when I finished this, I was like, honestly, The Dark Knight Returns is just Batman barely winning.
Basically.
Batman barely won.
After he finished, he just took a long cigarette break. He just took a
he hits that Ben Affleck.
Yeah, he's like, God damn, stop writing stories. But then he says the badass line to the mutant. He says, after he just keeps fucking him up, he says, "You don't get it, boy. This is a mud hole. It's an operating table." He just cracks his leg and he says, "And I'm the surgeon." Then he thinks, something tells me to stop with the leg. I don't listen to it. And that's so fucking badass. That's so dope.
And it's just, you just see him just over the mutant leader covered in mud, and everyone's like, damn, ooh.
And then this kind of new wave of new story kind of pops in. This just reminds me of a little of Mr. Miracle, when it ends like a issue, like, and then what will occur next, and because right here you see the introduction of the Sons of Batman, who are kind of like kind of going towards justice, but in a more ruthless way. Like they're a group that is gonna now basically just fuck up criminals.
Yeah.
And then you see the psychologist still advocating for, what is he, like, talking shit about the Batman.
Yep.
Yeah, this lady eating a hot dog. Yeah, but she's like, I'm tired about hearing about him. The priest saying that, we talking about God. Just a whole bunch of like havoc happening and opinions happening around Batman, and he's doing this at the moment. And it's pretty dope. To me, it's just kind of leading off into the next wave without being so like, explicit with it. You know?
It's just it's so subtle. It's so like the places are the pieces are so delicately placed. It's so clever. But and we have a repetition of lines when Gordon says, "I think of Sarah, the rest is easy."
I love that line.
And it's just Batman at the end. The wind rises, tearing dead leaves free. Frogs croak like a cartoon car alarm. Crickets pick up the chorus. A wolf howls. I know how he feels, and he says that he thinks that with a smile.
That's awesome.
As he sees like a bat in the moonlight.
And then he break dances. To the beatbox.
But we get to issue 3. Mm-hmm. And issue 3 is when shit gets crazy.
Super crazy.
But I remember when I first saw this opening scene in the movie and stuff, I was just like, this is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck?
Nazi titties.
You got Nazi titties and Batman dressed up as an old woman. Mm-hmm. Like, and I'm just like, what? I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, he's disguised. And like Bruno, the leader of the Nazi group, which is still crazy to put the Nazis in the story also. I don't know if they still do that today and everything, but it's cool to see, like, not cool in the good way, but just cool to see the historical aspect, how it's still occurring to this day. Mm-hmm. And that's basically how they lead. The other guy has the red band on his arm. Yeah. But they're basically robbing this guy, right? The liquor store?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they're just robbing the liquor store, and fucking Batman just starts fighting them as an old lady.
Yeah, it's crazy looking.
It looks so funny. Like I couldn't imagine drawing this.
And even me at first, I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, we got a super homo. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, whoa, Frankie. Whoa.
Super unhoused.
Experiencing homelessness.
My bad. The Frank Miller's wearing off on me. Rubbing off. Like, oof.
Oof. Wow. Woo. I'm sorry for you.
Yeah.
fucking Batman beats him up and stuff, and the liquor clerk takes a gun and points it at one of the guys that are knocked out, and he says, "Now we settle up." And Batman says before he leaves, "Pull that trigger and I'll be back for you." And he chases after Bruno.
Oh, she even got Nazi cheeks. I didn't even see that. Look at that right here. She has Nazi. So the Nazis on her breasts were to cover her nipples, but her buttocks also have Nazis. It's like, bro, just wear pants. why everywhere people, like, that's fucking bad funny, bro.
Good for her.
Good for her. And honestly, representing what she wants to represent. 2022, lady.
But
it's so funny. Nazi cheeks.
But yeah, fucking Batman gets carried Robin to lead Bruno down this alleyway and whatever, and she starts going to this house, and it's all a trap pretty much for Bruce.
And this is one of the incidents where Batman gives Robin an order and says, "Do not let Bruno see you, because that's an order, or you're fired." But she lets her see him, see her. Oops. Yeah. Dun. What was that?
I don't know.
What the hell? It's Batman.
But and then we cut to some little moments of basically Superman coming into Gotham without seeing him. We see these little moments of people that need help, like someone gets knocked onto the train tracks and they're about to get hit by a train, and Superman stops the train. And realistically, why didn't he just
just save the person?
Just
right?
save the person.
Yeah, when I saw the movie, I was like, what the unnecessary, bro? Like, this guy, they basically 3 people fall into the train, 2 get back up, and 1 blind guy's on the bottom. And Superman swoops in, being as fast as he can. Instead of taking this guy and putting him back on the platform, he destroys a train. And when he could have just saved the guy, bro, that was. Or he could have froze the train. I don't know, man. Something, bro.
He broke a train. That's all I know.
He said, "It's not my money." It's crazy he would do that. Pretty disrespectful, if you ask me.
But yeah, he's just flying through and shit, and then he just smashes through.
And that reminds me of All-Star Superman, where they kind of draw in that all of his accidental, like, mishaps as Clark Kent are really just him trying to save other people without being seen. And this is kind of a cool little way of, like, it's not replicating it. I don't know if it came out before or after.
Remember 80s.
Oh yeah, so this came out way before, right?
Yeah.
But it's cool because it's kind of like the same thing in a way. You know how these things kind of happen like in a blink of an eye because it's Superman. It's kind of dope.
But fucking Clark shows up in this instance while Bruce is beating up Bruno, and Bruce knows instantly. He's like, no, not him, not now.
Yeah.
And Superman just basically beats up Bruno, puts up Bruno all locked up and shit, and tells Bruce, we have to talk. And Bruce tells him, "I'm busy tonight. You've just cost me hours. Tomorrow morning, my place. Stay out of my way until then." And he just
kind of reveals Bruce too to the Bruno lady.
True, but I think she's knocked out already.
Probably, right? At that point. Yeah. She's like dead.
But Superman flies out of there.
Yeah, I don't know. The psychologist had a Nazi Hitler stash.
Damn.
Right? You see it, right? I just noticed that, bro. What the hell? He's like a hippie Nazi. Hippie Adolf. He got a fro, but he got the fucking...
Hippie Dolph.
Yeah. That's crazy.
But, fucking, we see another Batman being hard ass. My orders were specific. Watch it. And Robin's like, yeah, but... And then we have this awesome splash page of the two of them just fucking jumping together.
That's where you hear Batman.
Yeah.
One of them farts.
But yeah, fucking what happens next?
I don't know, but I like to imagine in this splash page, Batman's face is super serious, and I like to imagine that, say Robin was facing forward and she hears a fart, she would look back and just see Batman keep the same face. He's like, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do that.
Did you hear that? Because I didn't.
His farts are just justice.
But this is when the commissioner Gordon gets passed over to this Yindel.
Oh yeah, passes over like basically the title.
Yeah, and she makes it, her first order is to issue the arrest for Batman on charges of breaking, entering, assault, and battery, creating a public menace.
So she's a hating asshole.
Hell yeah.
And then we go back to a little bit of the pre-planning with Joker, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Joker is, waiting for the day that he's gonna be able to go on TV, which is David Letterman, but they call him it's David Letterman.
I think so.
That's 100% him because of the gap in his teeth. But I thought they referred to him as something else, like he's gonna be on a show. But yeah, that's awesome. And they're gonna have the Joker on the show the next day and everything. But then the last 4 things are just talking about the crimes that keep occurring throughout Gotham.
And then we have this awesome, pretty much splash page of Clark and Bruce.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Why is Clark so fucking dickhead? He's such a douchebag.
You think so?
Look how he's standing, bro. Who stands like that? He basically has like a button down shirt that's open on the chest. His pants are buckled up all the way to his waist. He has huge leather boots, which is hilarious. With butterfly, he's putting one foot atop a rock while the other he's just posing as superhero. It's just so weird. Stop trying so hard, Superman. Jeez, it's pretty funny.
He's beautiful.
He's beautiful. Yeah, but it's very interesting. I'm very surprised at first because I was a little confused on who that was. I thought it was just a alter ego Batman, like a douchebag Batman. I swear. I was like, that's not
Batman in college.
Yeah. Basically.
But yeah, they meet, and this is when Clark just kind of tells him that he needs to stop being Batman, or people are gonna have to tell him to stop him. And yeah, he says it's like this, Bruce. Sooner or later, somebody's gonna order me to bring you in. Somebody with authority. When that happens, and Bruce just cuts him off. When that happens, Clark, may the best man win. Yeah. And Clark is a little thrown off. He's like, no, that's just, hold on a second. And then throughout the entire comic, we get these news things about Corto Maltese and a war pretty much brewing over Corto Maltese, which is very reminiscent of modern day events.
Also, like Russia, Ukraine?
Like Russia, Ukraine, China, Taiwan.
There's a whole bunch of all these shit's happening, everything, right?
Yeah. And people just fighting over land, pretty much.
It's America. That's the world, to be honest with you.
And so, so that whole thing is happening throughout this comic, and Superman hears on the news that some stuff is going down, and he has to leave, and he dips, and so that's pretty much the conversation between Batman and Superman, and we get a page of Superman taking care of what needs to be done,
and you get a little bit into his thoughts.
Yeah. Where he says, the rest of us learn to cope. The rest of us recognize the danger of the endless envy of those not blessed. Diana went back to her people. Hal went to the stars. And I have walked the razor's edge for so long. But you, Bruce, you with your wild obsession.
He just punches a fucking jet. Like, bro, what the fuck?
But then we cut back to the fucking psych ward to Arkham. And Joker is basically getting the things set up for his TV debut, and he's setting all that up, and the cops are getting ready. Bruce is getting ready. They're all setting up for this shit because they know it's gonna be a crazy night.
Yeah, and this is where the movie for me stopped. Like, this is where I stopped watching the movie.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is everything after this is just comic book for me, but the rest is so memorable, like so good. And also my book. I don't know. Do you have this stain on your page? Because the book also came with this. For me, this is just no, right? You don't have that? This book is fucked. They gave me a stain and bent book.
Damn.
I'm definitely complaining, bro. I'm definitely complaining.
Yeah, but we have a moment when Joker's like, more in the eyes, and the person doing the makeup is like, you want lipstick, sweet guy? And he says, no, I brought my own.
This stain could have also been me because I was eating a cream cheese and jelly bagel. But the book was closed the whole time. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Blaming Amazon.
Nah, man. It probably wasn't me, honestly speaking. I'm definitely going to tell them, like, yo, what the fuck is up with this book? So, I digress. But yeah, Joker's getting prepped. Yeah, they asked him if he wants lipstick, but he said he brought his own.
And basically the plan goes to play.
Yeah, he just kills a shitload of people.
Fucking I feel like I should know who this character is, the person who's helping him. I believe he's like Humpty Dumpty or something like that.
Oh, the guy in the like the psych ward and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. He just seems very sympathetic to Joker.
I feel like, if I remember correctly, I think his character is in Arkham Asylum, the game.
Oh, really?
The first one.
Okay. Damn, I want to play Batman now. Such a good game, bro. Fuck.
But yeah, I feel like I should know who that character is. Maybe I'll search him up for the supplementary.
I really like this drawing of Joker right here. I know for all your listeners you can't see, but I really much enjoy that. He's a little like he's wearing big ass clothes and stuff, you know, kind of like a throwback outfit. Like, you know, like nowadays, like, you know, especially with the movies and stuff like that, like it's so slimmed down, tailored, you know. But this is more like of an extravagant throwback, like one of those jackets that women used to wear in the 80s. Like those shoulder, what's it called? Flat shoulders or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called though.
Me neither. Shit.
But yeah, fucking Batman shows up to the TV place. Fucking the cops are waiting for him. They start fighting, and
I'll see in the comic. No, okay.
But Batman before he jumps down, he tells Robin, "Don't do anything. Don't do this. Don't do that, or you're fired." And she's like, "Cool, cool, boss." And so all that happens, and Joker is ready to go on TV, and he has that great shot of him stepping out onto the crowd, and he says, "So many faces, so different from one another, so few smiles."
And apparently this fucking crowd is like of 700 for like a talk show. This is so many people, bro. Holy shit. That's a lot of fucking people. But David Letterman in Madison Square Garden, bro.
Damn.
You got money.
But we see Dr. Wolper is sitting there with Joker and stuff, and they're trying to basically crack Joker to say something bad, and he says, "I'm going to kill everyone in this room." And Dr. Wolper's like, "Oh, he's just trying to break the tension." And they just start talking about Batman and things like that. And this is when shit goes crazy, because that's when one of the little flying toys breaks in and starts releasing a gas.
Rigged by the egg guy, right? And everything. Like he rigged the bomb or gas in them, yeah.
Yeah, like Joker gas and these little flying toys, and the flying toy breaks in. And at the same time, Robin decides to go against Batman's orders because she sees that Batman needs help. Yeah. So she says, "Billy in close."
And Batman's thinking, wheezing now. Chest like a blast furnace, so many of them, he's getting fucked.
And another thing to his age, he says so many, and they're all so young.
Yeah, this is interesting. In the panel where he's in the talk show, he kisses the lady next to him, right? And she's the one that says sexual repression is a terrible thing, because the psychologist is saying, why sexual repression, of course, and she responds like that. He kisses her. That's like the movie. Remember in the movie, in the talk show, he kisses the lady, Joaquin Phoenix.
I don't remember.
So he comes out on the show and he says hi to everybody and stuff, and he says hi to the lady, on the guest lady on the show, and he kisses her exactly like this. That's amazing.
Nice.
That's pretty dope, man. What the fuck?
But fucking yeah, the helicopter comes in close. For Robin and Batman. Batman gets on the helicopter, dips out of there, and he's in the helicopter, and Robin asks, "I'm not fired," and he just says, "You're not fired."
Nice.
And then it cuts back to the TV show, and fucking everyone is getting gassed up, and Joker is just saying, "So many smiles, so many faces, all the same."
Yeah.
Cuts the news, Joker free, hundreds dead after this. And
now we get a little bit of Superman's narration. He says he's going against a tank, and he says, "They'll kill us if they can, Bruce. Every year they grow smaller. Every year they hate us more." Batman's like, "They hate you?" No, but the next page is a splash page, which is awesome. Super classic. Again, not that like incredibly detailed, but super classic photo of brolic ass Superman carrying a tank, and he says, "We must not remind them that giants walk the earth." Ooh, it's like don't bite the hand that feeds you. Not really, but like, you know, don't test. You know, in some sense, in a little bit way.
Kind of.
You see what I'm saying, but I'm not exactly saying that.
You said it. But we finally get to see Selena Kyle,
which is awesome because she's old as fuck.
Yeah, she ain't sexy no more.
She ain't Zoe Kravitz.
But fucking Joker pulls up and kisses her and basically starts mind controlling her that way. Then it cuts back and we see that
if you don't know, Selena Kyle's Catwoman.
Yes.
Just for people that don't know and everything.
I thought I said it. I was going
fucking
to.
Sexist and ignorant.
I know. Ignorant. But basically, Selena had one of her girls get this governor or senator or whatever to try and shoot the missiles on Corto Maltese. And he fucking jumps down and kills himself.
Yeah.
And so...
with the American flag over him.
Yep. And so Bruce goes in with another disguise to try and figure out what's going on about this. He pulls up looking like a detective, and he gets the information. And as soon as he leaves, the actual detective pulls up, and the commissioner's like,
"Stop that, man! Yo, that's not who I thought it was.
I've been bamboozled."
Oh no! But that was a pretty dope little Ford thing, because I had to read that twice, because I was like, "Oh wait, what just happened?" But you really have to read. You have to read the story to really get it. And I know like that's kind of like self-explanatory, but you would never know what's happening if you read so fast. Because right here it says, "O'Halloran, ma'am, 6 precincts. What have you got?" Basically, her asking the detective who she thinks is O'Halloran. You know, for me, I think that was really significant in terms of like, you know, really taking your time reading it and observing and taking in the visual as well as the text. You know, they work so well together that you're not gonna get through this comic book if you just drift through it. You know, you really have to like dedicate yourself to the story, which is not so hard to do. But this one was really dope, and I think because I read all these other comic books in the past, I'm able to pick up on it more and keep the attention span towards it. Although another day I went to go read it, I came back from work and I read like 2 pages and I just fell asleep. I was so tired. I was so tired, bro.
Old man.
Yeah. I read 2 pages and I just closed the book and I just collapsed. I go to sleep now. That's some good sleep. Oh man, that's very funny with the old man Batman.
But they fucking dip out of there. Bruce and Carrie, they get out of there. And we cut back to some more Superman stuff where he's just dealing with more war and quoting some more stuff. Where he says, "Sure, we're criminals," he said. "We've always been criminals. We have to be criminals." Yeah. And cuts back to Batman and Robin. And they go to find Selena. And they find Selena wrapped up.
This is super crazy.
Yeah.
Joker dressed her up as Wonder Woman, and she's tied up, basically like hogtied. And then Batman walks in, he says, "Selena." And then there's a close up on her face, and she's black eyed on both eyes. Her eyebrows are doing the thing where, you know, she's sad. Her mascara's running down. Her lips are battered. I mean, it's a super fucking like fucked up. Like it's like, you know, those jokes like, "Tell me the Joker fuck with you without telling me the Joker fuck with you." And it's like you see Selena, like it's pretty, that to me was insane. Like when I saw this page, it's crazy. Like you see how much he fucked her up, man. Even in the next panel, when there's another like, you know, angle of her face, you can see the bruise on her cheek and her like jaws kind of disfigured, and just her wearing the costume is so like just raw. You feel me?
Yeah, I remember when I first saw this in the movie, and I was just like, "Dang!"
I can't wait to catch it up in the movie, man. Because I'm not up to that part. The only part I wanted to get up to was the Joker part, but I'm like right there. So when I leave here, I'm gonna watch that shit in the cab and everything.
But yeah, fucking Selena just tells him like he's worse. Like he's gonna go fuck up the county fair and this and that.
He says he's worse than ever. And yo, bro, that's the cool thing about Joker, that like he's never like great, like, you know, in terms of like, or like mild. But it's the best storylines when he's like, no, he's at his absolute worst right now, you know, and it's like, oh, you know, like what the fuck is he gonna do?
Because it's like, who is a Joker at his A game?
Hitler. That's a good little argument.
But before they leave, Selena tells him, "Don't take the girl, and Bruce just kind of shuts it off, and he's like, "Please, right on top of us, Robin. Bring the wing in close." Like. There's just almost this foreshadowing that something is going to happen to Carrie, but nothing ever does.
Everybody's so worried about her. Yeah. And again, I know this is like, I mentioned this last time. I mentioned it on the Mask NYC episode we did. But I do think in The Killing Joke, he rapes Selena Kyle. Not Selena Kyle, what am I saying?
Barbara Gordon.
Yeah, because like like I watched it over again, and I don't want to sound crazy, like, you know, for that scene. I don't watch it just for that scene. But I'm saying, like, you can hear the unbuckling of the thing and stuff like that, and he's like, he's just being, I forget what he says exactly, but then that makes me think, like, did he do that here? You know, and I don't know if he'd go that hard to do that to a 13-year-old or a young teen and stuff like that, but it is the Joker, you know, which is, you know, really crude. And I don't know if he did it here, but that's why she's like, when it stops and he's like, don't take the girl, he'll, you know, and then it's like, what is he gonna say? What is she gonna say? You know, and that's just a really dark and crazy shit. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things of like,
the less you know, the more ominous it is.
Well, there's that, but I think also it's just like, I don't know who's willing to put the Joker raping someone on the page.
Yeah, you kind of have to be implicit with that, right? You kind of have to just like stick it in the imagination or something like that.
Yeah, like that, because it's like that's almost maybe too real for some people. Of like, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, because they mentioned rape before on the earlier pages and stuff. Remember on the news? But yeah, I mean, that would be extreme. Like that, if that was like explicitly in there, that would be like controversial as fuck.
Yeah,
man.
Really, like,
like you're just going at it. Yeah, but again, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's not what's implied here, but it's just because, you know, like you see the sorrow in Selena Kyle's face and the desperation, and then I just think of the Killing Joke. Watch the scene. Let me know what you guys think about the Killing Joke if he raped her, because shit was crazy. That movie's crazy. That comic's crazy.
Hey.
I haven't read it. I gotta read it. But, that would have been a spoopy one for this. You know? Yeah.
Long Halloween is more spoopy.
Oh, okay. All right. I haven't read both, so I can't say. All right.
But we have this cool moment when they do jump out of the place and they get on like the copter or whatever. Not even a copter, like but it's like a paraglider or something like that.
Drone.
Yeah, some shit.
Pretty silly looking, if you ask me.
And they jump to it, and Robin's like strap breaks.
Oh yeah.
And Batman reaches for her, and the glove slips off, and so she grabs the cape.
Oh, she saves her own life.
Yeah, she grabs the cape, and then he pulls her up from the cape, and then they just hug and hold each other, and Batman just says, "Good soldier, good soldier."
Seeing that now and seeing that before is so heartwarming. Like seeing it now, I just got chills because it's so sad, man. Like they're just fighting in a war, and he almost lost Robin, like somebody who he's like he wants to protect and doesn't want this to happen. It could have happened in the blink of a second. So you could tell he's hugging her like as hard as he can without breaking her spine, because he definitely can. It's such a heartfelt hug. Like just like their faces are, you know, just fucking deep within each other's shoulders, and it's very thoughtful and heartfelt.
But we cut back to some more Superman stuff, and he's just basically talking about something's a brewing. Like,
I just keep hoping you say super stuff.
Back with super stuff, with super guy.
Because that would be what Superman stuff is, just super stuff. That's mad funny to say Superman stuff. But yeah, Superman is doing some shit. What's he doing?
He's still just fighting like the stuff at Courts on Maltese and stuff like that, and he's just still talking a lot of like the opinions of Bruce and how it's not going to really work out, and just alluding a lot to the inevitable fight between the two of them. Yeah. And then we come back to Gotham and the county fair, and Joker's handing out a bunch of cotton candy and stuff, and all these fucking kids. Like the next panel is just like all of them just dead on the ground.
It's crazy. I had this bookmark. I want to see why I had a bookmark, because everything that I bookmark is the key points that I have, but I can't find it. It's still pretty. I think it's just pretty crazy that this is a bunch of kids, right?
Yeah,
and he's going to kill a bunch of kids.
Yeah, Batman says in that panel with the dead children, he says, "Somewhere a woman calls out for her son. Somewhere a calliope plays the same tune again and again." Then he continues, "Tiny hand tightens its grip on my arm," referring to Robin. "A girl of 13 breathes in sharply. Suddenly her innocence lost. It ends tonight, Joker."
There we go. It ends tonight, Joker. Again, another, like, you know, not foreshadowing, but I guess in some sense, you know, but how he's driven to the point where he's like, there's nothing else I can do to this guy. I can't abide this idea of just letting him get away and come back. You know, like what he's done is just, you know, this is the pinnacle of extreme for Joker's actions, you know, like just killing a bunch of innocent children. And it's interesting. That to me was just, you know, the "it ends tonight, Joker." Like for Batman to say that is very, very just like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You know? So that was super crucial to me.
But Batman and Robin basically split up. Robin's gonna go get Humpty Dumpty, and Batman's gonna go get Joker. And as they fucking jump out, we have a cool splash page of them jumping down, getting ready to fight. And Batman says, "Can you see it, Joker? Feels to me like it's written all over my face. I've lain awake nights planning it, picturing it, endless nights, considering every possible method, treasuring each imaginary moment. From the beginning, I knew that there's nothing wrong with you that I can't fix with my hands."
Oh shit. and real quick, I've almost that when I was talking about like Planet Hulk and Thor Ragnarok and all stuff at the Bear Burger, I actually got this spoiled for me, like the fight between Batman and Joker.
Oh, really?
Because they both like the movie Brian and the other guy, and they were like, "Oh man, I really love that." And he was like, "Oh, no spoilers." I was like, "Oh, just talk about it." And he was like, "Yeah, the fight they have at the like Love something or whatever." And I was like, "Oh," and then they kind of stopped talking about it. But I was like, "Damn, like I didn't know that was gonna happen, right?" But I didn't know Joker was in the book already. But even then, like when I was reading it, it wasn't even that spoiled because the story is so much more heavier than like just them fighting. You know, if Joker wasn't mentioned beforehand, I would have been like, this motherfucker. But it was pretty interesting to have that like shown to me like beforehand.
Yeah.
Because when I read it, it was just as good. Like there was nothing was diminished. You feel me?
But yeah, fucking. We cut to Robin, and she's going to stop. She's going on the roller coaster to stop the Humpty Dumpty dude with the toy, and it cuts back to Batman and Joker is just basically killing people as he's running away.
Yeah,
like he's just killing people left and right. And Joker gets a battering right in his eye, and he gets a little annoyed. He's like, "Out of your mind?"
Yeah, like he's like, "What are you doing to me? Like you don't do this shit."
Yeah,
but he basically gets rid of his eye.
And we see fucking Robin kind of having a moment of surreality, where she's just like, Billy can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, real cool, like all fan, like Goodyear there, won't dust me before the doll does the maximum flash. And she's just getting ready to finally make the final moves to finish her end of the job. And then it cuts back to Batman and Joker, and they're in a mirror house. And fucking Joker gets a shot in on Batman, and Batman says, "Too slow." He hears a glass. He gets a good one in.
And then he just punches the shit out of Joker.
But yeah, fucking still just some more chasing. And some little kid says, "Batman, he's getting away. Get up. You gotta kick his..." And Batman says, "Watch." And Joker runs away. "This is too weird." And Batman says, "Watch your language, son."
To the little kid, right? And that's a funny little thing he put. Like in the wreck of everything, he's like, "Hey kid, stop that." It's just like it's funny too because the whole background is white. It's like all Batman cares about in this split moment of the havoc is like, "Hey, we need to raise the youth correctly." But it's crazy how Joker is leaving saying this is too weird. Because in a way, he's kind of like acknowledging like something's different right now. Like, there's a certain rage that he's detecting that he's never detected beforehand with Batman. Kind of like you know when like animals kind of bark before an earthquake and stuff. Like this is what it reminds me of. Like Joker's like, "What's happening?" You get me? Like let me get the fuck away right now.
But yeah, fucking cuts back to Robin, and she's able to finally save her side of the roller coaster. She gets her little slingshot to shoot the little toy off the tracks, and she says, "Out of bullets, got a shot. Ace a bomb, easy shot." And then she shoots it and hits some kid in the forehead instead.
Yeah, that funny.
And she says, "Real good, Carrie. Lunchroom or what? Like you've got all night. Some Robin, real cool. Just ace it, easy shot." And then she finally gets a shot and says, "Easy." And the toy just floats away and blows away in the distance. And I think the death of the Humpty Dumpty dude is different from the comic to the movie.
How does he die here?
So the way he dies here is that he falls off the tracks.
Yeah.
And then lands like on another section of the tracks, like on his head. And,
yeah, he basically just like gets fucking crushed by the fall, and his head falls off, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's crazy, dude.
And there's just like a gruesome panel of like Carrie just like with tears in her eyes, just like fucking just terrified at what she just witnessed.
Pretty much murdering somebody.
Yeah.
You know, for the necessary cause. How did he die in the movie?
Carrie actually doesn't really cause his death.
Kind of accidental?
Yeah, it's kind of like accidental. Like she like kicks him and he falls behind and his like shirt gets caught on like the railing of like the roller coaster. Mm-hmm. Like the mechanics, the gears, and it kind of starts pulling him and he gets yanked into the gears.
Oh, you don't see it.
Yeah, it just like blood splatter and Carrie looks at it and she's like,
oh wow, that's pretty intense.
But fucking Batman's still chasing Joker and Joker's still just killing people as he's running away and shit like an asshole. And they start getting chased into the tunnel of love, I believe.
Yeah.
And finally he catches up to the Joker. And fucking he says it happens so slowly. It happens in 5 seconds. The blade is sharp. I barely felt it enter my stomach. The Joker gets a stab in on Batman. He's talking. I can't hear him. Something is roaring. I can't hear anything. His neck will have to do, and he grabs him by the neck. He's moving more quickly than I am. Stabbing. And Joker just keeps stabbing him.
In the same spot.
And fucking Batman just grabs his neck, and you just see the sound effect letters of the crack.
Mm-hmm.
And Batman just snaps his neck.
That's crazy, bro.
Says the roar is fading. I hear voices. And he says voices calling me a killer, and people are running away as from that just witnessed this. He says, I wish I were. And Joker says, they're gone. The witnesses, I mean. I'm really very disappointed with you, my sweet. The moment was perfect, and you didn't have the nerve. Paralysis, really.
Wow.
And he says, just an ounce or two more of pressure, and do I hear sirens? Yes, coming close. You won't get far. And he continues to say, but then it doesn't matter if you do. They'll kill you for this, and they'll never know that you didn't have the nerve. I'll see you in hell. With devil's strength, he twists, Batman says. And fucking Joker and Batman thinks and twists. What's left of his spine goes. And Joker just starts laughing and fucking snaps his own neck and just kills himself.
It's amazing.
And Batman just sits himself on the ground next to dead Joker. And he thinks to himself, whatever's in him rustles as it leaves. The sirens echo through the tunnel. Tires screech. The world is growing dark and cold.
That's fucking crazy. That's so crazy.
And like something that the movie does that I didn't really appreciate is that as Batman kind of falls unconscious here, because there's no narration in the movie, like it just kind of looks like Batman just kind of took a nap.
I go to sleep right here. That's like when I read 2 pages. Bro, that rating, and that was so good that right now I got lost in just looking at that shit. Like,
nice.
That's so crazy. That's such a good fucking scene in the comic book. Wow.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Fucking the death of the Jokers is always has to be epic.
That's fucking crazy. That's so good. So good.
But wow. That was the end of issue 3, and then we get to issue 4, final issue. And it's this really dope cover of a sort of silhouette of Batman and Superman at a slant.
Yeah.
And fucking Batman's got a bunch of guns and like a massive sword or something.
Superman just being himself.
Superman's just got his eyes.
Superman.
Oh, did you know?
All right, maybe I'll give it.
That was seriously.
What a douchebag. It's just fucking OP.
Oh, is your coffee cold?
You're welcome. Oh man, thanks. Never mind, asshole. That's very funny. Okay.
But issue 4 just continues where issue 3 left off. All the cops have made it to the county fair, and they're just like, yo, what the fuck is going on over here? And they start going into the tunnel of love.
Yeah.
This is when Batman starts to wake back up, and he starts setting up the some incendiaries that were sitting around, and And he says, "I waste 1 second with a goodbye."
He spits on Joker?
And he spits on Joker's face.
That's crazy as he's smiling. That's savage.
And the cops pull up and fucking the incendiary goes off and sets fire to the cop. And Batman throws out some smoke bombs. Fucking radios Robin to come get him, and Robin is still kind of in shock and stuff. And she gets to the copter. She's able to maneuver her way to the copter and stuff, evading the police and shit like that. And at the same time, Batman is fighting some of the cops. He punches the shit out of Yandel right in the face. She's like, "You son of a bitch, freeze!" And he just snuffs her, and he says,
"Crazy hard." He hits in the face, and
he says, "Cute gun." And he looks back at Joker and he says, "Stop laughing."
And then there's this demonic Joker in flames, and this is when it gets a little crude when it comes to Batman's psyche. How like Joker can't exist without Batman and vice versa, you know, in some sense, because he looks back and he's kind of talking to Joker like he's still alive, like he can't accept the fact that he's dead, and that's kind of crazy, man.
And fucking he sets up a little explosive on the wall, and he's just struggling so hard to not black out again. He's like fighting with every strength in him to just stay awake. And he backs up and he tries to shoot the little bomb, and he says, "Plastic all set. Easy shot. Anybody could hit it." And he blacks out for a second, and he wakes up and he shoots the gun and he misses. He says, "Clumsy, stupid, senile." And he fucking the cops notice him and he shoots again. The cops notice him and he shoots again, and he gets the shot on the second time.
Yeah. Kind of like Robin.
Yeah. And in the movie, again, because you don't have the narration, he misses and he says out loud like stupid or clumsy, one of the two. But it's like the narration just adds so much to it. And like they don't even show that he almost blacks out. It's just kind of like he misses and he's like, "Ah, damn it."
Like you would love to see like what's happening. You know how it'd be crazy if the movie was done in a first person perspective.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Oh, really? Right? Imagine that. That would have been kind of dope, actually, though, right? Just to see. Ooh, now I know.
Yeah, man, we need to have a fucking Batman VR game. Yo, that's what we need to have.
That'd be crazy, bro. That'd be crazy. Oh, you could buy like a copy of Batman, then buy a copy of Joker, and then you can just fuck around people when you can save people. That'd be cool.
But
in first person.
In first person. Through a fisheye lens.
Through a fisheye. Where's that from again?
Wasn't that a Lonely Island? Or
I think so. Yeah, some shit like through a fisheye lens. That shit's fucking hilarious. I threw it on the ground. That shit. My cell phone, it didn't work, so I threw it on the ground.
Classic.
That shit is so funny, bro.
Classic.
Oh my god.
But fucking Batman gets out of a tunnel of love. He starts fighting off some cops. Robin gets him some cover, and she hangs off like the wheel of the copter and swings like a rope down to just scoop him up. And I'm like, damn, Robin, you are fucking strong.
Yo, he's a grown ass man right there. Jesus Christ, Robin's on roids. Roid Robin.
But we see that they get back to the cave and stuff, and we just see a lot more opinions about what's Batman and everything and all this stuff. And we get back to Batcave, and fucking surgery is being done on Bruce to make sure that he'll make it through.
Yeah.
And we see these robbers, one of them with a mask, a Nixon mask, tries to rob a little store, and like the Sons of Batman stop them. Like I think they killed him actually.
I think so. So yeah, because they don't fuck around. Like, they're like violence first, ask question later.
And then this is something that the movie doesn't show, but we get to look at the mutants that are still in their cells, that are still captured by the police and stuff in custody. We don't get to see them in the movie.
Damn.
And they're all just watching the news and stuff. And the news just kind of gets cut off by a special report, and it's the president, and the president says, "Well, folks, I got some good news and some bad news." The good news is that the Soviets have withdrawn their forces from the island of Cortes and Maltese. And then he continues to say, the bad news, well, It looks like those Soviets are pretty bad losers. Yes, they are.
And he's like in a spacesuit or some shit, right?
Like a radioactive suit or some shit like that.
Just to show how protected the president is.
What's up, Lucas?
What's up, bro? How you doing? Chilling.
Boom. Damn, your hands are cold.
Yeah, super.
But it cuts to Superman, who quickly hears the message of his super hearing, and he goes to find the fucking nuclear missile that's been shot.
Crazy, bro.
And he tries to basically divert the missile with all of his strength, and he pushes it as much as he can. And he pushes it out of the way. But it blows up, like up in the atmosphere or whatever.
Yeah.
And not too far from like civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of that, the nuke causes an EMP that spreads out, that went out pretty far. So in that moment when the nuke went off, Superman gets got by the explosion, and the power just goes out everywhere. And we're focused in Gotham, and when the power goes out, it looks like Bruce's like heart reader. I don't know what it's called. EKG,
like beep.
Yeah, that thing.
Beep, whatever that is. Lifeline, I guess.
Yeah, whatever that is. But that goes flatline, and they get a little freaked out. Carrie's like, "Oh God, is he?" And Alfred's just like, "No, like he's quite alive. It's just the power's out and the backup generators aren't working." And Bruce just wakes up, and he's like, "Clark, you idiot! You let them do it.
Yeah,
I always knew you would." And we just see that fucking. Then again, like I said, the nuke causes EMP and stuff, and fucking Bruce is just getting up immediately, and he's just basically trying to get to work as quick as he can. And he says, since Wayne Manor's emergency generator hasn't kicked in and Robin's watch has stopped, I'll assume Russia has taken the lead in the arms race. I keep track of these things, Clark. One of us has to. And they just leave, and the mutants basically grab the cop and get the gun away from the cop, and they start breaking out, and then all the people out in the streets of Gotham just basically start rioting and just going crazy. And what's crazy is that this fucking plane crashes into a building.
Yeah.
Like, that's fucking wild.
Also very reminiscent of like 9/11 type shit and everything, you know? Like, it's crazy. Very Illuminati of Frank Miller. That's pretty crazy.
But, yeah, we see that everything's going awry.
By the way, this cop that got caught by the mutants, I definitely don't feel bad for him. This motherfucker, like, just stay away from the fucking cell, bro. Like, why would you get close to these motherfuckers? You know, like, just idiot, bro.
He was looking at the TV, too.
Yeah.
But the mutants get out and stuff, and we see Batman and Robin. They leave on horses, and we explicitly see the plane go into the building and stuff, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, man. Honestly, that is pretty fucking crazy.
It
kind of looks like the video too. I'm sure that's how it looked like, you know, in general.
Yeah,
but that's pretty wild, right? How it kind of resembles the 9/11 videos.
Yeah.
Damn, there has to be some conspiracies online with this comic and that for sure. But then we get a fucking crazy splash page of Batman on a black horse, a stallion. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, and he basically just like gets the Sons of Batman with him and stuff like that. And we cut to Gordon.
Running back to his house, right, or something.
Yeah, because he thinks like his wife Sarah is there and stuff, and he's afraid that she might be in danger all by herself.
And he almost has a heart attack, and just like Batman, he says, "No, if I have a heart attack, I'm no use to anybody. Yeah, no, I'm alright." But
we fucking I also really like the line when Carrie says, "Only feels like there's a storm coming." It's just his voice. And it's just this awesome thing where Batman says, "This loud, clumsy, stupid thing," and he takes a gun and he breaks it and he says, "This is the weapon of the enemy. We do not need it. We will not use it. Our weapons are quiet, precise. In time I will teach them to you. Tonight you will rely on your fists and your brains. Tonight we are the law. Tonight I am the law. Nice. Let's ride." And Robin just thinks to herself, just his voice, just him. So cool.
Yeah, man.
But they're just going to Gotham and they're stopping all the rioters and stuff like that. And the commissioner starts to see it, from out the windows and stuff, where Batman basically rallies the community together.
Yeah.
And he says, "I'm here to appeal to community spirit. I'm sure you're all eager to help." And one of the cops says, "Commissioner, and the commissioner says, no, he's too big." And that's when she has the realization of like, I get what Commissioner Gordon meant.
Yeah.
That like he's necessary.
He needs to be here.
And where in the city is they this is when we cut to Superman. And
this shit is crazy, man.
Him and the explosion.
That Superman shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Like that. I've never seen a Superman like that in my whole life, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. Ever. Only in All-Star Superman.
Okay.
The closest,
okay.
you know, but that shit is crazy.
Yeah, this is another sort of like thing that inspired Batman v Superman.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sort of scene in the movie of like a depleted Superman.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a pretty cool page. I like how it's drawn.
Yeah. It reminds me of the what is it? Evil Dead.
Mm-hmm.
He reminds me of Evil Dead here.
Okay.
This fucking
in that one.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Just because he looks like a zombie, you know, like he
okay.
looks like a zombie, and it just looks like the style of it. Like the face of the lady that was there. I forget which one in particular, but it resembles this face exactly. But it's just so odd to see him so shriveled up. It's so weak, you know, so like embarrassing almost. You know, like a zombie dressed up as Superman. Yeah, fucking geek. Yeah, it's super wild to see that shit, man. Holy shit.
Superman crashes down, and he basically just tries to regain his strength by feeling up some plants.
Yeah, that's the plant that his father or mother gave him, right, or something like that. That's buried like next to the grave or something like that.
No, this is just like a sunflower or some shit. This is just that was just a plant.
Really?
Yeah.
He just gets his power back from a sunflower.
Well, he starts to like suck up like the energy from like.
Oh, is it, in the All-Star Superman, wasn't there something that they planted next to the grave?
Mm-hmm. Kryptonian flower.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was.
Yeah, no.
Oh, what the hell? That's crazy. Damn.
That'll probably be a little bit more clear to you in the movie because it's a little bit more zoomed out, so you see like the ground like decay and stuff like that around him.
Got you.
But yeah, fucking Superman is basically regaining his strength, and he says, "You give me your beautiful jungle. I swear, your adopted son will honor you." And it's just a panel of like his chest inflated again, and he's fucking back to normal, I guess. And this is the little vignette that I had mentioned before that I enjoyed, where it's this dude, and he says, "Try not to judge them too harshly. It was a cruel test for all of us, and we can hope a lesson. None of us can look back on that night without shame. Even before it all, I was wrapped in myself. You see, I've always been rather sensitive to noise. And that boy, he seemed to keep pace with me deliberately, taking the joy from my evening walk with his horribly loud radio. When it shrieked, I blamed the boy. Truth to tell, I turned to confront him. Then I noticed his own confusion and the darkness that seemed to fall across the entire city. I heard shouts." And then some other guy says, "Yes, I was shouting. What do you expect? I happened to be up against a bitch of a deadline." "What?" "Yes, of course I've heard about the bomb, but I've got problems of my own. I'm not crazy about getting out of my car, not in that neighborhood, but I know I better call the agency and make sure my ass is covered. So I'm barely standing up when there's this explosion knocks me flat. My ankle feels like it's broken. Somebody's going to get sued. I'm barely on my feet when that girl is all over me, talking about World War III. I don't like being touched, and like I said, I've got my own problems, but she won't shut up." And the girl says, "Guess I just lost control. I'd been having nightmares about the bomb, read up on it a lot, and when the lights went out, well, I knew it had to be the electromagnetic pulse, and all the books say that only happened during a full-scale exchange. And when I heard that explosion, later I found out it was a 747 crashing into the Burjum building. I guess we were lucky it was the only plane to fall on Gotham. But just then not knowing, but it was dumb, but when I heard the explosion, I thought, and when the cars started going up, and then back to one of the characters before with the neck brace, nobody told me about any airplane. The cars were popping off like firecrackers. Everybody screaming. It was every man for himself. Oh, right. The cop, listen, I've never broken the law, not in any way that counts. And it wasn't me who told him to try and help that Jap bitch out of her Volkswagen. Grow up. Somebody was going to get his gun. He sure didn't have any use for it. That priest didn't see it my way. And it shows him like pulling out a gun, and a priest is trying to stop him. And he says he wouldn't let go, wouldn't listen to reason. I've been to church every Sunday since I was a kid, but when push comes to shove, and he hits the priest. Hey, you weren't there, but could barely see through all the smoke. Was sure I heard the shelling. It was the end of the world, and I had a gun. Wouldn't take a genius to realize that the only other thing worth a damn was food. I wasn't alone either. And some other guy says, there's no excuse for what we did. We weren't crazy. We were just an ugly bunch of stupid, selfish bastards. There was a priest, a bloody mess. I didn't care. No excuse. I was in with the rest of them, shoving, yelling about food and guns. There was no plan. Nobody fighting the fire. Fires are for the fire department, the neck brace guy says. That's why I pay my taxes. We had ourselves to look after. We were heading east on Chelsea, hit the Grand Union parking lot. We ran into another crowd that got on the same idea. Looked like they cleaned the whole store out and wanted it all for themselves. One of them made a move for the gun. He was black. I'm no racist, but I thought he might have a knife. I did what anybody would have. And it just shows people fighting. And this one guy says, I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it got as bad as it did. You'd never known that just a few minutes earlier I was strangling somebody when I heard the horses. And then we just finally see Batman come in on this awesome splash page.
That's an incredible splash page. Holy shit.
On a horse with Robin behind him and some of the sons of Batman, some mutants.
Everybody willing to help.
And I just really love those couple pages because of the vignettes of what everyone was doing when everything broke down.
Yeah, but there's still stuff happening in the background of everything.
Yeah, and that's something that the movie doesn't show. Like,
if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if this is later, but at one point they were coming out the grocery store with a bunch of like food and everything, and then people went to go rob them, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, people were all leaving the grocery store with shopping carts full of food. And there was like a gang that came to the parking lot and just robbed everybody of their food and everything. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
I don't know if I'm imagining that, but I'm 100% I saw that. Hold on. I don't know. Because I figured that's when they would show up. Weird.
Yeah, I don't.
What the hell?
Weird.
What the fuck am I talking about?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's so
what'd you read?
Yeah, read some other shit. Just fucking. What the fuck? There's no way, man. I gotta find that. Oh, right. It's right here. It was right here when you were right here. So basically,
that page.
Yeah. Okay, God, I thought I was bugging. Because I was reading the text the whole time. But yeah, like everybody's coming, and that's when he was like, we ran into another crowd that they got on the same idea. Like they cleaned up the whole store and wandered off on themselves. It's crazy. So yeah, I'm not crazy.
Nah, you crazy.
Fucking, but yeah, then so the Batman and Co are just coming in and fuck shit up, but only the bad shit.
Only the bad shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they do their best to clean up the mess that's going on there. And
basically the guy with the brace talking the whole time, trying to justify what he did to the people because it was havoc. He got injured from Batman flinging him. And so now he wants to sue the Batman.
Yeah.
Fucking dickhead.
And the priest that was in the scuffle with one of them earlier, he says, after the mob left, the explosions continued. The fires were everywhere. I was barely conscious. If not for the boy, that's right, the boy at the radio. He pulled me clear, saved my life. When Batman dropped off the medical supplies, the boy passed him around. He was at my side till morning, helping the burned. But of course, there wasn't any morning. And we see that because of the nuke and stuff, it's kind of messed with the weather, and it's just kind of dark.
There's no sun.
And it looks like it's snowing and things like that. And this is when we finally sort of get to the end of the comic where the president basically tells Clark that, yo, you got to do something about this guy because I've reached my limit with him. Like, the shit he's doing, no bueno.
No bueno.
And this is when we see Bruce start talking to Oliver Queen.
I don't know who that was.
Okay, yeah. I was curious if you would know.
No idea.
Green Arrow.
Okay, I know a little bit now more about that. Okay, got you. Is he just DC's Hawkeye?
Pretty much.
Nice.
I think he might have came first. I don't know, but yeah. So he brings him over and they start talking about their plan, pretty much the whole plan that they're gonna go about, and Bruce starts training Robin more on some horse training, and then they just get interrupted by a laser coming down, and it's just the ground lasered saying where, and Bruce just looks up in the sky and he says Crime Alley, and Crime Alley is where his parents died.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
So yeah, and basically Alfred's just like, yo man, you can't do this. Like, what you talking about? Like, you're crazy. And Bruce is just getting ready. He's just getting ready. And he's just kind of reminiscing about how far he's came. And just talking about how Clark isn't ready for what's coming next. And they basically meet up at Crime Alley. And before Clark gets to Crime Alley, Bruce shoots some missiles at Clark before he reaches Crime Alley. He says, activate those 6 Hunter missiles I worked so hard on. This is a powers test. I want to see how much of you survived that nuclear explosion. He'd have to be at full speed to dodge them. He isn't. I watched them kick him around for a minute. I've had worse times. And then the fucking bat tank pulls up, and Robin's like maneuvering it, and Superman just flips it over and rips it open. And she's got the slingshot ready, and he just says, isn't tonight a school night? And Bruce and Alfred also have a timer going. Do they say what the timer is?
I thought it would. This is life levels and everything, because it's like the flat line. Let's see, hold on. Oh no, isn't it the thing that hits Superman later on or misses him?
Well, the timer is basically when his heart goes out.
There we go. Oh yeah. I think that's what it is, basically, because he used to pill and everything, right?
Yeah, so I was just trying to figure out if they say it, because in the movie they're pretty explicit of like, all right, 1 hour takes the pill.
Okay.
And then they hit the timer.
It must be that.
So yeah. Then Clark goes to meet up Bruce at the lamppost where it happened, where the death of his parents happened. And immediately fucking Bruce whips out like a gun thing and just fires on him, and it causes a nosebleed for Clark, and Clark takes a gun and kind of breaks it. So Bruce takes like an electro thing and attaches it to the lamppost next to him, and just grabs Clark by the hands and just starts shocking the shit out of him.
Crazy. Like he turns blue almost.
And then he fucking takes his head and wails. It brings down his head down to his knee and wails him on the knee.
Takes off his mask.
And fucking takes...
no, Superman later on, he takes Batman's mask off after he gets punched by him.
Yeah, fucking Batman just wails him. Yeah. And then that's when he fucking rips the mask off of Bruce. And they fucking... some soldiers try to go to the bat tank to try and figure out what's going on, and the bat tank flips over, and Robin starts dipping, and she gets a recording and says, Robin, this is a recording, and it kind of cuts off, so we don't know what the recording is.
Yeah.
But Bruce is just like, oh, he sold us out, Clark, thinking to himself, you gave them the power. That should have been ours, just like your parents taught you to. My parents taught me a different lesson. Lying on the street, shaking in deep shock, dying for no reason at all. They show me that the world only makes sense when you force it to. And
Superman says, Bruce, I just broke 3 of your ribs.
And it cuts back to Carrie with the recording, and it says, by now Clark should be too busy to listen in. Here's the plan. And this is where things really start to come to fruition.
Yeah.
Because we see Oliver take down one of the soldiers on the roofs, and he's got his bow and arrow, and he's ready to do something.
Damn, he has 1 arm too.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And Bruce is fighting Clark, just holding off time as much as he can. And Oliver kind of falls off the roof because he gets shot fighting with the soldiers.
Yeah.
And catches himself on a fire escape. And he fucking fires a kryptonite arrow at Clark. And Clark is basically starting to deteriorate from that. But not before he realizes, Bruce, your heart, he says. And Bruce thinks to himself, you're beginning to get the idea, Clark. This is the end for both of us. And he says, we could have changed the world. Now look at us. I've become a political liability. And you're a joke. And it's just a big page of him just fucking kicking him with his fucking steel boots.
With like thorns at the bottom.
The fucking punk as shit.
Yeah.
But he says, I want you to remember, Clark, in all the years to come, in your most private moments, I want you to remember my hand at your throat. I want you to remember the one man who beat you. And then fucking Bruce just flatlines there.
Yeah.
Just falls over.
Superman kind of looks over at Batman's body, kind of sorrowingly. He's like, damn, he's dead. He didn't say that, but that's a look he gives him. And then
damn, he dead.
And this is really sad, too, because at this point, like, Alfred is just kind of, he knows. And it says, the clock strikes 12. The ancient moor trembles beneath Alfred's feet. Deep underground, computers holding every precious secret of the Batman burst and burn. Mrs. Wayne's priceless collection of porcelain shatters musically. Empty stables fly apart like toothpick models. The central mass of Wayne matter shudders as if alive, then vanishes in a flash bright as the sun. So everything's burning in Bruce, like the mansion, right? Everything. Mm-hmm. So everything about Batman is deteriorating. The world turns ruby red. The manor roof rises madly into the sky, riding a pillar of flame. A jolt travels the length of Alfred's spine. Of course, he thinks as his head goes lightly. He says, how utterly proper. And Alfred just dies.
Just falls over and dies.
It's crazy. And then Batman is dead, but Superman says, don't touch him. Oh, referring to Batman, actually.
Yeah.
And then they have a funeral for him.
They have a funeral for him, and it gets revealed in the news that Bruce is Batman, and they have no idea where the money went.
All his money just went somewhere else.
Yeah, and it's just, his death is just as mysterious as his life.
Selena Kyle's fucking heartbroken.
She's like, you son of a bitch, I know who killed him.
Yeah.
Gordon's just like, Selena, this is no good. And they're all just kind of there. Clark is all beaten up. He's got like a bruised lip and stuff like that. And he sees a girl there, and he's a little suspicious of her. And he starts to hear beep, 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 beep.
And then he kind of like thinks, and he hears more of the heartbeat, and then he smiles.
He just gives the girl, which is Carrie, he just gives her a wink because he's able to hear that Bruce is actually alive.
Yeah. And Batman says, my timing wasn't quite precise enough. Clark heard. That was the first thing Robin told me when she dug me up. Not that it mattered. He'd have guessed sooner or later. He knows how good I am with chemicals. I was counting on what Oliver said, and with a wink, Clark proved Oliver right. And then we get to the last page.
Yeah, and just shows fucking Bruce basically building a new Batcave with the Sons of Batman. Mm-hmm. And he says, he'll leave me alone now. In return, I'll stay quiet, referring to Superman. Mm-hmm. So will Robin and the rest. And he's leading them in and stuff. And he says, good, now gather around. We haven't got all night, boy. But then in his head, he thinks that's not true. We have years, as many as we need. And it's just him giving orders about what they need to do. Mm-hmm. And he says, years to train and study and plan here in the endless cave, far past the burnt remains of a crime fighter whose time has passed. It begins here, an army, to bring sense to a world plagued by wars and thieves and murderers. This will be a good life. Good enough.
And the comic ends.
And that last line is actually a repetition in the first page when he's in the fire of the car crash, and he says this would be a good death, but not good enough.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
So he's finally reached a death or a life that's good enough for him at the end.
That's fucking crazy, man. Maybe Joker's death was necessary.
Maybe.
Damn, bro.
But that was the Dark Knight Returns.
We went through the whole book. Goddamn.
Even though I said that we wouldn't.
Yeah, but at one point I was like, no, we're 100% going through the whole book. It's tradition at this point. When it comes to good comic books, we pretty much, that's what we do.
Yeah, fucking, what an amazing read.
Honestly, it is, man. I'm definitely going to read this again. I'm contemplating, like, because on my flight to Austin, like, I want to see if I read this again. I'm going to be sitting next to Slime, so I don't know how much I'll be paying attention. I'll be pretty drunk, too. But it's definitely worth a good read all over again. It's a fun read, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's super, super well done. Super well done. And at first, my impression of the artwork and everything, before I read it at all, I was like, this seems kind of odd and just differently styled. But the story it tells is so perfect.
Yeah, I mean, this story is pretty timeless. It says so much about so many things. It's I for a second I was gonna say it's like a grab bag, but it's not. It's just kind of like it's just an adventure. It's so epic. Yeah. It tells this just
like this final battle type feel. You know what I mean? Like this final. What's the final something? I forgot the word. Like yeehaw or something. You know what?
I think I know the word you're getting at, but I'm blanking on it too.
Fucking, but it feels like
hoorah.
Hoorah! There we go. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a tremendous story with so much aspects to it, man. So much everything to it, and so much depth to everybody's character, really. But we know it's Gordon and Batman, but Gotham's and Gotham's backbone is represented all throughout here. And it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, for people who don't know, this is actually the beginning of a trilogy.
Nice.
So
I didn't know that.
The second book is called Batman: The Dark Knight Strikes Again.
I gotta read that.
I have no idea what that's about.
Okay,
to be honest,
might be the next one. Ooh.
And the third one is called Dark Knight 3: The Master Race.
Okay, have you read that? No, right?
No, I do have the issue 1 to it.
Okay.
Because I got it for free from like a grab bag, pretty much.
Nice.
It's like a variant cover. I don't know who did the art though, so I'm like, I don't know if it's like valuable.
It's a random guy on the street, somebody who's experiencing homelessness.
Someone who's experiencing homelessness. But it's a pretty cool cover.
Nice.
Frank Miller was at Comic-Con this past weekend. And he was only signing one thing and one thing only. Mm-hmm. He was signing copies of 300 issue 1.
Oh, that's what the guy Izzyverse. That's what him, right? He got that copy and everything, right? So that shit must be worth guap.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I was so prepared to hopefully get something else signed by Frank Miller because I would have liked to have maybe gotten my Dark Knight Returns signed by him. That one comic that I mentioned, The Last Crusade, the one about Jason Todd's death.
Yeah.
I got that signed by Brian Azzarello.
Okay. The guy who interviewed Frank Miller, something like that.
Yeah.
Who also did what?
Who co-wrote Last Crusade and Dark Knight 3 with him.
That's amazing.
And other stuff.
So much history.
Yeah, so I think this book is just fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for me with this one. Honestly speaking. Like that, there's no flaws to it aside the fact that it's just, I don't know.
A little old school,
old school, yeah. But I really fuck with it, man. It's a really great story. And definitely Batman, you know? So fucking, yeah.
I mean, this comic paved the way for other Batman stories to come. And it's like Brian Azzarello said in the conversation, but Frank Miller basically his work has been a definition of Batman for about half of its life, with it being the 30th anniversary and Batman being about 75 years old now.
That's crazy. Oh yeah, and I can see this is the influence just with the movies and stuff too and everything. You know, obviously there's so much ways to like trace back to Batman and all stuff with the 75 years, but just the little things that you see and just like being able to like branch from this to the future stuff, like that's how relatable and just how much it holds up to. To modern work of Batman and everything, and it's pretty fucking incredible.
And I hope that you catch it from now on whenever anyone does an homage to this image.
Okay, that's what it's referring to and stuff like that. Oh wow, nice.
Like so many things have like done this this awesome image of Batman just in front of the lightning and stuff. Like it's really iconic.
That's dope.
So I'm trying. There's an issue of Super Sons where they do an homage to that, which is pretty cool. But yeah,
nice. Fucking holy shit, that was crazy.
We did it.
Pew. Fucking get ready for another 6-hour episode.
Honestly,
yeah.
Where are we?
I don't know. Let me see. How long was this A.M.C. section?
We're sitting just over 6 hours.
Wow.
So this is probably our second longest episode next to Mr. Miracle.
That's to make up for the 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You want some episodes?
Yeah.
We're giving you episodes, bitch.
Yeah, motherfucker. David.
Scooch. Slime.
Yeah, who's Scooch?
I don't even know who that is. Some other skis bag.
That was weird.
I know, man. My bad. You were so Frank Miller. You know what the hell's gonna come out? Hobos, sexism, Scooch, random shit, bro. Yeah, man. But I mean, yeah, it's honestly one of the best comic books I've ever read.
Nice.
This is speaking, and because it's in its own realm. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like I would never relate this to Mr. Miracle in any way, just because it's so different, and it's still as good. You feel me? So that's awesome, man.
I mean, it's fucking Frank Miller. Can't go wrong with that, man. He's a legend.
Hell yeah, bro. Shout out to him. 80 years old, still kicking.
And you should read those Daredevil comics.
Oh, hell yeah, bro. If I had known earlier, I would have sought him out more and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely want to see about that 300 shit too.
Yeah,
that sounds fucking awesome, bro. What the hell? The movie is hilarious. It's good, but there's some parts where you're like, what the fuck, bro? No way.
But that's been the show, folks.
And society, just too hobby. I mean, that was our A.M.C. section. Next week we'll be coming back with albums. It's Halloween, so we keep it spoopy. And yeah, it's gonna be some good times.
You got any final words? Any departing words, my friend?
Go with Christ. Go with praise.
You know, you were just a hair away from me cutting you off. I was like, he's taking too long.
That's what Christ does. Comes right on time.
Makes you slow.
Yeah, basically. Makes you pray. Yeah, I'll pray for all you guys tonight.
The video saw it. All right, you ain't hiding from anyone.
Nah, I'm praying for you.
He ain't praying for shit, motherfuckers.
I'm praying for a PS5, bitches.
Wow.
Send me a PS5 and I'll give you $5. I swear to God.
Seems counterintuitive.
Nah, man, it's all for the cause. I get a PS5, better episode.
For the Frankie.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But again, shout out to our Instagram. Well, not shout out, but our Instagram, we gotta plug it. Is Earth Mind Matter Pod. TikTok Earth Mind Matter Pod, and YouTube Earth Mind Matter, and our True Social and Getter will be coming soon, very soon, maybe tonight, because that has to happen. First video, the Biden speech.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
But what we do today, Frankie?
I almost forgot. We talked about what's happening on the Earth,
in our minds,
and this is why it matters. Shout out to Frank Miller.
Shout out to Frank Miller. This is Earth Mind and Matter,
bitches.
Boom.
Boom.